Chapter 17. As Marilyn was on her third Bloody Mary. Dennis was nursing a glass of iced tea. Their entrees hadn't yet arrived. Holly couldn't wait for this lunch to end. They were seated at a window table in the country club dining room, dubbed by Dennis the only decent restaurant in Prentice unless you were carbohydrate loading. It was a pleasant room overlooking the golf course and a pond with a backdrop of solid pine forest. But Holly was too keyed up to enjoy the room, the view, or the company. Marilyn, who'd insisted on treating them to lunch, had driven her own car from the courthouse so she could smoke, leaving Holly to ride with Dennis, which had afforded them some time to themselves. At first, their conversation had revolved around the shooting, but once he had been assured that she wasn't injured beyond a few bruises, and that she was coping as well as she could with the aftermath and everything it entailed, they drifted toward more personal topics. When she asked if he was seeing someone, he sheepishly admitted that he had a new romantic interest, which didn't surprise her. Dennis was handsome, successful, charming, and intelligent. Yet she wondered what had ever attracted her to him. He now seemed very polished. He rarely got agitated. He never raised his voice. The most heated argument she ever remembered them having was over her decision to relocate to Prentice, and that had been more of a discussion of the pros and cons rather than a quarrel. Their reunion had been as civilized and dispassionate as their relationship, including their breakup. No theatrics, no pyrotechnics. When she saw him, the only bump her heart had given was one of anxiety over what Crawford would do, say, and feel about Dennis's unheralded arrival. Neither his opinion nor his reaction should have mattered, but somehow they did. She didn't wish Dennis any ill will, and it was clear that he felt the same toward her, but once they had more or less established that they had little to talk about. Holly was eager for him to be on his way back home and firmly fixed in her past so she could get on with her present. When her cell phone chimed from the pocket of her handbag, she seized on the distraction. Checking the caller ID, she saw that it was her assistant. Mrs. Briggs would never interrupt our lunch unless it was important. She excused herself and left the table in a rush, wanting to catch the call before it went to voicemail.
"I'm here,"
she said as she moved past the hostess stand into the foyer. "I apologize for calling during your lunch." "No problem. What's going on?" "Mr. Joe Gilroy is here. He doesn't have an appointment, but he says it's important that he speak to you as soon as possible, and he doesn't want to do it by phone. What shall I tell him?" She glanced into the dining room where Marilyn was talking with animation and Dennis was laughing. Holly said, "Please ask him to wait." "I'll be right there." The pair of policewomen who'd taken over for the Texas Rangers had been sitting at a table not far from Holly's party. One had followed her into the foyer. She asked her now if she could please have a lift back to the courthouse in their squad car. "Of course, Judge Spencer. After lunch?" "No, right now. Just let me say goodbye to my friends." Holly re-entered the restaurant. As she approached the table, Dennis stood up and pulled out her chair. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I can't stay."
"What?
"Why?" Marilyn's tone had a demanding edge. Dennis said, "You haven't even eaten. Someone's waiting for me in chambers. I need to get back right away. I'll drive you." She placed her hand on Dennis's arm. "The policewomen are giving me a ride. Stay and enjoy your lunch. Will I see you later?" It was on the tip of her tongue to ask what would be the point. Instead, she smiled up at him. "I appreciate your coming all this way to check on me, truly. It was sweet of you, but as you can see, I'm fine. You have other things to do, and so do I." He caught the underlying message of the statement and smiled back, actually looking a bit relieved. She kissed him on the cheek, then said to Marilyn, "I'll see you at my house later." "Not too much later. We've got a lot of planning still to do." Holly shouldered her handbag, smiled at Dennis for what would most likely be the final time, and joined the policewomen who were waiting for her at the hostess stand. She rode in the back seat of their squad car. They saw her into the courthouse and up to the door of her chambers. In the anteroom, Mrs. Briggs was seated behind her desk. Joe Gilroy was sitting in an armchair with a briefcase on his lap. He stood up when she walked in. They shook hands, and he thanked her for seeing him without an appointment. She motioned him to follow her into her private office and closed the door. Once they were seated and she was facing him across her desk, he opened the briefcase and took out several paper-clipped sheets. "I filed all the necessary documents with the county clerk." He slid the documents across the desk toward her. "She informed me that I need your signature. That's why I asked to meet with you as soon as possible. This needs to be served without delay." Holly had recognized the documents immediately. Unfortunately, in a family dispute, they were too often necessary to protect one party from another, which is why she could only gape at Joe Gilroy with incredulity. He had filed for a temporary restraining order against Crawford Hunt. Crawford went looking for Smitty and found him in the second topless club he checked. This one was a bit more upscale than the others. Between 11 and 3 o'clock each weekday, it served free lunch to anyone who bought a minimum of 2 drinks. When Crawford asked the bouncer if the boss was in, he demanded to know what business Crawford had with him. With his badge and unflinching stare serving as incentives, the bouncer told him that he would find Smitty in his office at the back of the building. Crawford entered the club through a maroon velvet curtain and moved along the buffet, noting that the chicken wings looked dry and the pizza slices had begun to curl up at the edges. However, the few patrons sitting at the edge of the stage weren't there for the food, but rather to ogle the 2 dancers, whose performance was uninspired at best. One of them even yawned as she swayed on the far side of the club. He entered a dimly lit hallway, followed it past the restrooms, and went through a door forbidding entrance to anyone except employees. He passed 2 storerooms where cases of liquor were stacked chest high. A dressing room door stood open, revealing a woman in a bathrobe, seated in front of a lighted mirror, admiring her image as she talked on her cell phone. Finally, Crawford came to a closed door with manager stenciled on it. Through it, he heard Smitty shouting, "Look at you, for Chris' sake, who wants to pay to see a black eye?" Then a woman's voice. "When I'm on stage, you think they're looking at my eyes? Who did it? A customer or a boyfriend? What's it to you? You don't own me." Crawford knocked once, then pushed the door open. Smitty was standing behind his desk, hands on hips. A young woman was slouched in the chair facing the desk, a landscape of litter. Smitty groaned when Crawford strolled in. "Oh, perfect, fucking perfect. Just what I need today." With disgust, he looked down at the girl and waved her away. "Get out of here. Go buy some makeup. That'll cover that. You can't control men and their urges. You got no business in this line of work. It happens again. You're out on your ass." "Oh, I'm so sure," she drawled. "My ass is a crowd pleaser." She sauntered toward the door, pausing as she came alongside Crawford. Cheekily, she winked the eye that had been blackened. "Who are you, cutie?" "I'm a bootlegger." "Seriously?" "Out!" Smitty bellowed. She slammed the door behind her. Smitty plopped into his desk chair and smoothed down his greasy comb-over. "Bitch knows I won't fire her. Her ass is a crowd pleaser." Crawford took the chair the woman had vacated. "What I saw of it in those jeans, it looked pretty good. She goes on at 10 tonight. You can see all of it then? Drink?" "No thanks." Smitty reached for a bottle of gin on his desk and poured some into a cloudy glass. He shot the drink, then snarled, "Well, what brings you? I don't recommend the wings. I saw them. So? Chuck Otterman." Smitty froze in the act of pouring a second drink, then carefully returned the bottle to his desk. Crawford said, "Ah, I see you know him. I didn't say that. You didn't have to." After leaving the courthouse, Crawford had contacted the DPS office and asked a trooper to get him the nuts and bolts on Chuck Otterman. The trooper had called him back less than 5 minutes later with the particulars: date of birth, social security, and driver's license numbers, and so forth. Otterman also had a concealed handgun license. His permanent address was in Houston, his temporary address a P.O. box in Prentice. "Email me all that?" "Already have." "What's he been doing the past 30 years or so?" "Completed 2 years of junior college but left without a degree. Seems to have worked every day of his adult life in oil and gas," the trooper reported. "Probably doesn't have a carpeted office because he likes the on-site work. Moved around, never staying with one outfit for more than a couple of years." "Anything to indicate why?" "Nothing on the surface." That was a curiosity Crawford would check out. However, Otterman appeared blemish-free. He'd been married once in his 20s, divorced less than 2 years later. No fuss or muss, no children. He paid his alimony on time. He was current with the IRS. No major debts or liens against him. No arrests. Crawford asked the trooper a few more questions. Although the answers didn't raise suspicions, he still smelled a rat. Which is why he'd tracked down Smitty, who was a source of information, the kind that couldn't be found using computers and search engines. Chuck Otterman. "What do you know, Smitty?" "I know that you should do yourself a favor, for once. I've seen the news yesterday. A hero. Today?" He made a face and waggled his hand. "Not so much, except for the judge. Now, Otterman, Crawford, how long have we been friends?" "We've never been friends. Occasionally I pay you for information. I always take a long, hot shower after." The club owner slapped the area of his heart. "That hurts. That really does." Crawford propped one ankle on his opposite knee and rested his linked fingers on his midriff, settling in. "That young lady with the good ass didn't seem all that surprised that you had a bootlegger calling on you in the middle of the afternoon. 5 minutes you're shut down while me and some boys with badges do a thorough investigation of the revenue you bring in off alcohol. Nobody goes on at 10 o'clock tonight." It was a valid threat. Delray Smith's business wasn't entirely legit, or even mostly legit. Crawford figured that he kept at least 2 sets of books and knew for a fact that Smitty conducted a brisk trade with bootleggers, bookmakers, and pimps. He had started out in his teens as a petty crook. and had progressed to grand larceny before he dropped out of 11th grade. After being released from his second stint in Huntsville, he decided he needed to improve his act. He scraped up enough money for a down payment on a ratty beer joint on the Prentiss County line. From that, he'd grown his business until it now encompassed 5 nightclubs with dancers that he proudly advertised as totally nude. Apparently, the redundancy escaped him. Crawford's threat caused Smitty to pat down his comb-over again. "I've got nothing to hide." "True. Your corruption is transparent." "All innocence," he said. "Corruption? You're a tax dodger, a facile liar, a moral cesspool, you know, and I know that you'll eventually sell out. So let's cut to the chase, okay? Tell me what you know about Otterman." "Better idea. Why don't you let me treat you to a lap dance, then you go home, go fishing, to the movies, go see your kid. Something, anything. You don't want to tangle with Otterman. Why not? I'll throw in a happy ending to that lap dance." "This girl? I'm losing my patience. What do you know about Otterman?" Smitty raised his hands to shoulder height, palms out. "Nothing. Smitty. Swear to God his roughnecks are good for my business. Real good for my business. I don't want you and your nosing around to scare them off." "Is Otterman himself a customer?" "No." Crawford looked at him, said nothing. "Okay, occasionally." Crawford didn't blink. "Jesus," Smitty said under his breath. "He's a good customer, all right. Does he favor one club over another?" Tickled pink. "How often is he there?" 3, 4 nights a week." "Does he go to see a particular girl?" "No." "Swear," he added, when Crawford registered doubt. "He rarely even watches the show. He sits in one of the big booths and just meets with people." "What people?" "I don't know. People." He shot Crawford a querulous look as he decided on that second gin after all and sloshed some into the glass. "What kind of people?" "Young, old men, women, down and outs, well-heeled." Smitty chugged the gin and belched noxious fumes. "Men, all kinds. What do all these kinds of men talk to Otterman about?" "How the hell should I know? The weather." Under Crawford's baleful stare, he squirmed in his squeaky chair. "Look, I don't meddle, okay? Or eavesdrop. Otterman buys name-brand booze and lots of it. My interest in him stops there." "Heavy drinker?" "No, he buys the hooch for his guests. Never seen him any way except cold stone sober." "Fights?" Smitty hesitated, then said no. "Fights?" The club owner rolled his eyes, then, at a look from Crawford, gave it up. "I've never seen him engaged in one, but he's, let's say, respected. Feared. I didn't say that. You can never quote me as saying that, but nobody crosses him. Not more than once, anyway. Draw your own conclusion." It wasn't a conclusion, but it was a good guess that Otterman wasn't above knocking heads together or having henchmen to do it for him. "Does he carry?" "Wouldn't know. Haven't looked." Smitty was probably lying about that, but Crawford let it pass. If Otterman had a CHL, it was to be assumed he was armed. What else? That's it. "He tips 20%, doesn't cause me any trouble, and I don't cause him any, and that's the way I want to keep it." "So if that's all," he looked at Crawford, hopefully. "You know a guy named Jorge Rodriguez?" He shook his head. "Don't get many greasers in my clubs." "Why's that?" Smitty raised a shoulder. "Maybe it has to do with the Virgin Mary." "The Virgin Mary?" "You know, beans are into all that." Crawford didn't pursue that illogical train of thought. "I want to know who these men are that Otterman meets with." Smitty made a strangling sound of righteous indignation. "You want me to spy on one of my best customers?" His act didn't impress or deter Crawford. He'd seen it before and knew it was all for show. He stood up and headed for the door. "Same as always, I need the info yesterday, and I'll pay based on how good it is. I'm no snitch. Smitty, if the price was right, you'd sell your mother as a sex slave to a gang of vandals." "Already did," he called to Crawford as he went out. "They brought the sorry bitch back." Chapter 18. It was late afternoon by the time Crawford returned to police headquarters. He found Neil at his desk. When he saw Crawford, he said, "Long lunch. I'm a slow eater. Got anything on Otterman?" Neil related the basic information that Crawford had already obtained. He sat down at Nugent's vacant desk and swiveled the chair from side to side. "Strike you as funny that he doesn't stay with any one outfit for very long?" "Not particularly." Did you check the video from the entrance security camera?" He came into the courthouse by the main entrance, just shy of 1:40. ADA Alicia Owens confirmed that they had an appointment at 1:45. He was 5 minutes early. She was 20 minutes late. During the course of their meeting, they were alerted to the situation on the 4th floor and evacuated along with everybody else. "We see him being herded through the west side exit on the ground floor." "You find the cop who let him leave?" He told Crawford his name, but Crawford didn't know him. "He's earnest, but green," Neil said. Understandably, Otterman intimidated him. "He's being dealt with by his superior." How harshly? That's another department. Not my business. Crawford wanted to jerk him up by his necktie and ask what his business was if not finding Chet's murderer. Otterman ever been in any of our district courts? No. As a witness? Not as a witness. Not as a witness, not as a juror. No association whatsoever, Neal said. We checked all double-checked judges, Waters and Spencer. No record of him at her former firm. Nil, zilch, nada, zero, told you so. You want me to back off him? You took the words right out of my mouth. If the morgue visit doesn't produce anything, I will. Anything on the gun? Far as we can tell, it was virgin except for the missing serial number. We're checking local dealers for recent purchases, but it could have been bought anywhere. The painter's getup? Sold at nearly every hardware paint and big box store in the country. You can also order that brand from various online outlets. Shipments to Texas in the last 6 months amount to thousands, and that's after being narrowed down by size, style, and lot number from the manufacturer. Also, he could have bought it in any one of the other 49 states and brought it here. Gloves? Same thing. We've got them by the boxful over there in that cabinet, readily available to any cop. Also to any medical worker, housewife, food handler, hairdresser, germaphobe. Let's see. Okay, I get it, Crawford said with irritation. The mask. Not as widely distributed as the other items, but available in party and costume shops, as well as off the internet. We're still trying to track sales to this area, and, before you ask, we've conducted 80-something interviews of people who were in the building. Judging by the look on your face, everyone questioned has a logical, easily confirmed explanation of what their courthouse business was and can account for themselves when the shooting took place. Still leaves a lot of folks not yet questioned. True, but so far nothing even mildly sinister or suspicious has come to light. No ties to Judge Spencer except for one woman. Judge Spencer granted her a divorce 6 months ago. No kids involved. It was settled to each party's satisfaction. Her ex moved to Seattle. On Monday afternoon, he was at his job at a fish packing plant. She was in the courthouse because she was summoned to jury duty. People lie, Neal. People also tell the truth. This lady still had her summons. Nothing new on Rodriguez? Nobody's missed him, at least. No one has come forward to claim the body. Doc Anderson confirmed there was no bruise on his knee. No bruise. Told you. But no one can substantiate that you kicked the guy. He sat forward, propping his forearms on his desk. Our main person of interest remains you. Without inflection, Crawford said. I don't fit the gunman's description, and I have an alibi. Neal was still holding his stare when Crawford's cell phone vibrated on his belt. He read the caller ID and clicked on. Hello, Grace. You're not alone, Holly said. Neal, Lester, and I are comparing notes on the case. You're in the building? That's right. What's going on, Georgia Good? I need to see you. Okay. In private. His heart hitched. I can do that. When and where? I'm in my office, but wait until the building clears out before you come up. Sure thing. I'll be there. Disconnecting, he said to Neal. Grace invited me over for lunch tomorrow. One of the police women offered to go after food, and she brought back about 15 pounds of barbecue plus a half-dozen sides. The thought of food made Holly ill. Start without me, she said to Marilyn, who had already called numerous times, asking when she could expect Holly at home. I'll be there as soon as I can get away. You said that hours ago. I've had a lot of catching up to do. It's been a busy afternoon. Greg Sanders has had a busy one, too? He was on the 6 o'clock news. So was I. Yes, but your appearance was a rerun of the press conference. That's old news. We need something fresh. On a burst of inspiration, she said. I'll bring the feast to your office. We'll talk turkey over ribs. Absolutely not, Holly said. Mrs. Briggs left me with a stack of documents and correspondence to sign. Besides, how many vodkas have you had? Who's counting? A soft knock sounded on Holly's door. My last appointment is here, Marilyn. I have to go. Don't you dare get behind the wheel of a car. She hung up just as Crawford came through the door and closed it behind him. Since his clean-shaven court appearance, he'd grown a scruff. His jacket was wrinkled, his necktie loose, and askew, his dark blonde hair completely ungoverned. He looked wonderful. She wanted to climb him and hang on. Hi. Hi. She followed his gaze down to the cell phone still in her hand. Setting it on her desk, she said, Marilyn, who's high on my shit list? For calling the press conference, I never would have agreed to it if I hadn't thought it was important to defend your actions. So you've said, but you took an unnecessary risk. So you've said no need to rehash it. He tugged his crooked tie into place, rolled his shoulders, shifted his weight. After several moments of awkward silence, he asked, Where's Dennis? Home by now, I suppose. Your home? His home? Huh. Short visit. He only came here to see for himself that I was all right. He made a derisive sound. You're nearly gunned down. He rushes to your rescue, wild with worry, 3 days later. She smiled. You made rather obvious your aversion to him. What gave me away? You stormed off without a word to anyone. He looked angry, then chagrined, then angry again. He sailed in and acted like he owned you. He hugged me. He held you. What's the difference? Where he put his hands. He and I were together for a long time. We're familiar. He's familiar, reasonable, and refined. But I've got a caveman mentality. When he put his hands on you, I wanted to rip out his throat. Mine are the only hands I want touching you. You don't have a claim? His eyes narrowed. I kinda do. He started walking toward her, and for each step forward he took. She took one back until she came up against her desk. That unreasonable, unrefined fuck on your sofa gave me a claim. The rumble of his voice and the words themselves caused her heartbeat to accelerate, and while she knew she should stop this, she couldn't bring herself to. By now he had her trapped against her desk, his wide chest filling her field of vision, his scent, his raw, unpolished maleness, wreaking havoc on her. This plan to cancel it, he said. How's that working for you? Not very well. He placed the heels of his hands on her hip bones and curved his fingers around her bottom. For me either? In a hushed voice she said, I wish I still had it to look forward to. His eyes searched hers. Do you remember it the way I do? How do you remember it? To tell you, I'd have to get really graphic. Blushing terms? Gutter terms. He leaned in closer and whispered. Want to hear how tight you were? She closed her eyes momentarily. Crawford, sorry, I know. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong everything. He exhaled a gust of frustration, removed his hands and backed away. So wrong we can't even talk about it. But at least I got you to call me by my first name. She moved away from the desk so she wouldn't be tempted to pull him back to her. Last night you told me goodbye. I meant it, last night. It's the right decision, Crawford. It's the only decision, for both of us. Except he looked her in the eye, sighed, muttered a swear word. Except if that one time with you was going to be the only time, I wish I'd taken it slow. She ducked her head and sensed that he, too, looked away. Eventually he cleared his throat. We've got business to talk about. Does the name Otterman mean anything to you? Chuck? His head went back with surprise. Chuck? You know him? Of course. Why, of course. Have you locked horns? Not at all. In fact, just the opposite. He's a supporter. He's contributed to my campaign. He looked at her with bafflement, then laughed, then dragged his hand down his face. Oh, that's beautiful. It'll give Neil a Woody. Why? Doesn't matter. Private joke. His hand dropped to his side in an attitude of defeat. Why'd you need to see me? Sit down. She indicated a chair facing her desk. He looked at her incisively. No, this sounds like news I'd rather hear while standing. It's bad. That's the only kind of news I've been getting lately. Let's have it. The blow couldn't be softened. She didn't even try. Joe Gilroy has filed for a temporary restraining order against you. For several seconds he looked at her as though she'd spoken in a foreign language, then he tilted his head in misapprehension. Finally, when he'd fully processed what she'd told him, his facial features tightened with rage. Through his teeth he hissed, son of a bitch. He turned and started for the door. Holly, anticipating just such a reaction, beat him to it, placing herself between him and the door and pressing her hands flat against his chest. Crawford, think if you blaze over there and confront him, you'll be doing just as he wants you to. He'll call the police and it will be written up as a domestic disturbance. Another entry to my file, that stinking fucking file. Exactly. You'll be playing right into his hands, making his case for him.
Is that what you want?
No. I want to kill him. She gave him a look that caused him to rethink that declaration and set him to cursing. Abruptly turning away from her, he began prowling her office like a caged lion, taking in the aspects of the room. He picked up the crystal paperweight on her desk and hefted it in his palm. For a moment she feared he would hurl it through the window. Nice office. He tilted his head back to look at the chandelier in the center of the ceiling. Is this where you make all those judgments against people? Is this where you roll the dice to determine their futures? Don't do that. Brimming with contempt, his eyes cut to her. Why not? Because I won't be your whipping boy when it's not me you're angry at. Besides, I won't be making any judgments regarding you. I recuse myself from your custody case. Chastened, he returned the paperweight to the desk with inordinate care. Since when? I dictated the letter first thing this morning, before the press conference. Mrs. Briggs had it typed on my letterhead and ready to sign before I left for lunch. She hand-delivered it to Judge Mason. He's the administrative judge for this district. He relaxed his stance and his shoulders, but resumed the prowling. She went on. I told Mr. Gilroy that he would have to take the TRO to another judge for signature, but I asked him why he felt one was necessary. He told me about your unannounced visit to their home last night. I've never had to announce my visits before. I always did just as a courtesy. Fat lot of good having manners has done me. He claims you threatened him with, "You'll be sorry." I did, and he will be if he keeps up this kind of bullshit. There wasn't any physical contact last night. If he said there was or ever has been, he's lying. No, he acknowledged that you hadn't touched him, in which case I urged him to reconsider. To no avail, apparently. This was the part she had most dreaded telling him. He claims you pose a threat to Georgia. He stopped pacing and looked at her, obviously at a loss for words. Not in an abusive sense, she said. He fears you might take her. Kidnap her? That was the word he used. He snuffled a mirthless laugh. If I'd had intentions of doing that, I'd have done it a long time ago. I said as much. But he argued that the events on Monday could have an impact on you professionally. Your mishandling of the situation and the fallout from it could cost you your career. Mishandling? He said all this. Crawford, I didn't. Discounting Neil, neither has anyone official. I never even discharged a weapon. I noted that. However, in Miss Gilroy's view, the action you took might eventually come under internal review. And this time, he said, your agency or any agency might not be as lenient as they were after Halcon. If you were fired or forced to resign from the Rangers, you'd have nothing to lose by taking Georgia and disappearing. Except that it would make me a criminal, a fugitive. Even if I chose that for myself, does Joe believe I would do that to Georgia? I don't know what he believes, Crawford. But I told him that I believed he was completely wrong. Unfortunately, I didn't change his mind. Didn't even make a dent. He left here to seek out another judge. He rubbed his hand across his mouth. What kind of repercussions will there be for you? For recusing myself? For giving me warning of the TRO? If Joe Gilroy learns of it, he could file a grievance against me. Christ, Holly, I don't want any of my crap to land on you. I don't want you to be provoked into an altercation with your father-in-law. He glanced at the door. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have been in his face by now, which is what I feared and why I gave you the heads up. It flirts with violating ethics, but in good conscience, I couldn't let you completely destroy your chances of getting your daughter back. How destructive is it for you? What reason did you give for recusing yourself? Giving a reason isn't required. A judge can simply say she can't hear a particular case. That's it. However, what I put in the letter to Judge Mason and the governor, I felt he should know. I called his office, but he's out of state at a conference, so I emailed him, explained the situation, and attached a copy of the letter to Judge Mason. You have the governor's email address? She made a gesture downplaying that. What I said in the letter was that since you had saved my life, and that, by necessity, you and I are closely linked to the investigation, sustaining objectivity is virtually impossible. Which is the truth, if not the whole truth? He said softly. If not the whole truth, she echoed in a whisper. Plain and simple, I broke the rules. Even if no one else ever knew about what happened between us, I would. Their gazes held for several seconds. Then he turned away from her and went over to the bookcase wall. Placing his hands on the edge of a shelf above his head, he braced himself against it, his head dropping forward between his shoulders. He remained like that for a full minute. She supposed he was trying to absorb everything that this development signified. Finally, addressing the floor, he said, "Temporary restraining order. In other words, I'm an imminent threat. You should be talking to William Moore about it." He looked at her over his shoulder. "I'm talking to you." With reluctance, she nodded. "The TRO goes into effect immediately when you're served. And then I have to go to court and defend myself against Joe's crock of shit." He did, or the full restraining order went into effect automatically, and it could remain in effect for years. Of course he knew that, so she refrained from saying anything. "How long before the hearing for the full restraining order?" "It usually takes, 2, 3 weeks? Sometimes sooner, sometimes longer. And Prentiss County is currently short one courtroom," he said wryly. "Between now and the hearing, whenever it is, the TRO remains in place. We don't know for certain that another judge granted it. Best odds? Not in your favor, I'm afraid, even though there's been no physical abuse. Your father-in-law is alleging harassment and threats of violence, with a child's safety and welfare at stake. The judge will sign," turning to face her, he added, "and they'll waste no time serving me. Honestly, I thought you might already have been served, so by telling you, I'm not going that far out on a limb." She took a step toward him. "Crawford, you know that you must abide by the order. I beg you to. If you violate it, the consequences will be severe. I know the consequences. I could go to jail. Hell, I've slammed people in jail for violating a TRO. Beyond that, a ruling in favor of the Gilroys would be practically guaranteed at the hearing. As an offender, you could be kept away from Georgia for years. So please promise me that you'll comply with the terms. How bad are they? Until the hearing, you can't get within 100 yards of Georgia, the Gilroys, or their property. No contact whatsoever, not even by phone. Any attempted contact will be considered a violation. Jesus. I'm sorry, I know it's difficult to hear this, to hear yourself spoken of in terms of an offender, but screw all that, he snapped. Joe, the court, can call me any damn thing they please. What about Georgia? What's she going to think when I suddenly disappear from her life? She'll think her daddy abandoned her. His chest rose and fell with emotion. Whether or not you believe it, whether or not my in-laws like it, my little girl loves me. The last thing we talked about was the surprise I have waiting on her at my house. Now, Christ? He made an angry swipe through the air with his fist. I'll never forgive Joe for this. Stepping around her, he headed for the door. I gotta go. Where are you going? What are you going to do? I don't know. Get drunk, maybe. Panicked, she grabbed his sleeve and held on even as he tried to shake her off. I won't let you leave when you're in this frame of mind.
You'd do well to let me go, Holly. When I'm in this kind of mood, I tend to act out. If you act out, you'll lose Georgia forever.
He threw off her grasp.
That's funny coming from you, he sneered. I'd have Georgia now if you had given her to me instead of wasting time enumerating my past transgressions. Here's your daughter, Mr. Hunt. Go in peace. Bang the gavel. We're out of there. But no, you had your judgmental points to make. She shrank away from him.
She knew the harsh words were spoken in anger and supreme frustration, but that didn't make them any less hurtful, or any less true. They hovered there between them, widening the chasm that circumstances had already created. He was the first to move. His motions abrupt, he gave the heavy doorknob a vicious turn, yanked the door open, and strode out. They were together tonight, alone. Who? Pat Connor nodded a greeting to another police officer as he walked past carrying a Whataburger sack. Once the cop was out of earshot, he whispered into the burner phone. The judge and Crawford Hunt. They had a closed-door session in her chambers for over half an hour. He came out looking like he could either fuck or kill somebody, not necessarily in that order. He'd thought that was a rather clever turn of phrase, but there wasn't so much as a snicker on the other end of the call. When was this? Just now. He took the atrium stairs down, fast, practically at a run. He left the building. I followed him out and watched him drive away. Where's the judge? Still in her office. They might have been discussing the investigation. Alone? Neil Lester's here. So's Nugent. Why wouldn't they have been in on the meeting? And something else? Well, this morning after the press conference, he dragged her off for a whispered conversation. Pat related everything he'd seen and overheard, leaving out the part about how he nearly messed himself when Crawford Hunt had singled him out. Told me not to let anybody interrupt them, but Neil Lester showed up with her boyfriend, and that put a stop to it. Several moments lapsed. Then Pat was asked, Did he see you? See him? Tonight, you mean? Yeah. As he blew out of the judge's office, we made eye contact. He bobbed his head like, How you doing? But he didn't say anything. Pat waited, and when nothing was forthcoming, he asked, What do you want me to do now? See to it that Neil Lester knows about their meeting. Mention it to him in passing, casually. But stress that Hunt was angry when he left her. I don't know, Pat whined. I don't want to stick my neck out too far on this thing. The man's chuckle was sinister. Too late to be worried about that. Chapter 19. Crawford didn't keep liquor in the house. After Beth died, he'd started drinking to dull the pain. It had no effect, so he drank more. Getting the DUI had been a wake-up call. He'd seen how close he was to becoming like Conrad, and he was not going to be like him, not in any respect. Now, when he drank at all, he limited himself to one and went out for it. He sat at the bar of a popular watering hole, slowly sipping the straight bourbon while ignoring the clamor around him, half a dozen TVs all tuned into the same baseball game, the clack of billiard balls, the drone of conversation, the wailing lament of a country song being piped through the sound system. If his cell phone hadn't been on vibrate, he would have missed the call. He checked the caller's name and hesitated, but only for half a second before deciding in favor of answering. Keeping his tone bland, he said, Hey, Neil. What's up, you bastard? Excuse me? It was you, wasn't it? Something wrong? You sound plumb overwrought. You leaked his name to the media, didn't you? Whose name? It's on the 10 o'clock news. I'm watching it. A new person of interest in the courthouse shooting. Chuck Otterman. Crawford couldn't help but smile over Neil's distress. He signaled the barkeeper to switch one of the TVs over to a Tyler station. On the screen was a reporter doing a live stand-up in front of the Prentiss County Courthouse. The audio was muted, but Crawford could guess what he was saying because he'd practically spoon-fed it to the guy. Neal's lame approach to the investigation and his kowtowing to Otterman had left Crawford feeling that a shakeup was in order. A Houston station would have had 10 times the viewers, but Tyler was closer and its audience more homegrown. Therefore, interest was greater about the goings-on in rural Prentice. Using the burner phone he kept handy in the glove compartment of his SUV, he'd placed an anonymous call to the station's news hotline and asked to speak to a reporter. Sticking to the facts, Crawford told him about Otterman's coming forward and admitting to leaving the crime scene, about his being asked by the team of investigators to view the body of the man erroneously suspected of the shooting. He hadn't answered any of the questions put to him by the reporter, who was hyperventilating by then. He'd been purposefully evasive and made himself sound nervous about leaking information, hoping the tactic would whet the reporter's appetite and ensure a deeper probe. His pot-stirring obviously had worked. Neal was still ranting. You were his unnamed source, weren't you? You tipped them. I know it. They wouldn't broadcast an anonymous tip without having it corroborated. The reporter called me to substantiate it 2 minutes before airtime. 2 minutes? Then what are you yelling at me for, when it was you who confirmed Otterman's involvement? All I confirmed was that he'd done his civic duty. He's a model citizen, all right. In fact, he is. Then he's got nothing to worry about, does he? No. But you do. I'm going to have your ass over this. I'm going to have it mounted on the wall of my den. Have you cleared that with the missus? How am I going to explain this snafu to Mr. Otterman? Geez, Neal, I don't know. But you've got 10 hours and 49 minutes to figure that out. Wasn't the convenient time for him 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Fuck you. See you at the morgue. Crawford clicked off, having succeeded in upsetting Neal and hopefully shaking Otterman's equanimity. But it was a minor triumph that did little to cheer him. Rather than goose Neal into conducting a more aggressive investigation, the detective would more than likely become more stubbornly conservative. Otterman was probably as solid a citizen as Neal believed him to be. Crawford couldn't pinpoint why the guy had got under his skin, but his initial response had been dislike and mistrust. His gut instinct about people had been too reliable to start dismissing now. He would continue going with it until it was proven wrong about Otterman, before concluding that he was absolutely innocent, as Neal already had. He wanted to gauge Otterman's reaction when he looked at Rodriguez's corpse and wait to see what, if anything, Smitty turned up on him in his unexplained meetings. He left his drink unfinished. Rather than lifting his spirits, it was only making him more depressed. In contrast to the air-conditioned bar, the atmosphere outside felt particularly sultry. He was clammy with sweat by the time he climbed into his SUV. He blamed the heat index for his lethargy, not the wounded look on Holly's face when he'd left her with that harsh accusation vibrating between them. Talking dirty to her 1 minute, lashing out at her the next. If she hadn't known it before, she knew it now. Refined. He wasn't. Feeling bone-tired and dejected, he let himself into his house through the back door, draped his jacket over a kitchen chair, slid his necktie from around his neck, and, without even bothering to unbutton his shirt, pulled it off over his head as he made his way down the hall toward his bedroom. As he passed the open door to George's room, he did a double take. Then he stood there, stupefied, his brain trying to register what his eyes were seeing. Blindly, he felt for the wall switch and flipped on the light. The bedroom had been turned inside out, upside down, destroyed. The mirror between the upright spindles of the dresser had been splintered into a million shards. The picture books ripped to shreds, the stuffed animals disemboweled, the princess doll dismembered and decapitated. The bed linens had been sliced to ribbons. Red paint flung onto the pink walls looked obscenely like blood spatters. The violation made him sick. He forced down the gorge that surged into his throat. He did a quick walk-through of the other rooms, but nothing else had been disturbed, which upset him more than if his entire house had been trashed. The offender knew him well, knew what he valued most, knew how to strike where it would hurt the worst and scare the shit out of him. Any attempted contact will be considered a violation, he remembered Holly saying. But he hadn't been served yet, so with screw that haste, he called the Gilroys' house. Grace answered. It's me, he said. Is Georgia okay? Crawford, is she okay? Yes, of course. She's been asleep for hours. Go check on her. Crawford, just do it. Reining in his impatience, he added, Please, Grace. 15 seconds later, she returned. She's in her bed, fast asleep. He took his first steady breath since discovering the vandalism. Is your house alarm set? You know, Joe. Keep it set, even during the day. What's the matter? Has something happened? An explanation would only support their argument that he was dangerous to be around. A daddy thing, he said, forcing himself to give a light laugh. Moment of panic, you know how it is. "Sorry I bothered you. Good night." He disconnected, and when he did, he became aware of a noise outside. Quickly but quietly, he went down the hall and into the living room. Slipping his pistol from the holster at the small of his back, he peeked through a front window and saw a shadowy form approaching the porch. Crawford turned on the outside light and simultaneously flung open the door. The man halted and shielded his eyes against the sudden glare. He blinked Crawford into focus. "Hey, Crawford." He was a professional server whom Crawford had used himself. "I know it's late, but I came around earlier and you weren't here." With apparent reluctance, he withdrew an envelope from the breast pocket of his jacket and extended it to Crawford. As he took it, the server said, "Sorry, man." Crawford didn't thank him, but he shook his head to indicate that it was unnecessary for him to apologize. He was only doing his job. The server touched his eyebrow in a quasi-salute, then turned and walked back to his car parked at the curb. Crawford closed his front door. Considered an immediate threat to Georgia, he'd been served with a temporary restraining order. He glanced in the direction of her despoiled bedroom. The irony didn't escape him. As soon as her back hit the sofa, he flung open her robe, ruched up her T-shirt, and hooked his thumbs into the narrow band of her panties. They were off and flung to the floor within seconds. She yanked his shirt tail from his waistband and grappled with his belt buckle. More practiced at opening his fly, he pushed aside her clumsy hands and hastily undid the buttons. Together they shoved his jeans and underwear over his butt. A heartbeat later, he was inside her, completely and solidly. Engrafted for 5 seconds, 10, neither of them moved, not even to breathe, possibly because they couldn't quite believe that they'd reached this point of no return without kissing or wooing or foreplay. Then he braced himself above her by placing one hand on the edge of the seat cushion, the other on the arm of the sofa behind her head, and began pumping into her. The angle of each thrust was perfect, the friction electrifying. Yet, greedy for more, she dug her heels in and tilted her hips up to amplify the grinding motion of his. In a shockingly short time, she was gathering fistfuls of his shirt. Then her hands moved up to his shoulders, where they held on, her fingers digging into the firm muscles. Her back arched and held in a silent plea for one more stroke, one more glide, one more, and she came. The instant he felt her helpless clenching, he surrendered to his own climax. The intensity of it caused his arms to collapse. He settled heavily on top of her, pulsing inside her, his breath hot and damp against her neck as he groaned, "Christ, Christ." The echo of Crawford's grating voice jarred Holly out of the dream, which had been a startlingly lifelike reenactment, and her body had responded accordingly. Her heart was thudding. She was short-winded. Her sex was achy and wet and feverish. "Do you remember it like I do?" Throwing back the sheet, she got out of bed and went into her bathroom. She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. But it didn't wash away the memory of Crawford sprawled on her chest, his own expanding like bellows while he took a few moments to catch his breath. Precious few moments, however. Then he abruptly raised his head and looked directly into her eyes from a distance of mere inches. Her hands now trembling with the memory, she turned off the faucet and dried her face. As she lowered the towel and saw her image in the mirror above the sink, she realized that this is the way she must have looked to him in that moment. Hair straggling over her face, eyes glazed and dilated, cheeks flushed, lips parted in bewilderment over what had just happened. Then, as now, her nipples had been so tight underneath her T-shirt, so sensitized, that the abrasion of the soft cloth had been enough to send tingles through her. If he had touched them in that moment, brushed his tongue across them, even fanned them with his breath, her heart might have burst from the pleasure. But he hadn't. He had broken that moment of shared wonderment by slipping out of her and levering himself off the sofa. That's when she was struck with the enormity of what they'd done, the sheer calamity of it. Frantically, she'd pulled down her T-shirt and crammed the hem between her thighs. She rolled onto her side and drew herself into a ball. But there was no cause for modesty, because by then he was making his way out, his boot heels thudding against the hardwood floor. Of all the factors relating to that event, the one that surprised her most was her own spontaneity. She hadn't paused even long enough to ask herself, should I or shouldn't I? She had simply acted on a propulsive desire without giving any thought to the wrongness or rightness of it, which was unlike her. Following her father's abandonment, her mother had relinquished all major decision-making to her. Bearing that much responsibility, she had carefully weighed every decision. She couldn't afford to make one wrong turn because her future as well as her mother's had depended on correctness. There had been no place in her life ever for caprice. As she gazed at her reflection now, she realized that despite the consequences that might arise from that one rash act, she didn't regret it as much as she should. Had she been her careful and cautious self, she would have missed those thousands of incredible physical sensations. She would have missed those erotically charged moments measured by the cadence of their hard breathing. She would have missed the utter wildness of it, the untempered carnality. She would have missed him. Better to be remembering it now with a trace of regret than forever regretting that she had denied herself the experience. But he would always be the man she had compromised ethics for, and to him she would always represent the system standing between him and his child. His parting words to her last night had cut to the quick, but they had summed up the hopelessness of their situation. After showering and dressing, she went into the kitchen to find Marilyn already there, sitting at the dining table, which she'd turned into a temporary workspace for herself. They exchanged good mornings, and when Holly asked Marilyn how she'd slept, she guffawed. "Some bodyguard I am. I went out like a light. What time did you get home?" "Around 10:30. I had a police escort all the way to the back door. Then they parked at the end of the drive. They're still there. Did you happen to watch the news last night?"
No.
"They've got another person of interest. His name is Chuck Otterman." Holly stopped in the act of pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Are you certain?" "Heard it again this morning. I thought the name sounded familiar, and guess what?" She tapped a sheet of paper with a list of names on it. "He's contributed to your campaign." "Yes, I know, I've met him." She realized now why Crawford had asked her about the man seemingly out of the blue. "What are they saying about him?" Marilyn filled her in and summed up with, "Frankly, I don't think it amounts to much. He came forward of his own volition. A guilty person wouldn't call attention to himself. And what could he possibly have against you? Nothing that I know of. I think the media just got wind of his sneaking away from the courthouse and made more of it than is there." Marilyn pointed at the chair across from her. "Sit. Let's talk." Holly sat. Marilyn clasped her hands together on the tabletop. "You shot down, maybe not the best turn of phrase, my idea of using the Texas Ranger somehow to—" "I stand by that decision, Marilyn. He's got enough on his plate." "Holly, he's a poster boy. For long and lean, badass lawman. Your description, cop-like, didn't include the chiseled chin, the cheekbones, and the fact that he's a hunk." "Honestly, Marilyn?" "How old are you?" "Never too old to notice. I Googled him last night. Do you know his history?" Before Holly could reply, she began citing what she called Crawford's exploits, including Halcon. And he's not just a shoot-'em-up. Practically single-handedly, he busted up a kiddie porn ring run by a preacher and his wife from right here in Podunk. But they had customers all over the world, even had the feds singing his praises. She sat forward, leaning into the table. "He's smart. He's tough. He was rude as hell to me. But I'll forgive him that because he has this remarkable soft spot for his daughter, his orphaned child. He was in your courtroom fighting to regain custody of her when—" She paused for dramatic effect. "When he's called upon to save the life of the judge who might very well have ruled against him." Spreading her arms wide, she exclaimed, "It's Hollywood. It's chivalry and valor. People will eat it up, but we've got to serve it to them. I've recused myself from his custody case." That blindsided Marilyn. "What? When? You did? Want to tell me why?" "No." Holly's succinct but firm reply left Marilyn with no wiggle room for argument. Tactfully backing off that, she picked up a pen and began using it to beat out a rapid tattoo on the table. A full minute elapsed. Then Marilyn tossed down the pen and smacked her hands together. "Actually, this is even better. Yes, as the presiding judge, you were limited as to what you could say. Now that you won't be hearing his case, you can be subjective. You're free to talk about him in any terms you choose." Holly sighed. "Marilyn, I know you don't want to expose his daughter to the media. I get that. Besides, I doubt the grandfather would permit it. He wouldn't even listen to my pitch. But what if we— Wait. Back up. You tried to pitch this idea to Joe Gilroy?" "About half an hour ago." Holly looked down at Marilyn's cell phone lying on the table between them. Marilyn said, "I Googled him too and had their home number in no time. Not that it did me any good to call. The instant I introduced myself and told him who I was, he hung up on me. But we can still cash in without using the little girl." "We can." "Excuse me for just a moment." Holly pushed back her chair and stood up. "Where are you going?" "I'll be right back." Holly left Marilyn dictating notes into her cell phone. When she returned a few minutes later, Marilyn was still at it. She completed her thought, then clicked off the phone. "I've come up with some ideas just off the top of my head. We don't have to implement all of them, but—" "What's that?" Holly sat Marilyn's packed suitcase near the back door. "Don't you recognize it? You're moving me out?" "No, I'm firing you." Marilyn's lips went slack. I appreciate everything you've done, Marilyn. You were worth every penny I've paid you up to this point. But the lengths to which you'll go to win the election are repugnant to me." When she saw that Marilyn was about to speak, she held up her hand. "Argument is futile. Our association ends now. Please clear the table before you go. Have a safe drive back to Dallas." Neil was waiting in the corridor outside the ME's domain when Crawford arrived a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Neither spoke. Crawford took up a position against the wall and just looked at the other man. Finally, Neil said, "The PD is all abuzz this morning." Crawford turned away to look down the long hallway, currently deserted. Neil didn't take the hint. "Is it true you got served a tro?" "Yes." "Did you threaten your father-in-law?" "No." "You're capable of violence." "I have first-hand experience." Crawford brought his head back around and caught Neil swabbing his lower lip with his tongue. "But I don't give advance warning of it," Crawford said. "Sort of defeats the purpose."
"You are destructive,"
Neil said, gathering angry momentum. "That little stunt you pulled last night with the TV station set this investigation back." "What investigation, Neil? You're soft on the one thing we have going." "Otterman? The chief?" "Oh! Did you get called into the principal's office?" "I got reamed." "For letting this case congeal on your tidy desk? For your unsubstantiated allegations?" "I didn't allege a goddamn thing." "True or false? Otterman came to us and admitted to talking a cop into letting him leave the courthouse, huh?" "True." "True or false? I asked him to take a look at Rodriguez, and he said, okay. Also, true. What did I allege?" Neil remained silent but irate. Crawford took a breath and assumed a more conciliatory tone. "Look, you want me to talk to the chief and take full responsibility for any backlash over Otterman. I'm happy to do that. Hell, no. I don't want you talking to anybody. Something about you just naturally pisses people off. And here I was hoping to get elected homecoming king? Who trashed your house?" The flippancy of Neil's question grated the part of him left raw and exposed by the vandalism, but he replied with a forced nonchalance. "The PD really was abuzz this morning, wasn't it? Forget holding seminars on home security. Y'all ought to conduct them on gossiping effectively." "Wasn't gossip. It's a matter of record. You called the police to your house." Responders filed a report. Crawford knew the chances of catching the intruder were slim to none. Anyone committing a crime that specific, that targeted, knew what they were doing, and it was doubtful they'd left incriminating evidence behind. Even so, the room was being dusted for prints this morning. The vandal had entered through a window in George's room, but a flashlight search of the area outside it hadn't yielded much. One of the officers had theorized that the culprit had been looking to steal something that he could swiftly pawn for drug money. When he found dolls instead of electronics or jewelry, he got mad and went a little crazy. Crawford didn't agree with that theory, but he hadn't argued. He'd called in the police only so there would be a record of the break-in if ever he should need it, say for an insurance claim. "Any idea who did it?" Neil asked him now. Crawford wouldn't have answered anyway, but he was spared the need to. "Here's Otterman." The man stepped off the elevator and strode toward them, looking as robust and arrogant as he had the day before. The only difference was that he was dressed in work clothes. The legs of his khakis were stuffed into boots that were caked with mud. He stopped a few feet from them, his eyes as hard as drill bits as he addressed Neil. "Are you so desperate for leads that you had to put my name out there?" Neil quailed. "No one from our department referred to you as a person of interest, Mr. Otterman. That was the reporter's inference. He's since been corrected and promises to recant. For all I care, he can refer to me as Jack the Ripper. It doesn't change the truth, which I told you yesterday. Only skin off my nose is that reporters are calling me for comment when I've got a tight schedule, a busted piece of equipment, and a crew standing around scratching their balls while I'm down here with you." He checked his wristwatch. "Can we get on with this so I can get back to work?" Crawford was standing near the large red button next to the double doors. He pressed it and they were buzzed in. He stood aside and let the other two go in ahead of him. Otterman looking straight ahead, continuing to pretend that he didn't exist. Neil had notified the staff that they were coming and asked them to be ready. Dr. Anderson was otherwise occupied, but one of his assistants was there beside the table. Once they were in place, he respectfully folded back the sheet. Crawford kept his eyes on Otterman, who, in spite of his repeated denials of knowing Jorge Rodriguez, instantly gave himself away. Crawford saw the man's gut quicken with a sharp, indrawn breath. He blinked several times, then hastily looked away. "Mr. Otterman?" He recovered himself so rapidly and so well that if Crawford hadn't been watching for signs, he would have missed them. When Otterman replied to Neil's discreet prompting, it was as though he had dropped a welder's mask over his face. His transformation was that sudden. His expression was closed, unforgiving, unrevealing. He said, "I don't know him." Chapter 20. Crawford drove straight from the morgue to the courthouse. Neil had arrived moments ahead of him. When Crawford walked into the cap unit, the detective was smoothing down his necktie as he lowered himself into his desk chair. His maddening calmness infuriated Crawford. He strode over to the desk. He was lying. I would have laid odds you'd say that. I saw it, Neil. You saw what you wanted to see? The signs were there, plain as day. He recognized Rodriguez immediately. Damn it. Even you couldn't have missed his reaction. Neil shot him a fulminating look, but Crawford sensed he wasn't quite as indifferent to Otterman as he pretended. You did notice, didn't you? A flicker, Neil admitted. Nothing to get you this excited. Maybe he and Rodriguez had been at side-by-side urinals, and maybe Rodriguez was part of a plot. Plot? We haven't established a plot. Suddenly this is a conspiracy, and Chuck Otterman is behind it? He laughed shortly, then his eyes narrowed on Crawford. Why are you so keen on him? Why aren't you? Because there's no evidence that points to him, Neil said, raising his voice. No motive. Nitpicky things like that which are essential to upholding our system of justice. Even if they're no big deal to you, they are to the DA. He was right, and Crawford had nothing to counter with, but he wasn't throwing in the towel either. I still say he's playing us. He made a preemptive strike by coming in here and staging the honest citizen, mea culpa scene. Smart move. By telling us himself that he was there, rather than letting us find out on our own, we're less likely to suspect him. I don't suspect him. We dug and found nothing remotely connecting him to Judge Spencer except a donation to her campaign. Maybe we dug in the wrong place. On that point, I couldn't agree with you more. We're digging in the wrong place. Neil's cell phone chirped. Excuse me, he answered and listened for a moment, then said, Hold on. He covered the mouthpiece. My wife. Our youngest is throwing up. He swiveled his desk chair around to face the window, giving Crawford his back. Crawford walked over to the makeshift coffee bar, which amounted to a Nixon-era machine and fixings. He poured tepid sludge into a styrofoam cup, then used his burner phone to speed dial Smitty. The club owner answered with a grumbled, Who's this? Just checking to see if my phone is broken or something. Recognizing his voice, Smitty swore, You said to call if I had something. Have I called? No, there's a guy I know at the IRS, I swear. Who actually gets off doing audits? Honest to God, the object of your affection hasn't even been to the club, tickled pink, none of them. Not since you were here, proving what I've said all along. You're a jinx. Have you talked to anybody about him? You think I'm crazy.
I think you're scum, have you?
I've put out some feelers, okay? Nothing's come back. Just then Matt Nugent entered the room, bringing with him several files. He looked excited. Crawford glanced over at Neil, whose back was still to the room. Do better, Smitty, or I'm going to have to alert the Vice Squad to that underage girl you've got dancing. Shit, how'd you know about her? I didn't. Crawford clicked off, pitched his cup of coffee into the trash can, and deftly intercepted Nugent.
Morning, Matt. Neil's on the phone. Watcha got there?
Nothing. But Crawford could tell by Nugent's bobbing Adam's apple that it was something. Giving the young detective no time to protest, he forced him to execute an about-face and steered him back into the corridor. He moved them out of earshot of other police personnel and, before Nugent could stop him, plucked one of the files from his collection. You're not supposed to see those? He sputtered as Crawford opened the file. No. He was quite certain Neil hadn't wanted him to see these. The photographs were grainy, blurred, apparently taken with a telephone lens of a moving object, himself. They documented his comings and goings over the past 24 hours, on foot, in his truck, arriving at the courthouse, leaving it, sitting at the bar where he'd nursed a bourbon, being served a trawl beneath the beam of his front porch light. He couldn't believe he hadn't picked up the tail, but he hadn't been expecting one, hadn't been looking for one. Chalk up a point for Neil as he flipped through the 8x10 printouts a second time. He asked, The photographer didn't happen to catch the son of a bitch who tore my little girl's room all to hell, did he? Crawford's tongue-in-cheek inflection escaped Nugent, who answered seriously. Neil already asked, no. Although Crawford was seeing things through a red mist of outrage, he knew that his reaction would be reported to Neil. Exercising control and care, he lined up the edges of the printouts, replaced them in the file, and returned it to Nugent. Whoever the guy is, he does good work. Nugent said miserably, Neil's going to have my head. Don't worry about it. If it comes to that, I'll tell him I bullied you into showing me. He'll believe that. Thanks. He hesitated, then said, I don't get why he had you tailed anyway. I don't get it either, Matt. They re-entered the cap unit. Neil was still talking on his phone, so he didn't notice Nugent's nervousness as he sat down at his desk and booted up his computer. Crawford was trying to process what the surveillance signified and how to confront Neil with it. When the office line on Neil's desk rang, automatically Crawford answered. "Crawford Hunt," a perky feminine voice said. "Oh, hi. This is Carrie Lester." Crawford's eyes cut to Neil. "I'm sorry, who?" "I'm Neil's wife." "We haven't met, but of course I know who you are." Crawford stared at the back of Neil's head while his wife inadvertently trapped him in a lie. "I hate to bother you," she said, "but I've been trying to reach Neil and his cell phone is going straight to voicemail. I wonder, is he around?" When Crawford walked in, Holly's assistant looked up from behind her desk, registering surprise. "Mr. Hunt, is the judge here?" "She came in about 10 minutes ago." "Would you please tell her I'm here? There's been a development in the case I need to discuss with her." She used a desk phone to communicate with Holly, and a few seconds later she opened the door to her private office and looked at him expectantly. "Good morning. Hi. I apologize for not calling ahead. You need to see me?" "Right away." She stood aside and motioned him into her office. "Mrs. Briggs, hold all my calls, please." She closed the door and turned to him. Today her business suit consisted of black pants and a black and cream striped jacket. The top underneath matched the light stripes and had a row of tiny pearl buttons down the center of it. As enticing as that view was, he kept his gaze above her neckline. "I'm sorry for what I said last night, that I'd have Georgia if it wasn't for you." "Sadly, it's the truth, though. Maybe, if you split hairs. But I was mad over something else and shouldn't have taken it out on you." Anyhow, he left it at that, and so did she. "Were you served?" she asked, within minutes of getting home. "I had an eventful night," and he knew he looked it. It had been well into the wee hours before the patrolmen wrapped up their investigation of the vandalized room and the perimeter of his house. After they left, he'd lain awake, mulling over the destruction, wondering who had done it, and much more worrisome, why. Having gotten only a couple hours of sleep, there were dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't bothered to shave and had only towel-dried his hair. His shirt and jeans were clean, but he was wearing yesterday's wrinkled sport jacket, which he'd lifted off the back of the dining chair as he passed through the kitchen on his way out. "Did something else happen last night?" she asked. "I'll get to that first. I gotta ruin your day. A development in the case? That wasn't just something you told Mrs. Briggs so you could apologize." "Unfortunately, no. I came to give you a heads up." He propped his hands on his hips and looked down at the floor, wishing a script had been etched there for him to follow, but there wasn't. He had to come up with the words to tell her, and he figured the blunter the better. "Neil's been having me followed?" She opened her mouth to speak, but he said, "Wait, hear me out. That's not the worst of it. He's got pictures. I don't know how long the surveillance has been going on, or how thorough it's been, but I wanted to warn you that you might be featured prominently in some of the shots." He nodded toward the 3 tall windows behind her desk. "I don't know for sure, because I only saw a sampling. I've used these guys myself and know how resourceful they can be. If the tail saw me come up here last night, if he got pictures through those windows, then we're blown. You and me together." Together up against the edge of her desk, his hands all but cupping her ass as they leaned into each other and crotch bumped. Even a camera lens would have steamed up. "At least we didn't kiss," he said. "He didn't catch us in a lip lock, but I don't think anyone could mistake, well, you know." Their gazes held. Then hers dropped to his mouth, then lowered to the center of his chest. "Why did Neil have you under surveillance?" He'd been expecting an accusatory outburst. Momentarily taken off guard by her question, he made a dismissive waving motion with his hand. "He's got this notion that I was behind the courtroom shooting. What? Crazy, I know, but with my ruination in mind, he's running headlong down a dead end." Meanwhile, he told her about Otterman's reaction to seeing the corpse. Neil didn't want to admit it, but he noticed it too. "I'm not defending Chuck Otterman," she said. "I don't know him well at all, but that's my point. Other than his modest contribution to my campaign, there's no connection. I would tell you if there were." "I believe you, but it might be something you're not remembering, or something you don't even know. Maybe linked to the firm in Dallas?" "I called to apologize for all the inconvenience this had caused them. I was assured that my safety is their primary concern. But in any case, Chuck Otterman has never had any dealings with any attorney there, past or present, including me. Maybe they're holding back because of privilege." "That occurred to me," I asked. She shook her head. "I believe they would tell me. This is a murder investigation, after all." "Okay, but keep thinking." He waited a beat, then asked, "What are you going to do about the other?" "You mean the photographs?" "I don't know there are any of you, but if there are, they'll be damaging. I'm no longer hearing your case." "No, but it's still a murky area. That asshole Sanders could turn it into the scandal of the decade." He turned away from her. "Damn it, I should have stayed away from you. If I wind up costing you the election, I'll never forgive myself. Will you forgive yourself for saving my life?" He came back around. "What?" "Crawford, I was compromised the moment you leaped over that railing and shielded me from the gunman. No matter what's happened since, I could never have made an objective decision regarding the man who risked his life in order to save mine." It sounded a little too pat, an honest but well-spun answer she'd prepared in anticipation of being asked a sensitive question about him. "Did you come up with that, or did what's-her-name?" "I fired what's-her-name this morning." That was surprising news. "How come her haircut?" She laughed. "Reason enough. But we had a difference of opinion over how my campaign should proceed." His cell phone dinged, signaling a text message. "Hold the thought." He opened his text page and stared in puzzlement at the still-frame picture of Georgia that appeared. He tapped the arrow to play the video. Her giggles sounded throughout the chamber. He recognized the park setting, the familiar playground, the swing set. Georgia's blonde curls caught the sunlight at the apex of each arc of the swing. Her small hands were clutching the thick ropes, her toes stretching out in front of her to reach as high as they possibly could. She was laughing happily. The video ran for 32 seconds, and it was the longest half-minute of his life. The caption accompanying the video, "You're making this too easy." He bolted for the door and nearly ripped it from the door jamb as he pulled it open. Behind him, Holly cried out, "Crawford, what?" "Call 911, he yelled as he blasted past her startled assistant. "Get police there." "Where?" "The park playground." "On the seemingly endless staircase that wound down 4 floors. He shouted for people to move aside and push those who didn't react soon enough out of his path." He leaped over half the treads. When he reached the lobby, he called to 2 deputies who were standing together chatting. "The city park, now." He didn't wait to see that they followed as he barreled through the courthouse entrance and sprinted to the parking lot, fumbling with his key fob to unlock his SUV. He clambered in, started it, and pressed down on his horn to signal any other drivers in the parking lot that he was claiming the right-of-way. On the city streets, his tires screeched as he wove in and out of traffic. Driving with his right hand, he reached through his open window with his left and attached the mag-mount Cherry to the roof. Glancing in his rearview mirror, he saw that the sheriff's unit was running hot behind him. He accessed his police radio and blurted out the basic info to a dispatcher. He sped through the pair of stone columns at the entrance to the park and took the curving lane in a straight line, his accelerator mashed flat to the floorboard. When the parking lot adjacent to the playground came into view, he applied his full weight to his brake pedal, causing his SUV to skid the 20 feet. He rammed it into park and was out of it before it had shuddered to a complete stop. He heard Georgia before he saw her. Her laughter was high and light, her giddy squeals piercing the heavy air. He rounded the trunk of one of the spreading live oaks and spotted her. She was standing on the merry-go-round, holding on to one of the T-bars, laughing as Grace spun her round and round. Crawford fell back against the tree trunk and bent double, placing his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, tears of relief mingling with the stinging sweat that dripped into his eyes. When he straightened up, he saw Joe Gilroy. He was leaning against his car where it was parked in the lane, his cell phone in his hand. He was watching Crawford. He smiled. "Thank you. I can now have you arrested." Crawford's field of vision shrank to the size of a pinhead, and his father-in-law was at the center of it. He started forward in a measured but determined tread that must have signaled Joe to the rage that had turned his blood to lava. The older man straightened up and took a defensive stance. Crawford charged across the remaining distance between them, grabbed him by the front of his shirt, spun him away from his car, and shoved him so hard he stumbled backward, landing hard in the gravel. "You've done it now?" Joe growled. "You're going to jail. What kind of sick game are you playing, Joe?" "Game? What are you talking about? That video, your cute little caption? You're crazy. I always said so. You've just proved it. I don't know anything about a video." Crawford reached down for him, but one of the deputies who'd huffed up behind him spoke his name in a cautionary tone. "Don't do it, man, or we'll be hauling you in." Crawford heeded him, but he never took his eyes off his father-in-law. "Give me your phone." "Go to hell." Joe stood up and dusted off the seat of his pants. "I'm collecting Georgia and Grace and getting out of here and away from you." Looking beyond Crawford, he said to the deputies, "What are you waiting for?" "I have a restraining order. Arrest him." "Sorry, Crawford," one of them said. "Let's go." Crawford didn't move. Still fixed on Joe, he repeated, "Give me your phone." Joe glared at him with loathing and turned away. Crawford's hand shot out and grabbed Joe's arm. A struggle for possession of the cell phone ensued. The deputies scrambled to join in and together were able to pull Crawford away. Neil's car came to a halt only a few yards from where he and Joe were faced off while he continued to struggle against the deputies' hold on him. Neil and Nugent got out on opposite sides. Another car pulled up behind Neil's. Holly alighted from it. In his peripheral vision, Crawford saw flashing lights, signaling the arrival of more squad cars which he himself had summoned during his mad drive here. "What the hell is going on?" Neil asked. "He attacked me," Joe said. "Arrest him." Crawford, breathing hard, said, "He texted me a video of Georgia because he knew it would get me here. See for yourself and tell me what you would make of it." With a nod from Neil, the deputies let him go. He pitched his phone to Neil and gave him the security code. Joe said, "I don't know what the hell he's talking about." Neil pulled up the video text on Crawford's phone and played it. "Doesn't say who sent it. May I see your phone, Mr. Gilroy?" Joe puffed out his chest. "If my word isn't good enough for you, Mr. Gilroy." Holly wedged her way between Neil and Nugent and came to stand in front of Joe. Her voice was soft, controlled, that of a mediator. "If this is only a misunderstanding, why not diffuse the situation before your granddaughter notices the police cars and becomes frightened? If she's frightened, it'll be his fault, not mine. Then you can take the higher ground." His eyes narrowed on her. "You've got nothing to do with this anymore. I'm beginning to wonder why you recused yourself. Has he won you over to his side?" "I'm on George's side." She let that resonate, then said, "Please." Joe's eyes glinted with hostility and pride. But when Neil extended him his palm, he slapped his phone into it. "Your security code, please, Mr. Gilroy." Neil accessed the text file and then checked his photo library. "It's not on here." Holly, who'd also been watching the phone screen, looked up at Crawford and shook her head. By now, other policemen were converging on the group. Neil said to Nugent, "Tell them it was a false alarm. Send them away." "This wasn't a false alarm," Crawford said. "You saw the video?" Looking at Joe, he added, "He was on his phone when I got here. He could have deleted it." Joe ignored him and addressed Neil. "I didn't shoot any video. Somebody did." Beside himself, Crawford plowed the fingers of both hands through his hair and held it back. It was sent as a warning. If it wasn't you, recalling the angle from which the video had been shot, he scanned the surrounding woods. "He would have been over there." He struck off, but one of the deputies pulled him back. "We got it, Crawford. You deal with this." He and his partner hurried away. Neil asked Joe, "How long have you been here?" "Close to an hour. We've had the playground to ourselves the entire time, until he arrived." He gave a brusque tilt of his head in Crawford's direction. "He was driving and behaving like a maniac. He attacked me. Do your job, Sergeant Lester, and lock him up." "Daddy." George's glad cry stunned them all. They turned to see her running toward him, arms outstretched. Instinctually, Crawford started toward her, but Neil stepped in front of him and planted his hand in the center of his chest. "Stop there. Screw that. If you go near her, I'll have to arrest you." Crawford shoved Neil's hand away. "No, you'll have to shoot me." Chapter 21. Crawford pushed Neil aside and rushed to meet Georgia halfway. She tackled him around the knees. He lifted her up, his arms enclosing her tightly. Her skin was hot and sticky from her recent exertions on the playground. He could feel her heart beating against his chest. He buried his face in her hair and inhaled her scent. "Daddy, you're squashing me. I'm sorry." He allowed her to lean back but kissed her rosy face several times, and his kisses were enthusiastically returned. He stroked a few ringlets away from her damp hairline. "Have you been having fun?" Grace gave him wide berth as she hurried past them, moving in the direction of the others. Crawford didn't care what was playing out behind him. Georgia was alive, untouched, unafraid, and that was all that mattered to him. He carried her back to the merry-go-round, sat down on the metal disc, and held her on his lap as he idly pushed them around by digging his boot heels into the hard-packed groove encircling it. While she chattered, he conducted an inventory of her parts and features to assure himself that all were intact and unharmed. He silently thanked God, whose existence he questioned, but whom he strove to appease in exchange for Georgia's safety, health, and longevity. "Are you listening, Daddy? To every word? Who's that lady?" He turned to see Holly walking toward them. "Her name is Judge Spencer. Like Judge Judy?" He smiled and shook his head. "Nothing like Judge Judy." He stopped the slow spinning so she could join them on the merry-go-round. As she sat down next to him, she said under her breath, "I got you 5 minutes. Then you must be Georgia." "I'm Holly." She extended her hand. Timidly, Georgia shook it. Crawford whispered near her ear, "What do you say? Pleased to meet you?" "I'm pleased to meet you, too. I've heard so much about you." "You have? Is it true that pink is your favorite color?" Georgia's initial shyness evaporated. Having someone new to talk with unleashed an unbroken stream of conversation. "Do you like the slide, or the swings the best?" she asked Holly. "Oh, the swings by far." Me too. I like to go high. Daddy pushes me high, but I have to hold on real tight so I won't fly out like he did when he was little and knock out a tooth that wasn't even loose. Show her, Daddy, he complied, pointing out one of his lower front teeth to Holly for George's benefit. She inspected it solemnly. That must have hurt. It was a baby tooth, Georgia informed her. So one grew in its place, but you still got to hold on tight to the ropes. I'll make sure I do. They let Georgia direct the conversation, and it was as flitting as a butterfly. Holly subtly nudged his elbow when their time ran out. The 5 minutes had passed far too quickly for Georgia, too. She didn't take it well when he told her that it was time for them to leave. Can we go get ice cream? Not today, sweetheart. Please, Holly can come too, won't you, Holly? I would love to, but I can't today. Maybe some other time. Georgia was so disappointed. Crawford was afraid her whining would turn into crying, and after today's events, if he saw a single tear, he would never be able to let her go. Lifting her off his lap, he stood her up behind his back. Climb on. I'll carry you. Riding on his shoulders was always a treat. She gripped handfuls of his hair as he walked in an exaggerated stagger back to the parking area. She was giggling when he swung her down, kneeling in front of her. He ran his hands over her arms as though to convince himself yet again that she was safe and sound. Be a good girl. I will. He couldn't tell her when he would call or when he would see her next because he didn't know when it would be. He never made her a promise he couldn't keep. Give me a kiss. She bussed him on the mouth, then he clutched her to him for as long as he dared before releasing her. Go on now. Grandma and Grandpa are waiting. You're quiet tonight. What's the matter? Grace looked across the dinner table at her husband, then got up and carried her barely touched plate to the sink. Just thinking. About that business at the park? I could tell it upset you. Georgia was so unhappy when we left. She was fine until she saw him. Making people unhappy is his specialty. Grace turned away and began loading the dishwasher. I don't believe Judge Spencer would have intervened on his behalf if she'd thought Georgia would suffer any ill effects. I think something shifty is going on between the two of them. Grace paused what she was doing and looked at him over her shoulder. Shifty? She went on TV and made him out to be a hero. Hours later, she recused herself from his case. I think her objectivity has been compromised. All right, but not strictly because he saved her life. You think there's an attraction? I hope the judge has better sense. Our daughter didn't. He scowled. Beth couldn't see past his appearance, but he showed his true colors today. By the time the rest of you saw him at the park, he had calmed down. When he arrived, he was rabid, completely unhinged. In his place, wouldn't you have been? Grace asked. If you'd been sent a photograph or video of Beth with a caption like that, wouldn't you have been completely unhinged until you knew she was safe? It's not the same. How is it different? I wouldn't have attacked the first person I saw. Speaking under her breath, Grace said, That's another thing. Pardon? She flung down her dishcloth and turned to him. All these years we've known Crawford, the dislike between you two has been there from the get-go. You've had arguments, running arguments that lasted for months. Not once, she said, holding up her index finger, has a disagreement resulted in a fistfight. Joe left the table and joined her at the sink. What's your point? It seems awfully coincidental that the first time Crawford has ever raised a hand to you, it happened within hours of your filing that restraining order, which he validated by laying into me. But he never had before. There was no reason for you to file that restraining order, Joe. From where I'm standing, there was. Have you forgotten that he came here 2 nights ago? And you exchanged words. Heated words, yes, but your shouting was just as loud as his. He didn't threaten you with bodily harm. I got the restraining order for George's protection, not mine. That's crap. Pure crap. Where's this language coming from? Crawford would never harm that child, you know that. I know you know that. Unused to her having an angry outburst, he rocked back on his heels. Do you want him to have Georgia, to take her away from us? Grace sighed. It would break my heart to lose her. Then stop defending him. We're in this fight to win. He poured himself a cup of coffee and carried it with him as he left the room, saying as he went, Leave everything to me. I know what I'm doing. Rather than reassuring her, that's what worried her most. Seeking solitude after leaving the park, Crawford drove out of town to one of his favorite spots. The natural lake was located deep in the woods, reached only by a narrow dirt road that petered out shy of the lake by 30 yards, which had to be covered on foot. The isolated spot had been his haunt for 20 years. He discovered it shortly after moving back from California, where he'd lived with his mother and her new husband until he turned 16. Then he'd insisted on returning to Texas so he could attend and graduate high school in Prentice with his original classmates and friends. His mother and stepfather had put up very little resistance to the idea. He figured they were as glad to get rid of his churlish self as he was to go. His mother's sister had taken him in because by then Conrad was well established as the town drunk, incapable of caring for himself, much less a teenager. As a means of trying to make up for her sister's neglect, his single, childless aunt had lavished him with attention and affection until the day she died. By then he was an adult and appreciative of her kindness. But while living with her, he had daily tested the good-hearted lady's patience by being not at all lovable. Along with typical teenage angst, he carried an additional chip on his shoulder, the size of Rushmore, according to Holly. Because of his bad attitude, it had taken time to re-establish himself with his classmates, form new alliances, and acclimate to small-town life. Even after being accepted into the popular crowd, he remained defensive, rebellious, and angry. On days when his mood turned particularly dark, he escaped to this spot and whiled away hours skipping stones, taking out his nameless frustration on the mirror surface of the lake. One day he threw rocks until his arm gave out from exhaustion. Sitting down on the muddy shoreline, he placed his head on his bent knees and wept. By the time he had cried himself out, he realized that he wasn't angry at his aunt's claustrophobic house and her cloying affection. It wasn't his friends or coaches or schoolwork causing him to be persistently aggravated and annoyed. He was angry at his parents. Each had X'd him off their to-do list, and they'd done so in permanent ink. His mother had her life, and it didn't include him. His father had no life beyond his next drink. Crawford couldn't fix or change the circumstances. This was a done deal. This was the hand he'd been dealt, and it was up to him how he played it. He hadn't buried his anger in the thick mud that day and left it there, forever forgotten. After all, real life wasn't a fairy tale. His anger remained with him, as indelible as his palm print. But he had chosen and resolved that day not to let it destroy him. Only time he'd violated that resolve was after Beth died, and he was still suffering the consequences of that lapse. He wouldn't let it happen again. He drove back to town and went straight to the courthouse, more determined than ever to get justice for Chet, even for Jorge Rodriguez, who also was a victim of a tragic chain of events perpetrated by someone. Crawford wanted that someone. He wanted him bad. Neil was seated at his desk. He looked up, saw Crawford, and said, "I suppose you got my voicemail?" "No." He sat down across from the detective. "What did it say?" "I asked you to come in as soon as possible." "Sorry. I haven't checked my phone for a while." "Something come from the interviews?" "Nothing. How many more to go?" "Done, finished this afternoon? No red flags?" "Nope. All were folks as honest as the day is long, except the one who gunned down Chet." Neil looked chagrined but didn't say anything. Crawford waited, then casually asked, "How's your kid doing?" Neil gave him a blank look, then, "Oh, he's fine. Summer bug. Nothing serious." You left the park in a hurry," Neil said, after sending Georgia to rejoin her grandparents. He had walked to his SUV, climbed in, and without explaining himself or saying a word to anyone, he drove away. He raised one shoulder in a negligent shrug. "You didn't shoot me. Nobody cuffed me, so I left. That video of Georgia scared the hell out of me. I needed some downtime." "Where'd you go? My secret." "Did the deputies turn up anything in the woods around the park?" "No." Crawford hadn't expected them to. Lots of trees and brush to hide behind. Whoever shot the video could have come and gone without Grace and Joe seeing him. "Any idea who that might be?" "If I knew, he'd be in the hospital or a coffin." Comforting thought. True, though, and it brings me to something I want to bounce off you. Crawford sat forward and propped his elbows on his thighs, tapping his chin with his thumb knuckles as he tried to put his thoughts into words that wouldn't cause Neil to nix them just to be contrary. "Our case is stalled, Neil. Something you said this morning has stuck with me. We're digging in the wrong place. I've been thinking since the shooting. So many things have. You're off the case." Crawford went perfectly still as he met the other man's implacable gaze. "That's why I called you to come in," Neil said. "I needed to tell you. It's effective immediately." Moving slowly, Crawford sat up straight. "When did this come about?" Neil shook his head as though the timing of the decision didn't matter. "You shouldn't have been involved in an investigation in which you're a material witness. The chief realizes that now. He's going to talk to your superiors and explain that it was only as a courtesy to Mrs. Barker, who's still a widow without closure." "So why don't you want me involved?" "I just told you." Rhetoric. "What's really going on, Neil?" "I'm not compelled to explain the decision." "Not compelled?" "Translated, that means you don't have the balls to tell me to my face. You'd rather be sneaky, put someone on my tail to take pictures." Neil cursed under his breath. "Nugent." "Don't blame the kid. I didn't give him a choice. Whose nephew is he, anyway?" "One of the county commissioners," Neil mumbled. Crawford laughed without mirth. "I was asking facetiously. Nugent should get out now. He's not cut out for this line of work. He paused for a beat. Why'd you have me tailed? Neil didn't respond. Sorry to disappoint, Crawford said. You didn't get any pictures of me doing incriminating stuff, did you? I didn't get any pictures of a vandal breaking into your house either. Crawford just looked at him, then burst out laughing. You think I trashed George's bedroom after spending 2 weeks' paycheck and lots of time getting it ready for her? Why would I do that? You don't need a reason to go on a rampage. You've got a short fuse. You react without thinking. You can't control your impulses or violent tendencies, as evidenced today at the park. Crawford would be damned before defending a reaction that was in perfect keeping with the scare he'd received. Instead, he went on the offensive. You know, Neil, if you're going to lie, learn not to get trapped in it. What are you talking about? That phone call today wasn't from your wife, and it wasn't about a kid throwing up. Who kept you on the phone for that long, very engrossed? Neil's face turned red, but rather than answer, he asked, What did you really say to Rodriguez up on that roof? You're still hung up on that? It's a pretty damned important that. My vindictive son of a bitch of a father-in-law planted an idea in your head, and you seized on it. Answer the question. Should I call Bill Moore? I don't know, should you? You and I don't like each other, never did and never will. Put that aside for a minute. Do you honestly think that I had something to do with the shooting? What were you doing last night in Judge Spencer's chambers? An officer came to me this morning and reported seeing you storm out. Crawford said nothing. She left a few minutes after you, and the officer described her as looking shaken to the core. Neil didn't mention having pictures of them together, which was a relief. Anything else? He asked mildly. You made a big deal about a bruised knee. Who else but you says the gunman was kicked in the knee? More still? Lots more. You remain the only person who claims Rodriguez wasn't the shooter? If I was behind it, wouldn't I want everyone to believe that he was the shooter, seeing as how he's dead and can't deny it? You would, unless Crawford cocked his head as though to better hear the part that Neil had left dangling. Unless a connection could be drawn between you and Rodriguez. No such connection exists. One corner of Neil's mouth twitched into a half smile. I fibbed to you about that phone call because it was Chuck Otterman who called me. He said if you were around, I should pretend to be talking to someone else. He said, no doubt, I had noticed his surprised reaction to seeing Rodriguez's corpse. I admitted I had noticed. He was calling to explain why he reacted the way he had. The tension mounts. Neil didn't acknowledge that. Although Otterman didn't know Rodriguez by name, he recognized him on sight. Crawford snapped his fingers. They were at side-by-side urinals, Neil continued unflappably. On or around 1:40 p.m. Monday afternoon, Otterman arrived for his appointment at the DA's office. As he was going in, he saw Rodriguez on the courthouse parking lot. He paused, took a breath. Talking to you. Chapter 22. Two policemen in a squad car followed Holly home from the courthouse. She pulled her car around to the back of the cottage where she parked and got out. One of the policemen saw her safely inside, then returned to his car out front. The moment Holly locked herself in, she shed her professional reserve and composure along with her suit jacket and high heels. She'd been keeping up appearances all day. Now she gave over to her fatigue and despondency. Greg Sanders's foretelling that she would mess up seemed disturbingly close to coming true. Before leaving her office, she had received a reply email from Governor Hutchins. The best thing she could say about its content was that it was non-committal. He neither commended nor chastened her for recusing herself from Crawford's custody case, saying only that even though he was away, he'd been kept apprised of the ongoing investigation into the shooting, and that upon his return from the conference, he wanted to discuss certain aspects of it with her. The ambiguous tone of the email worried her. If he was second-guessing appointing her to the bench, if he withdrew his support, it would be disastrous for her professionally, and even more crushing from a personal standpoint. She would have failed to live up to Judge Waters's expectations. She would have failed to meet her own. The troublesome email had come on the heels of the incident in the park where she'd had the devil's own time negotiating those 5 minutes for Crawford. There's no question that this is in violation of the restraining order. Mr. Gilroy, he was very wrong to attack you. But look at them. She gestured toward the merry-go-round where Crawford and his daughter seemed to be discussing the sequin applique on her top. Think how traumatic it would be for her to see him arrested and taken away. To close the sale, she'd offered to monitor their conversation and set a time limit. Further, she asked that when his 5 minutes were up, he be allowed to leave without being apprehended. Both Mr. Gilroy and Neil Lester had balked at that, but she asked them to consider the situation. That video struck fear in him. Despite the likelihood of being fined and or arrested, he raced here without regard to anything except George's safety. Joe Gilroy wasn't easily persuaded. To hear you tell it, he would slay a dragon to save her. I believe he demonstrated that. Am I supposed to forgive and forget that he attacked me? She'd reminded him that he would have an opportunity to testify to the incident at the full restraining order hearing. Well, that's not good enough, he'd said. He then had laid down the condition under which he would give Crawford a free pass for today. That's the only way he's getting off the hook for this. Her choices were to accept his condition or for Crawford to be shackled and taken to jail. Now, as she trudged toward her bedroom, she felt as though there were an anvil hanging from her neck. When Crawford found out about her agreement with his father-in-law, he would hate her. It would come as another blow to him, more severe even than the others. As she thought on it, she realized that the fallout from the shooting had been far more consequential to him than to her. Since Monday he'd taken hit after hit, and now, thanks to her, he stood to lose his child for good. She might have been the intended target in the courtroom, but it was Crawford who. Suddenly, she stood stock still, her jacket and shoes dangling from hands gone listless. Mentally, she backtracked, rethought what had only now occurred to her, then dropped her jacket and shoes to the floor and quickly retraced her footsteps to her kitchen, where she'd left her handbag. After retrieving her cell phone from it, her fingers couldn't move fast enough to punch in Crawford's number. It rang once, then went to voicemail. Damn, again, with butter-fingered haste. She accessed Neil Lester's cell number and called it. He must have seen her name on his caller ID because he answered briskly. Judge Spencer, are you all right? Perfectly all right, but I need to talk to you about Crawford Hunt. What a coincidence. I was just about to call and advise you to avoid him. I had him taken off the case. With forced calmness, she said, You are overreacting to what happened in the park. It has nothing to do with that. Not directly. Then why have you removed him? I have an eyewitness who can link him to Rodriguez prior to the shooting. Her knees went weak. She leaned back against the wall and listened with mounting dismay as he explained what had taken place in the morgue that morning. Otterman saw Rodriguez in conversation with Crawford outside the courthouse. When she was able to find her voice, she said, That can't be true. He's positive. He knew it in an instant, but feared reprisal from Crawford, so he didn't blurt it out. He called later and told me in secret. He hesitated, then said, I've wanted to ask you a question, but hesitated because I felt it was inappropriate. Now I believe it's relevant. Judge Spencer, were you going to grant or deny Crawford's custody petition? It is an inappropriate question. I can't discuss that. Well, I believe Crawford predicted that you would deny his custody, so he found a guy who nobody knew, who had fake IDs and little money, someone desperate or easily duped, or both. He staged this attempt on your life, but his plan all along was to spring into action and take out the shooter. Whether you lived or died, he would have become a hero. She denied it with the first inconsistency that came to mind. How was he to take out the shooter when he didn't even have his service weapon in court? He knew Chet would be down and could use his. That's even more outlandish. He would never have ordered the assassination of Chet Barker. He thought the world of him. That's true, but he loves his daughter more. He did all this for her, to get her. After his courtroom heroics and all the accolades to follow, who would deny him custody? He was running with this hypothesis like a team of wild horses. Rather than be dragged along with him, she strived to remain rational and clear-headed. Why would he cook up this elaborate scheme, then protect me with his own body? To make it look good. But Rodriguez panicked and bolted before finishing you off and before Crawford could finish him. Crawford couldn't let him be captured. He chased him and caught up with him on the roof. He confronted him one-on-one even after other officers cautioned him against it. That seems more like courage than conspiracy. No, he wanted to see Rodriguez downed one way or another. The video shows Rodriguez freaking out the instant Crawford stepped out onto the roof. Since she hadn't seen the video, she couldn't comment. Neil pressed on. For the sake of argument, Judge, no one can substantiate the pierced ear thing, or that Crawford kicked the gunman. There's absolutely nothing to support his suspicion of Otterman, who just happened to appear minutes after I had expressed my own suspicion of Crawford. He saw an opportunity to create a distraction with Otterman. It backfired on him, and he's been unusually preoccupied with you. He told you first about the pierced ear, I believe, to test your reaction to his claim that the gunman didn't have one. Remember, he's the one who insisted on putting you under guard? Initially, I mistakenly thought his obsession with you was sexual, but this development with Otterman casts it in a new light. He's keeping close tabs on you for a reason. Am I right or not that he devises excuses to be alone with you? After a moment, she said quietly, if he's adapted a protective attitude, I believe it's because he has a vested interest in my welfare. That's a common reaction from one who saves your life. Is that what you really think? Neil asked softly. Or are you just saying it? I wouldn't say something I didn't believe. You would if you were frightened enough. He let those words hover, then said, Judge Spencer, you've gone out of your way to publicly exonerate Crawford of any wrongdoing or recklessness. You went to bat for him today in the park. I'm wondering, has that been all for show? Are you taking his side to appease him? But before you answer, I should tell you that I know he went to your chambers after hours last night. He was seen leaving in a temper, and I'm told that you looked extremely upset when you followed a few minutes later. Be straight with me now, because I can't protect you otherwise. Has Crawford threatened you?" The back of the house was in complete darkness. Holly climbed over the fence and then took a moment to catch her breath, although her heart continued to thud so hard it was painful. Cautiously, she approached the back door. Through it, she could hear his voice. At her soft knock, he stopped speaking immediately. A few seconds later, he opened the door. If he was shocked to see her, he didn't show it. His silhouette looked large and indomitable against the weak light from the ice dispenser on the refrigerator door. So far as she could tell, it was the only light on inside the house. He brought his cell phone up to his ear. "I'll call you back," he clicked off and lowered his hand to his side. Otherwise, he didn't move. His eyes were too hooded for her to gauge his reaction to seeing her on his doorstep. She said, "You're probably surprised to see me here?" You could say, "How'd you get here?" "I ran." "Ran?" "Jogged. It's only a few miles." He assimilated that, then asked, "Are your guards bringing up the rear? They think I'm still inside my house?" I slipped out the back door, squeezed through the hedge, past the main house to the street behind. He stifled a sound that could have been amusement, but his voice was gravelly with anger when he said, "Neil's guy could be somewhere out there with his candid camera trained on this house. I'm aware of that. I don't think he got us last night, so why press your luck? Why take a chance on making the front page tomorrow? Sergeant Lester told me you're no longer on the case. He tell you why?" "Yes. And Chuck Otterman is lying." He didn't say anything for a moment. "Then you sneaked out and ran all the way over here just to give me your vote of confidence? You could have called that in. I don't trust phones, to say nothing of phone records," she said, quoting him. "There's a lot we need to talk about, and I wanted to do it in person. I'm listening. I think I know why no clues have turned up regarding the shooter's identity, why the detectives, everybody has met with nothing but dead ends. Still listening. The shooting wasn't about me. I wasn't the target. You were." He still didn't move for several seconds. Then he reached for her hand and pulled her across the threshold. "Come in. Crawford's been ousted. Be more specific." Pat Connor glanced around cautiously, but no one could have overheard him except for the ever-present bodyguards, and they never registered interest or any other emotion. Nevertheless, he kept his volume low. "On a pretext, I dropped by the department to see if there was any new scuttlebutt. Man was there. Neil's taken Crawford off the case. And get this, he's now a person of interest. For the shooting? You got it." The deep chest rumbled with suppressed laughter. "That boy's having a really bad day. I heard he went apeshit when he got to the park. Officially, it was Pat's day off from work, but he'd been busier today than any in recent history. That video wasn't easy to get, you know. I got chigger bites to prove it. You still have the phone you used?" "No. I pitched it right after sending Crawford the text. It's at the bottom of the Sabine." Actually, that was a little white lie. The burner phone was hidden beneath the front seat of his car. He had held on to it just in case. You might say it was his insurance policy. Some people just weren't to be trusted, in particular the man sitting across from him. Is he in lockup? Crawford? No. According to the rumor mill, Neil played it by the book and suggested that he call his lawyer. Crawford told him to go fuck himself, which a lot of people would like to tell Neil. He's a prick. No argument there, but he's smart enough to know that in a popularity contest between Crawford and him, Crawford would win hands down. Neil would be bad-mouthed for locking Crawford up while he's building a case against him, which most agree is horseshit anyway. Neil let him go, and politically speaking, that was a sound choice. A bit uneasily, he added, "Probably not what you wanted to hear, though." "Actually, it's precisely what I wanted to hear." "Really? Why's that? I'll acquaint you with my reason when I'm ready to. Thanks for the update." Pat recognized the dismissal for what it was. He got up and walked away. He felt a powerful thirst coming on because the hell of it was, Ranger Crawford Hunt had always treated him decently enough. He felt bad for spying on him and setting him up to take a fall. Using that video of his little girl that had been low, something Pat would never have believed himself capable of doing, no matter who'd ordered him to. But he had a debt to pay, and if he didn't, it didn't bear thinking about. Crawford could see well enough in the dim kitchen to take a glass from the cabinet, fill it with tap water, and hand it to Holly. "I'd offer you something else, but I don't want to turn on the lights and give the shutterbug an advantage." She had run from her house to his wearing a pair of old jeans with holes in the knees. A white T-shirt clung to her damp skin and outlined her bra. Her nipples made twin impressions that had captured and held his attention. "Crawford, did you hear what I said?" He brought his gaze up to hers. You weren't the target, I was. It's not the breakthrough you thought. I reached that same conclusion myself several hours ago. He told her about going from the park to the lake in the woods. First, I had to cool down, then I started at the beginning and thought through everything that's happened since the shooting, and it all related to me, not you. I was about to share my theory with Neil and suggest that we explore it when he dropped his bombshell. May I sit down? Sorry, he indicated the dining table. They took chairs adjacent to each other, and when their knees touched, he kept his against hers. You look great, by the way. I'm sweaty. I'm aroused. How did you come to the conclusion that the shooting was about me? Much the same as you. I was thinking about all the hard knocks you've had since, how the repercussions of it have affected you much more than me. I called you first, but when you didn't answer, I phoned Neil. I only got out a few words before he hit me with his theory that you're the villain. She repeated Neil's harebrained conclusions. Thing is, I think he really believes it, Crawford said. I'm afraid so too. He ended by asking if you had threatened me. To which you said? No, at least not in the way he meant. He studied her shadowed face, that mouth, those eyes, the locks of hair that had shaken loose from her messy, just-got-laid ponytail, and thought, damn. He said, we're in a dark, empty house. I've got a king-size bed and time to kill. Till what? Till the Houston office calls me back, or Neil shows up to arrest me. Let's go in the bedroom and take off all our clothes. Crawford, this is serious. I know, he sighed. I'm trying to keep myself from strangling Neil for stupidity. I want to take a sledgehammer to Chuck Otterman for lying. You can save 2 lives by going to bed with me. Are you positive Otterman is behind it? No. He might have told Neil that he saw me with Rodriguez just to pay me back for getting his name in the news. You leaked that? We needed a spark plug. It worked. But it made an enemy of Otterman. I think he already was. He didn't dress up in the white outfit, but I'd bet good money he was behind the shooting. By why? Hell, if I know, I've got people researching. He left his chair. More water? No thanks. He refilled the glass anyway and brought it back to the table. But he remained standing. I've racked my brain, swear to God, I'd never seen the man till he walked into the cap unit yesterday, but it was like looking at a cobra. I felt a gut-deep revulsion, fear. I don't usually get that. There must be a reason for it. I think so too. I just have to find it. When you got here, I was talking to my buddy in Houston who, Harry or Sessions, you know their names. I introduced myself. At the press conference? At breakfast? Breakfast? They'd spent the whole night sitting in their cars outside my house. The least I could do was cook breakfast for them. Picturing that cozy gathering around her kitchen table, he put his hands on his hips. Nobody mentioned that. They advised me not to. Did they say why? She just looked at him with more testiness. Did they say why? They said you were touchy about your women. His jealous reaction was proof enough of that. Then he realized what she could infer from their remark. Holly, I never told them that we'd. I didn't think you had, but they seemed to know. I guess they could tell by the way I was acting. How were you acting? Want the gutter term for it? She ducked her head and kept it lowered for several moments. When she raised her head, she resumed where they'd left off by asking what the other rangers had reported to him. I asked them to look for any connection between Otterman and me, or to Beth, the Gilroys, the DPS. So far nothing. Halkin? First thing we checked because it makes the most sense. But during that year-long investigation, Otterman was working up in the Panhandle. He didn't take a day off for months either side of the shootout. No record of him ever being in Halcon. I thought maybe he wanted to avenge one of the bystanders who died, but he has no kinship or ties whatsoever to any of the casualties. Sessions is excellent at research, but he didn't find a thing. I was asking him to dig deeper when you showed up at the back door. What about other cases you've worked on? I've gone back through years of records. But I trust my memory even better than I trust a computer. If Otterman had ever been a blip on my radar screen, I would remember the name. If not the name, the man. I'm dead sure of that. So maybe it isn't him, she said. Maybe he just told Neil he'd seen you with Rodriguez to spite you. Having it reported that he'd left after the shooting had to have been embarrassing for him. He gave a hard shake of his head. He's not wired that way. He was pissed, but by no stretch embarrassed. They lapsed into a thoughtful silence. Then she said quietly, I don't even want to suggest this. It's so egregious that I hesitate to. You're thinking Joe? Her shoulders sagged a bit, letting him know that he'd guessed correctly. He wouldn't do this, would he? Come here. I want to show you something. Taking her hand, he led her through the dark house to the door of George's bedroom. He used the screen of his phone for illumination. I think you can see well enough without more light. She expelled a breath of disbelief. What happened? Neil didn't tell you about this? No, my God, Crawford. It was this way when I got home last night. Everything was new. The makeover was going to be a surprise. Did you file a police report? The whole shebang. They dusted for prints this morning, so it looks even worse than it did. I haven't had a chance to start the cleanup. She went into the room and did a slow pivot, making small sounds of remorse as she assessed the destruction. She picked up the sparkly ballet slippers, the bands of which had been ripped off. Who would do such a thing? The same person who sent me that video of Georgia on the swing, looking so angelic, innocent, vulnerable. I haven't quite recovered from that yet. Every time he thought about it, his blood vessels throbbed with a combination of fury and terror. Some sick fuck used my little girl to get to me. I want to kill him. How can Neil Lester possibly account for this? He suggested that I did it myself, and texted yourself the park video, I guess. She placed the slippers on what was left of the dressing table and rejoined him in the hallway. I don't believe your father-in-law would do any of this. He's told me he'll do whatever it takes to keep Georgia, or more to the point, to prevent me from having her. But honestly, he said, gazing back into the room, this doesn't fit Joe's profile. He clicked off his phone and replaced it on his belt. What are you going to do? Wait on Harry and Sessions, see what turns up. What if Neil arrests you in the meantime? His cover-your-ass M.O. is working in my favor now. He won't detain me till he has something to go on. So you wait. And do what I've wanted to do since you got here. He slid his fingers up into her hair until his hands were closed around her head. Then he tilted it and brushed his mouth across hers. A word of caution, Judge. Don't show up at my back door looking like you do unless you want to get manhandled. After thoroughly kissing her mouth, he moved to her neck, gently sucking her skin, tasting the saltiness of her sweat. Crawford. The moaned admonishment was so half-hearted, he continued, kissing his way past her collarbone to her breast. He nuzzled the tip through the damp cloth of her t-shirt. She exhaled a sharp breath. I woke up this morning dreaming about it. He gently cupped her other breast. Good dream? Sinfully good. Holly Spencer, bad girl. I think you must be right. The dream was exactly as it happened. I was eager, and you were very decisive. The smile he felt in his heart never quite reached his lips because they were lowering to hers. I had to be inside you. Just had to be. He kissed her like she was a bad girl, taking her mouth with heat and hunger. He slid his hand past the small of her back into her jeans and, feeling nothing but smooth skin, palmed her ass and tilted her up against his fly. All this would feel so much better without clothes on. To his disappointment, she pushed against his chest, creating space between them, and turned her head aside. You don't want to kiss me like this, Crawford. Hell you talking about? I want to kiss you all over. Each time she turned aside, his mouth followed hers. I want to French kiss you all over. He withdrew his hand from the seat of her jeans and moved it around to her front, sliding it between her thighs and caressing her through the soft denim. Here, she stifled a groan of pleasure but pushed his hand away, frustrated and confused. He took a step back. Damn it, he knew she wanted him. What, Holly? You're no longer my judge. It's not that I? She took a breath, pushed strands of hair off her face, and pulled herself up to her full height, bolstering herself. To keep them from arresting you today? I made a deal? Deal? Your father-in-law insisted on it. I didn't want you to go to jail, she said, almost on a sob. What deal? I agreed to testify for the plaintiff at the full restraining order hearing. I'll have to bear witness to you assaulting Joe Gilroy today. That hit him like a ton of bricks. He just stood there staring at her, looking anguished. She backed away several steps, then turned and hurried down the hallway, only to be brought up short when his cell phone rang. She stopped, turned, and watched him yank the phone off his belt. Obviously, she thought, as he did, that it would be one of the other rangers with the requested update. But it was neither of their names that appeared in the LED. He snarled into the mouthpiece. What the hell are you doing calling this number? Am I speaking to the superstar lawman Crawford Hunt? Cut the crap, Smitty. What have you got? What I've got is a sorry-ass drunk out here who's in hock to me for his afternoon binge. Not my problem. Oh yeah, hotshot? Says he's your daddy? Chapter 23. As soon as Smitty told Crawford where they were, he disconnected the call. Holly was right behind him as he went down the hallway and into his own bedroom, where he pulled on a windbreaker to cover his holster. Sweeping his keys off the dresser, he stepped around her on his way out of the room. You know your way home? I'm coming with you. Hell you are. I heard what the man said. Caps off a great day, doesn't it? I know all about your father, Crawford. He's not a father. He's a drunk. I'm sure it's in my file. By now, they had reached the back door. Neil's surveillance is probably out front. If you go back the way you came, you should be okay. Be careful hopping that fence again. I'm coming with you. He bent down, putting his face close to hers. "No effing way." "Fine," tickled Pink. "I'll find it." She pulled open his back door and slipped through. He would be long gone from the nightclub before she could run home and then drive there, but the thought of her showing up at one of Smitty's joints alone... Shit! He went after her and caught her mid-stride, taking her by the elbow and redirecting her toward his SUV. "This'll make for good color commentary when you testify against me at the restraining order hearing." He boosted her up into the passenger seat of his SUV, then placed his hand on the top of her head and none too gently pushed her down below the level of the window. "If you don't want to give Neil's guy a photo op, keep your head down till I give you the all clear." Part of him had wanted only to provoke her, but the precaution wasn't wasted. As soon as he left his driveway, he spotted a car at the far end of his street pulling away from the curb, followed at a discreet distance for several blocks as he navigated through his neighborhood keeping to the speed limit. Then, "Hold on," he warned Holly as he rounded a corner and floorboarded his accelerator. He didn't let up until he was certain that he'd lost the tail. "You can sit up now." He drove past the high school football stadium that marked the edge of town, then turned off onto a 2-lane country road that wound through the woods. Pine trees lining it were as straight and closely spaced as the wall of a stockade. It was a dark night. The slender moon was obscured by a low ceiling of clouds. Out of the corner of his eye, Crawford could see Holly only by the glow of the lights on his dashboard. She gripped the armrest when he took a steep curve without slowing down. You could get a speeding ticket. A traffic violation on top of a conspiracy to murder. That would be just awful. She whipped her head around and snapped, "You don't do yourself any favors, Crawford. Look, you don't like the way I drive? Tough. I didn't want you along. This isn't about your driving. I came along to try and prevent you from doing something you'll later regret. Like today when I knocked Joe on his ass." Exactly like that. I thought he'd sent me that video. Any parent who loves their child would have had the same reaction. "I agree. I'll testify to that." He gave a harsh laugh. "Save your breath, Your Honor. No matter what you say from the witness stand, I'm never going to get Georgia back." He turned his head. "Am I?" She looked straight out the windshield and spoke so softly he could barely hear her over the truck's engine. "Ultimately, maybe. But not before more petitions, more hearings, more time spent without her, and most likely not without involving Georgia." She glanced at him, and their gazes held for several telling seconds. When he turned back, he gripped the steering wheel tightly. The lengths to which he would go to regain custody ended with Georgia being forced to choose between him and her grandparents. He would never put her through that. He and Holly traveled the remainder of the way in silence, and soon a tacky neon sign signaled that they'd reached their destination. He made a hard left turn into the nightclub's gravel parking lot and drove through it to the back of the building. Knowing of the misdeeds committed on parking lots at places like Tickled Pink, inside and out of vehicles, Crawford thought it safer for Holly to come inside with him. He turned off the engine and opened his door. "I can't leave you out here, but I warn you, this could be a shocking eye-opener." As though in defiance of the warning, she opened her own door and hopped down before he could come around and assist her out. They walked up to the metal door. He banged on it. Smitty himself opened it.
"About fucking time,
He drew up when he saw that Crawford wasn't alone and, in obvious recognition of Holly, flashed his rodent grin as he eyed her up and down. "This is a new look for you, isn't it, sweetheart? You ought to ditch the black robe for good?" Smitty's leer had him questioning the decision to bring her inside. Lay off her. "Don't mind him, honey," Smitty said as he stepped aside to admit them. Shooting Crawford a dirty look over his shoulder, he added, "He's a buzzkill." He escorted them into his office, which was as disorganized as any of the others in which Crawford had met with him over the years. Oozing charm, as oily as his hair, he held a chair out for Holly and offered her something to drink. Crawford clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and forcibly turned him around to face him. "Where's the old man?" "I thought you'd have him here in your office." "Tried to. But he's an ornery cuss. Short of having my bouncer get rough, and considering your daddy's age, that wouldn't look good to other customers. I left him where he's at. Been there since about 3:30. He's run up a tab to the tune of $67, and Change said you'd cover it." Crawford ignored the hand Smitty held out, palm up. "Let's go." He motioned with his head for Smitty to lead the way. "Lock yourself in," he said to Holly as he passed through the door, then waited until he heard the click. He relied on Smitty's familiarity with the layout as he followed him through a maze of dark corridors until they reached the club proper, where the music's volume was physically assaulting. On stage, a girl was humping a brass pole. The clientele was rowdily encouraging her with whoops, whistles, and applause. Smitty shouted above the racket, "Over there." He pointed to a table in the darkest corner of the room where a bouncer was keeping close watch over a slumped and motionless form. Conrad's cheek was mashed against the sticky tabletop. A string of drool clung to his slack lower lip. He was barely conscious, but when Crawford took him by the arm to haul him out of his chair, he came up swinging. The uncoordinated uppercut missed Crawford's chin by a mile. The momentum behind it would have sent Conrad sprawling if Crawford hadn't caught him. He really didn't give a damn about how bad it looked to other customers for him to grapple with the old man. Within seconds, he had both Conrad's hands behind his back and was holding his wrists together in an iron grip. With his other hand around the back of Conrad's neck, he held him upright. "How'd he get here?" he asked Smitty. He jangled a set of car keys in front of Crawford's face. Bouncer found them in his pants pocket. The bouncer was a beefy guy with a shaved and tattooed head. "Bring his car around to the back door," Crawford told him. "It won't be hard to find. Bald tires, faded blue paint, and thanks." He propelled Conrad across the club toward the corridor through which they'd come. Conrad stumbled and weaved, but Crawford somehow got him that far without him falling. Smitty followed on Crawford's heels, yapping about the outstanding tab. "Shut the hell up," Crawford said. "You'll get your damn money." When they reached the door to the office, he called out to Holly, who unlocked and opened the door. Humiliated, he watched her face as she got her first look at the slobbering, reeking derelict who'd sired him. She didn't register the repulsion he'd expected, but rather concern for the way Conrad's head flopped forward when Crawford let go of his neck, digging into his pocket. He pulled out a money clip and handed it to her. "Pay him, please." She took a 50 and a 20 from the clip. "And a 10 for the bouncer," Crawford said. "I'll give it to him," Smitty said, reaching for the extra bill. She snatched it out of his reach. "I'll see to it, thank you." She seemed impervious to, and in no way intimidated by, the lurid pictures papering the walls. Instead, the way she looked at Smitty as she handed him the money to cover the tab, she might have been in court, rendering a life sentence of hard labor. "Your customer is obviously intoxicated. Yet you've admitted to continuing to serve him over a course of hours $67 worth of alcohol. Had anything untoward happened as a result of his inebriation, you could have been held responsible and criminally charged. The doors of this grimy establishment would have been padlocked. You were very fortunate this time. Mr. Hunt might be willing to overlook your negligent and potentially criminal disregard for his father's debilitation in exchange for your discretion." Smitty's brow was furrowed, but he translated the language well enough. He wet his lips nervously and said, Sure, Judge. I wouldn't let on about this. Crawford's a friend. We go way back." Crawford canceled that sentiment with a snort. "Hold the door so we can get out of here." After Holly went ahead of him, he hung back long enough to say to Smitty, "I don't care how far back we go. You breathe a word about her being here, and I'll rip your balls off." Smitty gave him a sickly smile, as though he just might be taking the warning seriously. Crawford managed to get Conrad to his SUV and into the back seat. The old man slumped sideways, his head coming to rest on the arm of George's car seat. Crawford resolved to have it sanitized before he put her in it again, if she ever got to ride with him again. The bouncer had delivered Conrad's car, and Holly had given him his tip. "Do you mind driving that?" Crawford asked of the roughly idling heap.
Not at all.
She walked around to the driver's side and got behind the wheel, mortified and angry. Crawford climbed into his SUV. Once on the highway, he maintained his speed so Holly would have no trouble following him. Besides, he was in no rush for her to see the squalid condition of Conrad's house. When they arrived, she came over and handed him Conrad's car keys plus his own money clip. "Don't forget this, thanks. If you touch Smitty, you'll want to scrub your hands with disinfectant." But he was such a gracious host. She fluttered a small piece of paper. "He sneaked me this while you weren't looking. What is it?" "A coupon for the cover charge on my next visit." That lousy lowlife. "I should turn around and—" He broke off when Conrad opened the door of the back seat and got out. "I don't recommend Smitty's places. The dancers are only so-so, and the restrooms stink worse than outhouses." No longer drooling, reasonably clear-eyed, he was standing perfectly upright. He hadn't slurred a single word. He smiled. Surprise. Conrad extended his hand to Holly. "Judge Spencer, I was hoping I'd have an opportunity to meet you. I'm Conrad Hunt." She shook his hand. "Mr. Hunt? Thank you for driving my car home." "You're welcome. I felt it best that I continue the act till we got here. Was I convincing?" "Very," she said, laughing lightly. Beaming her a smile, he said, Come in, come in." He placed a guiding hand beneath her elbow and directed her toward the house. "Watch your step. I would have cleared a path, but I didn't know I'd be having guests tonight." Crawford, having recovered from his shock, planted himself in front of them. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Conrad?" "I'm showing some manners." "Which is more than I can say for you." "Why the act?" What are you trying to pull? Conrad fanned the air in front of his face to wave away mosquitoes. Bloodsuckers. The judge will be eaten alive if we don't get her inside. He nudged Crawford out of his way and continued on, warning Holly again to be careful where she stepped. Bringing up the rear, Crawford muttered that Conrad had had years to clear the path to his door. The yard was still littered with junk, but he was shocked and relieved to find that the interior of the house, at least the rooms immediately visible as he went through the front door, had been tidied since his visit on Tuesday. At some point during the drive from the nightclub, Conrad had tucked in his shirt tail and smoothed down his hair, which had been standing on end when they left. He actually looked halfway presentable. I apologize for smelling like a distillery, he was saying to Holly. The whiskey I didn't pour out under the table, I've been splashing on like aftershave. Please, have a seat. He motioned her toward the sofa, over which an old but clean patchwork quilt had been spread to cover the stringy upholstery. Continuing to play host, he said, "Would you like something to drink?" No, she wouldn't. Conrad looked over at Crawford and frowned at his rudeness. I wasn't talking to you. And I didn't mean a drink. I was thinking along the lines of coffee or a Dr. Pepper. Holly spoke for herself. I appreciate the offer, but no thank you, Mr. Hunt. Call me Conrad, and let me know if you change your mind. He sat down in his recliner, popped up the footrest, and wiggled his butt around to make himself comfortable, all the while smiling at her. Then he noticed that Crawford had remained standing barely inside the front door. Are you just going to stand there like a cigar store Indian? Why don't you sit down and try to be sociable? I don't have time for a social call. I need to get Holly home before her guards realize she's missing. Conrad looked at her with new interest. You sneaked out of your house? Something I haven't done since I was a teenager. Laughing, he slapped the arms of his recliner. I'm glad to hear you got up to mischief. I was beginning to think you were too perfect. Oh, no. I went through a very brief rebellious phase right after my father left, before I accepted my new role as head of the family. How come you snuck out tonight? Before she could reply, Crawford did. She came to see me. We can't be seen together, so. Why can't you be seen together? You're working the shooting case? Not anymore. Crawford gave him a condensed rundown of the day's events. As he finished, Conrad was shaking his head with disgust, but the first words out of his mouth were regarding Georgia. Your little girl come through it all right? Yeah. Thank God she was unaware of what was going on. Didn't see me wailing into her grandpa. You want my opinion? Joe Gilroy had it coming just for being Joe Gilroy. Crawford glanced over at Holly before saying, I'll pay for it. It might be a while before I'm allowed to see Georgia again. Conrad cursed under his breath. I can't believe he hit you with a restraining order. We're waiting on a date for the hearing. I'll fight it. But even if I win that battle, there's this other. Conrad said, Neil Lester is a pompous fool with lots to prove, which makes him a dangerous pompous fool. This wild hair he has about Crawford is ridiculous, Holly said. A wild hair underscored by Chuck Otterman's lie, Crawford added. Conrad stroked his chin. Why would Otterman lie to incriminate you? I have no idea. Holly and I were discussing it when Smitty called to tell me that you were drunk and disorderly. What was that about? You've been drunk for real so many times. Why the play acting? Because I didn't want anybody to guess what I was really doing there. I'll bite, Crawford said. What were you really doing there? Spying on Chuck Otterman. Crawford felt like he'd been clipped behind the knees. Was Conrad the missing link to Otterman that he'd been searching for? He walked over to the sofa and sat down on the arm of it near Holly. You were spying on Otterman? Why did you ever prosecute him? No. At least I don't think so. Then what do you know about him? Only what I've read. He waited a beat. Plus what I gathered from my personal experience with him. The surprises just keep coming. I didn't know you had any personal experience with Otterman. Well, there's a lot you don't know, apparently. Tell me something I don't know, Conrad. I applied for a job out there at the man camp. When? Last year, wintertime. Don't remember what month, but it was cold. You don't know anything about that industry. I figured I could empty trash cans. They have a maintenance and sanitation crew, and you have a law degree, Crawford snapped. Or did, Conrad grimaced and looked at Holly with embarrassment. Last winter was a low point, even for me. I was out of work for months. Electric company cut me off. I needed money to get my heat back on. Shame unspooled inside Crawford. He hated that she was hearing this, but at least now he no longer had to dread her learning just how polluted his gene pool was. Did you get the job? She asked. Didn't want it. While I was in the office filling out the application form, a truck came roaring up with an injured man inside, and by injured I mean bad. His arm had been mangled by a piece of machinery. It was hanging on by a thread, literally. He was in shock. Seemed to take forever for the ambulance to get there. Meanwhile, Otterman went on a rampage, yelling at everybody. He ordered some men to get the truck cleaned out. Blood was sloshing in the floorboard, and that's no exaggeration. He told 2 other men to get back out to the rig where the accident had taken place and to fix whatever had malfunctioned before OSHA came calling. They were also told to pass out cash bonuses to the crewmen who had witnessed the accident. Crawford said he bribed them to go deaf, dumb, and blind when the federal inspectors arrived. Exactly. During all this ranting and raving, he didn't show an iota of concern for the man who was in danger of bleeding out. That changed when the EMTs arrived. It was like somebody had tripped a switch inside him. He put on quite a show, St. Chuck, benevolent and caring. All but laid on hands and prayed over the guy he'd taken no notice of up till then. Conrad made a face. Sickened me. Broke as I was and needing that job, I tore up the form, left, and never went back. I'd rather be a career drunk than work for a man that two-sided. If I was still a prosecutor, I'd be on him like white on rice. Looking for what? Don't know, he replied to Crawford. But I think Mr. Chuck Otterman must have a moonlighting business. What makes you think so? When he's in these clubs? Which clubs? Like Smitty's places? You've seen him before tonight. Lots of times. Conrad looked over at Holly and gave her a pathetic smile. I've been known to patronize some of the seedier establishments around, but I've turned over a new leaf. She smiled at him. You're sober now? 64 days? Excellent start. Congratulations. I'm also gainfully employed. Where? At the sawmill. During their chummy exchange, Crawford had left his perch on the arm of the sofa and made a circuit of the living room. It was straighter than he'd ever seen it. He looked through the open doorway into the kitchen. The sink was clear of dirty dishes, the counter free of coagulated spills, the floor swept. On surface, it appeared as though Conrad might truly be making an earnest stab at sobriety. But his history didn't foreshadow success. Crawford had been disappointed too many times to believe that this new leaf would be any different from many others, so he doused his flicker of optimism and brought his mind back to Otterman. Speaking his thought aloud, he said, he supports local politicians and judges, but spends his evenings in strip joints, where he drinks only moderately, if at all, Conrad said. He ignores the dancing girls, but he's never idle. He holds meetings like the ones he held today. Crawford had already heard this from Smitty. Who'd he meet with today? It was a freakin' parade, Conrad said, and like anybody at a parade, I took pictures. He reached into his pants pocket and withdrew a cell phone, which surprised Crawford, since Conrad had never owned one. Where'd you get that? Winn-Dixie. When? Yesterday. Why? Conrad looked at him with annoyance. You want to see these or not? Crawford took the phone from him and accessed the photos gallery. Why are you just now getting around to telling me that you have pictures of Otterman? I was pacing myself. Besides, you kept interrupting. As Crawford punched through the photos in the file, Conrad continued to talk. See the 2 guys sitting at the table nearest the booth? Bodyguards. I nicknamed them Frick and Frack, the shorter of them being Frick. But they're no-nonsense armed. I saw the bulges. They came in with Otterman left with him, were very attentive the whole time he was there, didn't drink, weren't distracted by the show. Why would he need bodyguards? Holly asked. Good question, Crawford said. An even better question was why Smitty hadn't mentioned Otterman being there today, knowing that Crawford would have paid him for that information. He would take that up with the slimy bastard later. Right now, Conrad had his attention. Men came and went, he was saying. Otterman talked to each separately, and their conversations ranged in length. Did anything change hands? Crawford asked. Not that I saw, and I was looking for things like envelopes of cash. Maybe the clubs are only used as a place to negotiate terms, and the transfers take place somewhere else. Conrad could be right. Also, Crawford had done enough computer-age detective work to know that bank account passwords were as good as, often better than, legal tender. Okay, go on. That's basically it, Conrad said. He left with Frick and Frack. I put on my one-man show. Why didn't you just leave? I was supposed to be drunk on my ass, remember? I was afraid if I tried to drive, they'd call the cops, who would either have thrown me in jail without administering a blood test, in which case I'd be stuck there, my phone confiscated, or they'd have drawn blood, realized I was faking, and then what? Where would you be? He grinned. Told you, I was a good snoop. You can thank me later. The images taken by the cell phone camera were grainy because of the dim lighting inside the club. Conrad had fiddled with the zoom, periodically causing some of the photos to be out of focus, and there were a couple of close-ups of his thumb. But Crawford had to give the old man credit for his ingenuity. In several of the shots, he'd caught Otterman doing his trick with the coin. He recalled how Conrad had described him. Two-sided. He hadn't realized that he'd spoken the thought under his breath until Conrad called him on it. Come again? That thing he does with the coin? He was doing that on the occasion I met him, Holly said, and imitated the motion. He's two-sided, can change personalities in an instant. Two sides of a coin. Is there a parallel? An inside joke he's playing on everyone? Crawford shrugged over his own conjecture, then, looking back at Conrad, he asked, No one noticed you photographing him, with all those bouncing tits? He looked over at Holly. Girls to look at? No one was paying any attention to a hopeless drunk getting progressively plastered, which he placed his hand over his heart, saying to Holly, I regret to say I have a reputation for doing. The old man's ability to charm her rankled, so Crawford focused on his task. Tapping on the next photograph, it immediately gave him pause. The man facing Otterman across the table was wearing a cowboy hat. The brim cast a shadow over his face, so nothing much was showing underneath it except for his hair. The way it was pressed flat against, hastily he applied his fingers to the screen to enlarge the picture so he could see the man's features better, and when he got a good look, he recognized him instantly. Holy shit. He took in every detail, making certain that he was right before holding the phone down to where Holly could see it. Look familiar? Without hesitation, she whispered, That's the gunman in the courtroom. You're sure? 100%. I wouldn't know his face because of the mask, but the hair is exactly the same. That's what I noticed first, but we gotta be sure. I am. He's a cop. She gave Crawford a swift glance, then looked again at the cell phone screen. Yes, I've seen him in the courthouse. Never wearing a hat, though. I don't know his name. I do. Chapter 24. Crawford headed for the door. Holly shot to her feet and went after him. Where are you going? To make some calls. Stay put. I'll be right back. She watched him through the screen door as he leaped over the steps of the porch and landed in the yard, his cell phone already in hand. He's always been like that, Conrad said from his recliner. Agile and quick as a whip. Even as a baby took after his mother that way. She was a dancer, you know. A dancer? Holly looked back at him from over her shoulder. No, I didn't know that. She had a studio out at the strip mall, taught ballet and tap dancing, jazz, all of it. Each spring, she put on this big recital at the Civic Center. Everybody in town went. Quite a show. Took months for ladies to sew all the spangles on the costumes. Holly remembered the ballet slippers in George's bedroom and wondered if that was a deliberate or subconscious link Crawford had formed between his daughter and mother. Conrad was staring into space, sadness weighing down his facial features. She was beautiful and talented, and I guess that made her feel entitled to better, to more. She talked a lot about being unfulfilled. Then he stirred, gathered himself, and gestured toward the yard where Crawford was pacing, his cell phone to his ear. His mother and I were sorry excuses for parents. He turned out better than anybody had a right to expect. Better than he gives himself credit for? Holly said, speaking more to herself than to Conrad. You've come to know him well after only 3 days. Seems longer. When did you sleep together? She whirled around and looked at him with astonishment. He chuckled over her guilty reaction. Thought so. Mr. Hunt, Conrad. He raised a hand to stop her. No explanation necessary, but I'm guessing that the timing of it was problematic. At her pained expression, he said, Admit nothing, Judge. I don't need to know, don't want to know. I just hope it works out okay, because as women go, he's had it rough. His mother ran off. His wife died. He paused, his gaze narrowing a fraction. He loves that little girl of his. Be a damn shame if he lost her too. It won't be up to me, I recused myself. Under the circumstances, that was the ethical thing to do. But forgive me for saying you don't look too happy about it. I feel an obligation to people who've put their trust in me and my career. I don't want to let them down. Studying her, he frowned thoughtfully. This thing between you and Crawford, has it made you, or would it make you, an inferior judge? Would you be less good on the bench because of it? No, in fact, I'd be better. He's made me realize and accept that gray areas do exist. I used to see only black and white. Go with that, Holly, and stop beating yourself up. I happen to be an expert on disappointing people, and I can tell you from experience that the more you worry about doing it, the more you do it. Fear of failing someone becomes self-fulfilling. I'll take that under advisement. They exchanged a smile, then he looked through the door at Crawford. I'd like to see him happy. I saw him with Georgia for the first time today. While he was with her, he was happy, lit up from the inside, and why wouldn't he be? She's adorable. Is she? In his rheumy eyes, a flicker of joy was almost instantly replaced by sorrow. He won't let me see her. It was plain to Holly how deeply that rejection affected him. Perhaps he'll change his mind. No, I don't blame him a bit. I don't want my granddaughter to know me like this. He raised his hands to encompass himself and his environment. An old alky fighting with every breath to stay sober? No. I don't want Georgia to have that image of me any more than he wants to expose her to such. No, if ever a day comes when he wants to acquaint her with her grandpa Conrad, I'd like him to show her a picture of me from 30 years ago when I was feared by some of the meanest sons of bitches in this state, when I was the bane of the best defense lawyers and had the utmost respect of judges, he said, adding a wink. I'd like him to tell her about how I was before. His smile was wistful. I'd be proud for my grandchild to know me in that light. Crawford looked back through the screen door and wondered what Holly and his old man were talking about with such absorption. Annoyed because he'd called the same number 3 times without success, he paced a tight circle as he redialed it once again. Come on, jerk-off. I know you're there. This time the phone was answered with a timorous hello. Nugent, stop calling me. I can't talk to you.
Where's Neil?
I've tried every number several times. He checked out to go to dinner with his family. I don't care how you manage it. Just find him. Tell him he needs to get an arrest warrant for Pat Connor. Joseph Patrick Connor. He's on the list of PD officers who were on duty and inside the courthouse at the time of the shooting. I know he was questioned and released erroneously. Text me Connor's street address. Also, tell Neil to get a search warrant for his home, car, everything. Are you getting all this? Write it down if you need to. Tell Neil to meet me at Connor's house with those warrants. I'll go on ahead, make sure he's there, and keep an eye on him till Neil arrives. And this is very important, notify the sheriff's office that somebody needs to go out to the man camp and bring Chuck Otterman in for questioning. You're kidding, right? Crawford shouted. Do I sound like I'm kidding? Neil's already on the brink of firing me. If I tell him this came from you, he's not going to fire you. You're a county commissioner's nephew. Don't forget to text me that address. I need it now. And if you screw this up, Neil will be the least of your worries because I'll throttle you myself. Get your butt in gear. Time to man up, Nugent. Crawford, disconnected, accessed Conrad's phone and hastily emailed himself the photo of Pat Connor in conversation with Otterman. He strode toward the porch, hurdled the steps, pulled open the screen door, and with an underhand throw, tossed Conrad his cell phone. Guess I owe you a thanks. Guess you do. It was a damn crazy thing you did. Risky, but it gave me the break in the case I needed. Thanks. I'm glad I could do something for you. Father and son held each another's gaze for several beats, then Crawford reached for Holly's hand. Let's go. With her in tow, he walked hurriedly to his SUV. As he steered it down the pothole drive toward the main road, he told her that he had put things into motion. We'll have Connor in custody within the hour. I predict he'll give up Otterman as leverage for a life sentence because he faces the death penalty if convicted of killing Chet. You still believe Otterman was behind it? Someone was. Pat Connor doesn't have the imagination or initiative to pull off something like Monday's attack. Assuming it's Otterman, how did he get Connor to agree to do it? Otterman's got to be holding something bad over Pat's head. He knows where the body's buried. A gambling debt. Something. We need to find out what it is so we'll have our own bargaining chip. With that in mind, he reached for his phone and called Harry Longbow. Crawford told him that he had identified the courthouse shooter and gave him Connor's full name. Prentice PD officer, a long-timer with low rank. Not even a beat cop anymore, he provides security at the courthouse. Damn, I just remembered. He was one of the cops guarding Holly at the press conference the other day. Neil told me that all those officers had been cleared. Another confidence booster, Harry drawled. What's this? Connor's beef with you? I don't think he has one. Or with Judge Spencer. He's somebody's puppet. Otterman? Top of my list. They had a one-on-one this afternoon in a strip joint. Crawford described the meeting. I have the photo, which proves an alliance of some sort. I'm guessing it's unholy. You want me to research that? Hate to dump it in your lap, Harry. You've got your hands full. Sessions is still working it, too. Hasn't come up for air in hours. Thanks. Start with recent deposits to Pat Connor's bank account that don't look like cop pay. The mother lode would be if you could trace funds of unknown origin to Otterman. I'm getting hard already. Re-in it in. I doubt it'll be that easy. Me too, but, we can hope anything else.
Yeah, how was breakfast?
It took Harry a moment to piece it together, then he sighed. She told you? Call me the second you have something. Crawford disconnected and glanced over at Holly. What did you and Conrad talk about? How much he cares for you? He made a scoffing sound. That's a laugh. He didn't profess it in so many words, but the message came through loud and clear. Funny, I never got that message. Maybe you weren't listening. He shot her an angry look. And maybe he saw a gullible audience for his sob stories. Did he tell you he wasn't invited to my wedding? No. Huh. That's one of his favorites. Beth urged me to include him. I refused. I told her that if he was sent an invitation, the groom would be a no-show. Seeing the reproach in Holly's expression, he said sourly, "Before you go tearing up for poor Conrad, you should know why I was so dead set against having him as a wedding guest. See? Over my objections, my aunt asked him to go with her to my high school graduation. He came, but he didn't see me walk across the stage and get my diploma before they got to the H's. He puked his guts up in the aisle of the auditorium. He was ejected by men he was cursing at the top of his lungs and trying to fight off. He created the biggest spectacle in commencement history, and that dubious record still stands. I'm sorry, Crawford. Doesn't matter. His flip-pantsy only underscored that it did matter a lot. She probably picked up on that. Feeling defensive, he said, I'm telling you this crap for just one reason, and that's so you won't be taken in by Conrad's charm. Believe me, it never lasts long. Since leaving Conrad's house, he'd had the mag mount on the roof of his SUV and lights flashing behind the grill. But once he left the highway and neared her neighborhood, he turned them off. No one needs to know where you've been tonight. Can you sneak back in? I sneaked out. Dropped me on the street to the south of the main house. Taking the last corner with his headlights off, he rolled to a stop at the side of the narrow lane. Through the trees, he could barely make out the roofline of her cottage. He disliked the darkness and all the good hiding places in the surrounding shrubbery. I should see you in, check your house. There's no need. There never was. I wasn't the one in danger. We could be wrong. I don't think so. Neither do I, but I won't breathe easy until Pat Connor and Otterman are in custody. She placed her hand on his arm and squeezed it gently. Be careful. I always am. You never are. She said it with a teasing lilt, but he remained unsmiling as he removed his arm from her hand. Save that for the hearing. You can swear to it under oath. Crawford, I gotta go. Would you rather have been arrested in front of Georgia? Now's not the time to talk about this. Then why'd you make that snide remark? Why'd you make that deal with Joe? Because he gave me two options and both were crummy. I had to make a snap decision and act on it. You, of all people, she said, jabbing the air between them with her index finger, should relate to that. Giving him no time to respond, she shoved open the passenger door, dropped to the ground, then slammed the door closed. She jogged toward the azalea hedge and disappeared into the foliage. Damn it, he wanted to go after her, finish the fight, then get her naked and watch her boil over for a different reason entirely. Swearing, he put the SUV into reverse and backed all the way to the corner. Holly's cell phone rang just as she was unobtrusively letting herself in through the back door. She halfway expected it to be Crawford calling to apologize or to continue their argument, but the number in her LED wasn't his. Hello? Judge Spencer, Greg Sanders? The very sound of his voice made her shiver. How did you get my cell number? I have resources. Your client base. Ignoring the droll remark, he said, A lot's happened since our conversation at the elevator the other day. You've had a harrowing week. Did you get my roses? A thank you note is in the mail. You liked them then? They were thorny. He snorted a laugh. She wanted to hang up on him, but she wondered what was behind the unprecedented call. We've exhausted the topic of the roses. You want to know why I called? She didn't reply. He went on. I was summoned to lock up tonight to confer with a client. The place was hopping. Guess what the rumor mill is churning out tonight? I'm sure you can't wait to enlighten me. Ranger Crawford Hunt, whose praises you sang the other day on TV, has been booted, pun intended. Clever, off Neil Lester's investigation. Furthermore, Lester was overheard suggesting that the next time he and Hunt talk, Hunt will probably want to have a lawyer present. I hope you're not calling me to ask for a reference. He laughed, and she envisioned the large teeth in Mrs. Briggs's grandpa's mule. No, representing Hunt might be considered a conflict of interest since you're so solidly in his corner and I'm your opponent. I'm still failing to see the purpose of this call, only to say what a shame it is that you've publicly defended the guy who's suspected of planning the shooting spree. Remember? I told you it was only a matter of time before you messed up. And did you ever? Surely you're not calling to gloat over an incident that caused the deaths of 2 men. Even you wouldn't be that obnoxious. No, what happened to Chet and that other fellow is a tragedy. But in light of recent developments, your exaltation of Crawford Hunt doesn't speak well of your discernment, does it? She had to bite her tongue to keep from revealing what she knew now about Pat Connor and Chuck Otterman. I can't comment on an ongoing police investigation, he guffawed. How long are you going to hide behind those skirts? Fact is, you put all your eggs in the wrong basket. Good night. Hold on. This turn of events has created an embarrassing situation for you, but there's an easy way out. I don't need a way out of anything. Nice try, but we both know better. Why don't you fade gracefully into the background and let me run uncontested? See? Win-win. I get what I should have had in the first place. You get to save face. Don't call me again. This is a one-time offer. You should accept it. Or what? Or I'm going to shred you. I'm going to find out what our tough Texas Ranger was doing up in your chambers last night. Yes, Judge. There's scuttlebutt over that, too. By the time I'm done, you'll wish you'd never heard of Judge Waters. You'll be a speck in the history books of this county's courts. He paused, took a breath. Then, in a patronizing tone, he said, I'd rather it not come to that, and I'm sure you don't either. So, what do you say? She didn't say anything. Effectively thumbing her nose at him, she clicked off. Tomorrow, after Pat Connor was in custody and Crawford had been cleared of all suspicion, she would be vindicated. But that was tomorrow. First, she must endure what she anticipated would be a long night. As Crawford sped toward the address which, surprisingly, Nugent had texted him, he left his SUV's emergency lights off, not wanting to announce his approach. Pat Connor had to be on edge, fearing that he would be found out. A nervous perp, seeing a cop and realizing the jig was up, could get trigger-happy. This was one time Crawford would wait for backup. But his caution was unnecessary, because when he turned the corner onto Connor Street, it was alive with activity and ablaze with the flashing lights of half a dozen vehicles. Neighbors, most dressed in nightclothes, were standing in their yards, talking among themselves, watching with curiosity as uniformed officers strung crime scene tape around the unkempt yard. Oh shit. Chapter 25. As Crawford's purposeful stride quickly covered the distance to the open front door of a modest house where a patrolman had been posted to keep out anyone who didn't belong. He eyed Crawford warily and addressed him by name. Crawford said, Connor? Found dead on his kitchen floor. Crawford expelled a long breath and spat out an obscenity, but as he made to enter the house, the policeman took a sidestep and blocked him. Lester ordered me to keep everybody out. I'm working with Lester. Crawford, the word going around is that you're implicated. The word going around has changed? Since when? Since the courtroom shooter turned up dead on his kitchen floor? Pat Connor was the courtroom shooter? In answer, Crawford merely raised his eyebrows. The patrolman looked around to see who might be watching, then said under his breath, I never saw you. Thanks. Crawford stepped across the threshold directly into a forlorn-looking living room. He noticed the gun belt lying on the coffee table, the service weapon still holstered. He registered the sagging curtains, the vintage easy chair positioned directly in front of the wall-mounted flat-screen TV, a side table cluttered with the detritus of a lonely life. Noticeably missing were family photographs, books, plants, or signs of a pet. Connor was dead, but by all appearances he hadn't been living much of a life. Without Georgia in his, this might be a crystal ball view of his future. Made uneasy by that thought, he walked from the living room into the kitchen, where Neil was bent over the corpse and talking with Dr. Anderson, who, despite his obesity, had managed to squat. Nugent was standing in the doorframe of an open pantry, looking distinctly ill at ease. When Crawford walked in, he gave a twitch and said, Neil. Upon seeing Crawford, Neil stood up slowly. How'd you get in here? Walked. Neil let the smart aleck remark pass. I got your messages. As it turns out, the warrants for Connor that you requested won't be necessary. You discovered him? As you see him? He stood aside. Connor's body had crumpled, folding in on itself, his face to the floor. He'd been shot in the back of the head. Neil said, 2 bullets, close range. Somebody wanted him not just dead, but very dead. Crawford took in the rest of the scene. An open can of Coke stood on the counter with a partially filled drinking glass beside it. A bottle of whiskey was on the floor near the body, tipped over onto its side. Particularly gruesome was the confluence of spilled liquor and blood on the grimy vinyl floor. Looks like he was pouring himself a drink and was unaware of his visitor, Neil said. Either that or he had enough trust to turn his back on him. Crawford addressed the M.E. How long's he been dead? Best guess, a couple of hours? He reached for Crawford's hand. Crawford helped haul him up. He puffed a thanks. I'll notify you as soon as I can be more precise on the timing. That? His phone? Crawford indicated. The cell phone Neil was holding in his gloved hand. One of them? He had more than one? The one with his official number was on the end table in the living room. It's already been bagged. I found this one in his pants pocket. He activated the phone, accessed a page, and held it up for Crawford to see the screen. The video of Georgia. Sent by text to your cell phone at, I know what time I got it, Neil, Crawford said tightly. I was there, sensing the tension between the two, the M.E. said. Excuse me, I'll go check on the ambulance. Let me know when I can have him. Following his departure, the other 3 were left in an awkward, almost hostile silence. Crawford was the first to speak. Have you searched the house? I have uniforms doing that, Neil replied. Nugent made a walkthrough as soon as we got here. Nugent said, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I wouldn't expect you to, Crawford said. He left behind the evidence of the courtroom shooting. We'll be able to match his DNA to what we got off the painter's overalls and mask. What makes you think he was the courtroom shooter? Neil asked. You failed to elaborate when you called Nugent and threatened him to get his butt in gear, or else. Crawford used his phone to open the email he'd sent to himself and showed Neil the picture of Pat Connor with Otterman. This was taken earlier this evening. I instantly recognized Pat as the shooter. He was one of the officers guarding the judge during the press conference. A short while ago, I remembered that. You didn't have an epiphany then. He wasn't wearing a hat. And the hat made all the difference to you? You're scoffing, but actually it did. To Holly, too. But he couldn't tell Neil that. Neil continued. It was Pat Connor who told me about your meeting in chambers last night with Judge Spencer. He saw you leave hot under the collar. Crawford remembered that a cop had been lurking in the darkened corridor as he'd left Holly's office. Was he by any chance my tail taking the pictures? No. Then what was he doing up there at that hour? More to the point, what were you? He didn't answer that. It should tell you something that, since Monday, Pat Connor had placed himself in our paths, mine and the judge's. When I hadn't bumped into him more than a handful of times in the past 5 years, he was keeping tabs on us. He was the shooter, Neil. Same hair, body type. Check his left knee. He's probably still got the bruise. I've already told Dr. Anderson to look for that. But even if Connor was our shooter, why'd he do it? Somebody put him up to it. I agree. Who? Best guess. Crawford tapped the screen of his phone to pull up the picture again. He was with Otterman early this evening in a club called Tickled Pink. How'd you get the picture? That's your question? You're standing 3 inches from a dead cop who had a covert conversation today with a man who, by his own admission, left a crime scene. And that's your question? Neil remained unflappable. True to form, you're making a coincidence into a crisis, just so you can spring into action and dazzle us all. Fine. You don't want to soil your hands with something potentially messy, like a corrupt cop schmoozing with a bigwig. Give it over to me, because I don't give a shit who I offend. I want the bastard behind Chet's death, and I think it's the same smug bastard who lied about me and Rodriguez. Soon as Otterman gets to headquarters, put me in an interrogation room with him. I'll wring his thick neck till he's out of town. What? He's gone fishing for the weekend. His secretary doesn't know where. She thinks somewhere in Louisiana. He'll be back on Monday. I asked her to have him call me if he reported in, but she doesn't expect him to. Disbelieving what he was hearing, Crawford looked over at Nugent, who gave an abashed shrug. When Crawford went back to Neil, he regarded him with genuine perplexity. You're content to sit back and wait until Monday?
Oh, not at all. I'll be busy turning your life inside out. I did obtain a search warrant, but it's for your house. Consider it served. He removed the document from his pocket and shoved it at Crawford. Looking down at the corpse, he continued. Connor sent you a video of your daughter. Was that intended as a wake-up call? A subtle threat? I don't know, but knowing how you feel about her, it's definitely a motive. Can you account for your time this evening? He could.
But not without involving Conrad and Holly. Instead, he tried to reach Neil in a way that Neil would respond to. You're making a ruinous career choice here, Neil. Think it over very carefully before you decide to proceed. I've already decided. You're arresting me? Not yet. I'm asking you to come down to headquarters for questioning. This time I'll have a lawyer with me. Good idea. Turn around. Understanding his intention, Crawford turned and raised his hands in the air. Neil pulled his pistol from the holster at the small of his back. One sniff, you'll know it hasn't been recently fired. You wouldn't be that stupid. I know it's not the murder weapon. You're just being careful. That's right. Can I drive myself to the courthouse? Sure, Neil said. Then to Nugent, go with him. Soon as CSU gets here, I'll be along. Crawford gave the grisly sight on the floor one last glance, then left through the living room, Nugent on his heels. The patrolman at the front door said, Everything okay? Crawford didn't bother answering. Once in his SUV, Nugent riding shotgun, Crawford called William Moore. Did I wake you up? It's okay, the attorney replied with customary terseness. I'll charge you my after-hours rate. Can you meet me at police headquarters in 15 minutes? What happened? A Prentice cop took 2 bullets in the back of his head. That's all I'll say now. I'm not alone. You're under arrest? Not quite. Can you be there? I'm not a criminal lawyer, Crawford, and that's what you need. I recommend Ben Knotts. That guy? Hell no. I've seen him in action. I brought a case to trial, and Knotts defended the sleazebag who popped his girlfriend for horning in on his dog-fighting operation. Was the sleazebag acquitted? Crawford sighed and said grudgingly, Have Ben Knotts call me ASAP. He disconnected. Nugent, who hadn't spoken up till then, said, I probably shouldn't be telling you. I guess it should come from Neil. What? Somebody ided Rodriguez this afternoon? At a sharp look from Crawford, he rushed on. Guy who owns a landscaping company in Lufkin had to fire him a few weeks ago on account of, well, lots of DMV red tape after Rodriguez got a routine traffic ticket. That's when they discovered Rodriguez's documents were fake. Landscaper liked him, hated to let him go because he'd worked for him for several years. Dependable. All that. But he has a policy against hiring undocumented. Why is he just now coming forward? He's been on vacation in Colorado. Got back last night, caught up on local news this morning. He emailed us a copy of the phony green card. Name on it is Jorge Rodriguez. Still not sure that was his real name. The picture, though, it's him. Did he have a family? He lived with a woman, 2 kids. Landscape guy doesn't know if they were married, but probably not. He's going to pay for his burial. Said it was a shame. It was a fucking shame that filled Crawford with incredible sadness. I appreciate you telling me, Matt. Thanks. Nugent tore at a loose cuticle with his teeth. Why would you call about Connor? Tell Neil to meet you at his house if you knew what he'd find when he got there. Doesn't make sense, does it? Unless it's true what they say. Who's they? Everybody?
What do they say?
That he's not seeing straight. Crawford declined to comment as he pulled into a parking space at the courthouse. His phone jangled. Must be the lawyer. He answered and told the caller to hold on, then said to Nugent, Can you give me a minute? I'll be right over there, and I'd better take your key. Crawford pulled it from the ignition and handed it to Nugent, who got out and went to huddle beneath a shallow overhang above the building's side entrance. It had started to drizzle. Crawford answered his phone. Crawford Hunt. How does it feel? Excuse me? Your world has come crashing down around you, hasn't it? The hushed voice was full of menace, and Crawford recognized it immediately. You son of a bitch. The laugh that filled his ear was nasty with delight. So many bad things happening to you, and guess what? There's even worse on the way. The caller disconnected. Crawford quickly checked the call log, but as expected, it said only unknown where a name and number should have been. He sat there, wavering between rage and fear. From the day of the custody hearing, there had been a purposefully orchestrated dismantling of his life. Being suspected of Pat Connor's murder was just the most recent catastrophe in a carefully planned destructive sequence. There's even worse on the way. Crawford knew down to his marrow that it wasn't an empty threat. He stared through his rain-pebbled windshield at the looming structure of the courthouse. The upper floors were dark, but all the windows were alight on the ground floor where police headquarters were. He looked at Nugent, shoulders hunched against the increasing rainfall, hands in his pockets, jiggling change like a man waiting for a bus. Crawford's cell phone dinged. He checked the caller ID and saw the name Ben Knotts, the recommended criminal attorney. He let the call go to voicemail. After a few more seconds of consideration, realizing what he had to do, he banged his fist hard against the ceiling of his SUV. Neil pulled his car into an empty parking space, got out, walked briskly to the side entrance reserved for police personnel, and was surprised to find Nugent loitering just outside it. What are you doing out here? Where's Crawford? Nugent indicated the familiar SUV parked in the second row of the lot, talking to a lawyer. He put in a call on the way here. That was 15 minutes ago. Nugent checked his wristwatch. Closer to 20. Neil looked at the SUV, seeing nothing in the darkly tinted windows except a watery reflection of the courthouse. God damn it! He struck off, running toward it. He couldn't have gone anywhere, Nugent called. I have his key. Neil jerked open the driver's door. Lying on the seat was a cell phone, along with the bulbs that belonged in the dome light and the twin map lights on either side of the rearview mirror. Otherwise, the vehicle was empty. Chapter 26. Zy Holly was in bed but not asleep. She answered her phone after the first ring. You've shown a knack for sneaking out, Crawford said, sounding out of breath. Can you do it again, this time in your car? What number is this? A burner phone. What's going on? Have you arrested Pat Connor? That didn't go as planned. I need you to pick me up. Where are you? Where's your truck? Sitting empty on the courthouse parking lot. And when Neil discovers me missing from it, he'll go mental, and then he'll put out an APB, and if I'm apprehended, I go to jail. And I can't go, not yet. Not tonight. Will you do it? She tried to process it all as rapidly as he'd related it. Why would Neil put out an APB on you? Connor's dead, in clipped cop speak. He described the murder scene. Amid her murmurs of disbelief, he continued in the same rapid-fire way. I went there to arrest him, and instead wound up in Nugent's custody. I went quietly and was willing to go through the first round of questioning. But then I got a phone call. From whom? I'll explain that when you get here. She hesitated, and as though reading her mind, he said, I wouldn't ask you to aid and abet Holly. Timing is everything, and right now, this minute, I haven't been charged with a crime, and I'm not asking you to commit one. But I need a fair and impartial witness to something I'm about to do. Someone with unimpeachable integrity who could later testify as to my motive for doing it. What are you going to do? He said nothing for several seconds. Then, do you think I killed Connor? I know you didn't. Do you think I was behind the courtroom shooting? No. I'm under the Jackson Street Bridge, eastbound side, 10 minutes. If you're not here by then, I'll know you aren't coming. As he slid into her passenger seat, he said, That was 12 minutes. I was getting worried. He turned to look out the rear window. The wet streets were dark and no other vehicles were in sight, which was why a man on foot walking through the rain would have attracted attention to any cop on patrol. Besides, it would have taken him too long to cover on foot the distance he had to go. There was no time to waste. She pulled back into the traffic lane. I don't know where we're going. Turn around when you can. We've got to get on the opposite side of downtown, but keep to the back streets. How did you manage to get away without being followed? I drove over ground through my backyard to the driveway of the main house. I went out that way. You really do have a knack. The next left will put you on Fair Avenue. Go south. I'll tell you where to turn. An hour ago, I told the police on duty at my house that I was retiring for the night. But if they notice that my car isn't parked in back, Neil will probably issue an APB for it, too. He will, but it won't do him any good. I switched out your license plates. She glanced at him with disbelief. What? When? Tuesday night? Actually, Sessions did, but I asked him to. Why? You weren't taking the need for guards seriously. In case you shook them, I would have your new tag number. The unsub, even if he was a cop, wouldn't. I was never in danger. I didn't know that then. We'd only just discovered that Rodriguez wasn't the gunman. By the way, he's been identified. He recounted everything Nugent had told him. He was probably in the courthouse to see about getting legal documentation, got nervous about possibly being deported, went up to have a cigarette while rethinking it. He wasn't involved. Not until he picked up that pistol. Crawford would forever regret that young man's fate, but for now he had to table his sorrow over it. Other matters couldn't be postponed. At the second caution light, go left. Stay straight for about a mile. How did you get away from Nugent? I disabled the interior lights and crawled out the tailgate. I feel bad about tricking him. He's a decent guy, just not good cop material. Why does Neil persist in considering you a suspect? You can ask him that when he questions you. Do you think he will? I know he will, or he should. About 3 blocks ahead, take a right onto Pecan. What will you tell Neil? That depends on what he asks me. But I'll have to be truthful. You haven't done anything illegal? No, ill-advised, perhaps, she said, shooting him a small smile. Smitty's been put on notice, on pain of death. He won't talk about your visit to his club. Conrad won't. With luck, you'll be back to your house before it's noticed that your car's missing. If you're caught, you can say, truthfully, that a friend called and begged for your help and you can't breach that friend's confidence. All of it the truth you make it sound so easy. As I told you that night we met, you have more experience with crisis situations than I do. I'm an amateur. Greg Sanders urged me to cut and run before he shreds me after she told him the highlights of their recent conversation. Crawford muttered a few choice epithets. He's bluffing, pushing your buttons to see how you'll react. Maybe, but apparently he has contacts within the police department who've been keeping him updated. He knew you'd been implicated in the courthouse shooting. By now, he's probably heard about Connor. That will really make his day. Jesus, Holly, I'm sorry I wouldn't have dragged you deeper into this, but I didn't have time tonight to come up with a plan B. You've yet to tell me about the phone call that prompted this emergency. I'll tell you when we get there. Where are we going? To my father-in-law's house. She braked hard in the middle of the street and turned to him with dismay and anger. No wonder you're just now telling me that. I'm only going to talk to him. As though he'd told her he was going to beat the living daylights out of Joe Gilroy, she kept her foot on the brake and shook her head firmly. Whatever you have in mind, I can't be a party to it. I'm not even armed. Neil took my pistol. He motioned her forward. Drive. Absolutely not. Fine. Thanks for the lift. In a flash, he was out of the car and running as fast as he could in cowboy boots to cover the remaining few residential blocks. The Gilroys lived in a well-established neighborhood of older homes situated on large lots with carefully maintained lawns and mature trees. Holly followed him in her car, but she was forced to keep to right angles while he cut diagonally across driveways and yards. When he reached the Gilroys' house, he ran along the side of it toward the rear. He heard the squeal of Holly's brakes, her car door being shut, her running footsteps slapping the wet pavement of the driveway. He reached the back door mere seconds ahead of her. He raised his hand to knock, but she rushed up behind him and grabbed his forearm in a two-handed grip. Her breath coming in fast pants, she said, "Crawford, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't. I beg you, for George's sake." The door came open suddenly. What the bloody hell? Joe Gilroy, standing behind the screen door, took in the situation at a glance. To Holly, he said, "I tried to tell you, didn't I? I'm calling the police." "I am the police," Crawford said. "You're a hazard. This time you go to jail." Joe turned away. Crawford was vaguely aware of Holly losing her balance when he shook off her grasp, but through the screen he could see Joe going for the phone, and he had to stop him. He pulled on the door handle. Discovering it locked, he jerked on it repeatedly and viciously until the old-fashioned clasp gave way. Then he flung open the door and rushed inside. He was across the kitchen in 2 strides, snatching the cordless phone out of Joe's hand and throwing it to the floor. Grace appeared, her hand at her throat, crying out in alarm as the 2 men went at each other. Joe threw punches that would have leveled anyone weaker and slower to react. Crawford dodged the pounding fists and at the same time landed a few well-placed punches. Holly cried out, "Crawford, stop! Stop!" Crawford saw that Joe was becoming winded and used that to his advantage. He drove his shoulder into the older man's midriff and pushed him backward until he came up against the counter, then planted his hand in the center of Joe's chest and lodged his knee up between his thighs. Joe was red-faced with fury. His teeth were clenched. "I'm going to kill you." "Maybe," Crawford said, breathing hard, "later. But right now you're going to get Georgia up." "Like hell I am." He tried to wrestle free from Crawford's restraining hand, but Crawford jammed his knee directly beneath Joe's testicles. "You're going to get Georgia up and dressed and leave. Take her away from here, Joe." "Please," he said, his voice cracking. "Get her away from me. It never failed to freak Smitty out, this thing that Chuck Otterman did with the 50-cent piece. It was like he was trying to hypnotize you or something, but it had the opposite effect on Smitty. Rather than lull him, it made him nervous as a whore in church. Every time he came to this place, he dreaded it more, and always considered himself lucky when he was able to leave under his own power, drive away in his own car, all his parts still attached, his heart lub-dubbing in a more or less regular rhythm. Only reason he risked coming here was because doing business with Otterman was so profitable, but their transactions required him to drive for miles through an eerie swamp, nary a light to be seen after sundown, to this fishing cabin that had probably been put together by a coon-ass using Elmers and thumbtacks. He'd once asked Otterman what state it was in, Texas or Louisiana. "Are you into geography?" "Not really." "Then what difference does it make?" The difference it made was a long list of federal crimes involving words like interstate trafficking, but Smitty kept his concerns to himself and had continued to make periodic trips to this old fishing shack way out in the middle of spooky effing nowhere. The corrugated tin roof leaked. A bucket had been placed on the floor to catch the constant drip from the hard rain that contributed to the chilling atmosphere. Plunking sound the drops made as they splashed into the bucket was driving Smitty to distraction, but Otterman seemed unbothered as he set aside his coin and counted out $100 bills onto the table between them, forming neat stacks of 50. When he had 10 stacks, he passed them one by one to Smitty, who placed them in a pouch. With a flourish, Smitty zipped it up and flashed Otterman a grin. "Those boys guarantee their product. You have any trouble with the guns, you be sure to tell me." "You can count on that." Otterman's tone wasn't the friendly kind that Smitty had been hoping for. Truth was, it had the undercurrent of a threat and made him need to pee. With false bravado, he said, "When you need more, you know who to call." And he winked. "Always a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Otterman." He stood up. "Sit down." Smitty dropped back into his seat. For what seemed like an endless time, the only sounds in the room were the incessant drips, the rain striking the metal roof like a hail of bullets, and distant rumbles of thunder. Finally, Otterman said, "Pat Connor? Know that name?" "I don't believe I do." "Prentice, policeman." "Oh, well, no wonder." Smitty shot a laugh over his shoulder at the 2 men standing behind him. "I don't have many friends among enforcers of law and order." "Earlier this evening, Connor met with me in your crappy nightclub. What about?" "A couple hours later, he died in his kitchen." "Ticker gave out?" "He was shot dead while pouring himself a drink." Now Smitty really had to pee. "You don't say? Huh. I hadn't heard that. The clubs don't close till 2 a.m., so I don't often see the evening news." "He was discovered too late to make tonight's news." Otterman glanced up at the man standing at Smitty's right shoulder. "But I have it on good authority that 2 bullets were fired into the back of Connor's skull." Smitty whistled, or tried to. His lips were too rubbery to pucker. "That ought to do it, all right. To have been executed like that, Connor must have let down someone who was counting on him to deliver. Money, goods, information, something of value like that." Smitty actually flinched when Otterman suddenly sat forward and leaned toward him across the table. "Do you know Crawford Hunt?" He screwed up his face as though thinking hard. Crawford Hunt? Crawford Hunt? The name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place him, Otterman said mildly. Take your time. Think about it. After a few seconds, Smitty pretended to have suddenly remembered. Oh, yeah. Wasn't he the guy, the Texas Ranger? Right, he said, snapping his fingers. Wasn't it him who was in the courtroom when it got shot up this week? Is that who you're talking about? Otterman flipped the coin, caught it, and formed a fist around it, then leaned even closer toward Smitty. You're a pimp, a crook, and a creep. The only reason I tolerate your company is so I don't have to personally deal with the backwoods, redneck lowlifes around here who supply surprisingly good guns. But if you ever lie to me again, not only is your lucrative sideline with me finished, I'll also burn your ratty clubs to the ground, and then stick the barrel of one of those pump actions up your anus and pull the trigger. Smitty swallowed and bobbed his head in complete understanding. Otterman sat back and calmly resumed rolling the coin across the backs of his fingers. Let's try to have an honest conversation. I'll go first. After I left your club tonight, Crawford Hunt was seen there. In your company, Smitty? He also had a woman with him. They carried somebody out. His old man, who's a sorry drunk. If you were from around here, you'd know the history. Anyway, tonight he was worse off than usual. I had to call Crawford to come get him and cover his tab. That's it. You have no other dealings with Crawford Hunt? Shit, no, I hate his guts. A few years back, he busted me for pubic lewdness. A guy can't get a blowjob in his own car? Who was the woman? Can't remember her name, but she could shrink wrap your dick. The woman with Hunt, you idiot? Oh, the judge, Holly Spencer. She doesn't look like any judge I ever faced. Firm tits, smoking ass. Otterman didn't react for several seconds. Then he cracked a smile that sent chills down Smitty's spine. You're the expert on that. He forced himself to chuckle. Well, I reckon everybody's got to be good at something. Otterman's smile relaxed until it was no more. The boys will see you out? With no more notice than that, the boys jerked him to his feet with such force his teeth clicked together. He was supported between them as they dragged him toward the door. It occurred to Smitty in a moment of blinding, terrifying clarity that he'd forgotten the money pouch, and that, this time, he wasn't leaving the fishing shack under his own power. Crawford's plea to his father-in-law had left the four of them in a bizarre freeze-frame. He was the first to move. He turned his head and looked at Holly. In a gruff voice, he asked, Are you hurt? Astounded by the sudden turnabout, she looked at him with bafflement. Hurt? You lost your balance on the step? Oh, no, I'm okay. Still holding her gaze, he said, You understand now why I wanted you here? To see this, hear it. I believe so. I still want custody of Georgia. This doesn't change that. Turning back to his father-in-law, he said, We'll continue our fight, Joe. Once all this is over, we'll pick up where you threw that last punch if that's how you want it. But you've got to get Georgia away from here tonight, right now. He lowered his knee so that it was no longer wedged between Joe's thighs and withdrew his hand from the man's chest. Having seen for herself the ferocity of Joe Gilroy's hatred for Crawford, Holly halfway expected him to launch another physical attack. He didn't, but his facial features remained granite hard, his eyes piercing. He said, I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what this is about. What's happened? Rain had plastered Crawford's hair to his forehead, but he seemed impervious to it and his wet clothes. I know who the courtroom shooter was, so does Holly. Joe's eyes cut to her. It's true, she said. I identified a apprentice police officer as the gunman. How'd you figure it out? Too long to go into, Crawford said. But an hour or less after we made this discovery, he turned up dead, murdered inside his house. And it wasn't pretty. Grace made a mournful sound. Let's all sit down. I'll make coffee. There's no time for coffee, Grace, Crawford said. Start gathering up only what you'll absolutely need to take with you. For how long? I don't know. A few days, maybe. Hold on, Grace, Joe said, when it appeared that she would do as Crawford asked. I haven't heard anything that compels me to pack up my family and sneak out of town in the middle of the night like a band of gypsies. Can't you for once just do something without having to be the fucking commander? Holly took a handful of Crawford's shirt and pulled him backward, then stepped between him and his father-in-law. Mr. Gilroy, Mrs. Gilroy, she said, turning her head to include Grace. We've concluded that I wasn't the intended target in the courtroom. Crawford was. Joe glanced beyond her toward Crawford. That doesn't surprise me, but why, specifically? Do you know a man named Chuck Otterman? Crawford asked. I've heard of him, sure. Runs the drilling outfit. What's he got to do with it? As concisely as possible, Holly explained the situation. Crawford has Texas Rangers in the Houston office trying to determine what the connection is and why Otterman would conspire to have him killed. Crawford took over for her. In the meantime, he called me. That took Holly aback. The phone call you mentioned, it was Chuck Otterman? I recognized his voice. He repeated the brief conversation. He said there was worse coming my way, and I take that threat seriously. Everything else he's done has been a sick warning. The park video, trashing Georgia's room, and trashing her room? Joe, we can't explain it all now, he said impatiently. Bottom line, Neil Lester, for reasons of his own, and in part thanks to you, is trying to pin all this on me. All I did was ask. I know what you asked, and it was bullshit, but Neil has run with it. I slipped away tonight, but if he finds me, he can hold me for 48 hours before charging me, and if I'm in lockup, I can't protect Georgia, and I go a little crazy when I think of Otterman getting near her, touching her. This threat you say he issued, I don't say it, he did it. Okay, but he didn't mention Georgia. Damn it, Joe. Are you willing to risk her life just to win an argument with me? Don't lay any of this on me, the older man shouted back. It's a mess of your own making. Crawford closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, they were bright with an intensity of feeling. You gotta know how hard it is for me to come here and ask you for a goddamn thing, but you must put our quarrel aside and get Georgia out of here. Older man opened his mouth to speak, but Crawford headed him off. And it's gotta be now. Holly divided a look between the two adversaries, still facing off, each as unbending as the other. Taking matters into her own hands, she walked over to Grace. If you'll show me where things are, I'll help you pack. While Grace, Joe, and Holly hurriedly collected and packed essentials, Crawford moved from room to room, checking the street out front as well as the back of the property, watching for the stealthy approach of policemen or squad cars, because he figured Neil would eventually think to look for him here, and so might Otterman or his emissaries. At some point, Grace brought him a towel. He dried off as well as he could while remaining vigilant. Daddy, when Georgia spoke his name, he turned away from a window overlooking the street, and the sight of her caused a pinching pain in his heart. Holly had quietly gathered articles of clothing from her drawers and packed them in her suitcase, but they'd waited until the last possible moment to wake her up and get her dressed. She looked sleepy and uncertain as she gazed up at him. Mr. Bunny was clutched to her chest. Grandma said, we're going on a trip. I don't want to. Sure you do. Crawford picked her up and hugged her close. Her arms closed tightly around his neck, her legs around his waist. Can I go to your house? Not this time. She laid her head on his shoulder and turned her face into his neck. This was tearing him apart, but he had to be the grown-up, the brave one. He infused his voice with false enthusiasm. You're going to have a great time. That's what Holly said. She's right. Grandma and Grandpa have lots of fun things planned. But you have to be a good girl and mind everything they say, okay? Why can't you come? Because I have to work. But I'll be thinking about you the whole time and wishing I was with you. He felt her chest hitch with a small hiccup that presaged tears. He told himself she was crying from sleepiness, from being startled awake and confronted with a situation that was out of the ordinary and beyond her understanding. But whatever the reason, he couldn't bear parting from her when she cried. Rubbing circles on her back, he murmured into her hair, Come on now. You're going to be all right. Let's get you into the car. Will you carry me? He squeezed his eyes shut to keep his own tears inside. You bet. Holding her tightly against him, he carried her through the house, now dark, and into the attached garage where Joe was placing her suitcase, the last of the luggage, into the trunk. When he would have walked past Crawford without saying anything, Crawford addressed him. His father-in-law stopped and looked at him. You're the only person I trust to do this, Joe. I know you'll protect her as fiercely as I would. Joe held his gaze, gave a curt nod, then got into the driver's seat. Without further delay, he carried Georgia to the back seat door, which Holly was holding open for them. He settled Georgia into her seat. When she started to reach for the straps, he said, Let me buckle you in this time. Mr. Bunny, too, of course. He clicked the fasteners and made sure they were secure, then placed his hands on either side of her face and pressed his forehead against hers. Be sweet for Daddy. Okay, I love you. More than anything, she asked, repeating what he often said. More than anything, he kissed her forehead, her hair, her cheek, and finally her lips. But when he tried to back away, she reached for him. Daddy, where we're going, will you be there tomorrow? Probably not tomorrow. When? As soon as I can get there. Then, before he let her forlorn expression change his mind about the necessity of this separation, he kissed her again, quickly stepped back, and closed the car door. She placed her hand flat against the window glass. On the outside of it, he kissed her palm, then aligned his large hand with her tiny one, and they stayed that way until Joe backed the car out. Chapter 27. Where will they go? Holly asked as Crawford hustled her into her car. The street was empty. Nearby houses were dark from all appearances. No one had noticed their brief visit with the Gilroys. Even so, Crawford was scanning the area, alert to the motion of every leaf, the spatter of every raindrop. Grace's sister recently remarried after years of widowhood. She lives with her new husband in a retirement community outside Austin. They're in for a long drive. 5 hours, give or take. Rain may slow them down. I hope Georgia sleeps most of the way. I don't know how you said goodbye to her without cracking. I don't know how I did either. He stared vacantly for a few seconds, then cleared his throat and indicated her ignition. Get going. I need to be well away from here before Neil comes looking. He's called me, steering with her left hand. She used her right to pull her cell phone from the front pocket of her jeans and passed it over to him. It had been vibrating, but I ignored it. I checked it while Grace was getting Georgia dressed, but I didn't listen to the messages. He's left too, he said. And you have one text, but it's from Marilyn. Why would she be texting me? Want me to read it? Please, he pulled it up. It says WTF is going on. Wording doesn't sound like she's trying to mend fences. Call her for me, please. He used the phone to make the call, but it went through the Bluetooth speaker of the car. As soon as Marilyn answered, she blared, Holly, thank God you called. I've been worried sick. Why? That detective called me. The tight-ass Lester. Anyway, he was at your house and at my house. When was this? 1 vodka and 3 cigarettes ago. He asked if I'd heard from you, and I told him no, that you were no longer my client. Then he told me that you were missing and feared that you'd met with foul play. That's how he put it. He mentioned the murder of a police officer. I've been going crazy here. Where are you? Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. You're not being made to say that under duress, are you? No. However, I can't talk now. There's a situation that I really need to attend to. I apologize for the scare and appreciate your concern, truly. She was about to disconnect using the button on her steering wheel when Marilyn said, The situation involves him, doesn't it? And don't you dare insult me by asking who. The shooting was only the first shock to your system, wasn't it? Mr. Tall, Blonde, and Badass was another. During the course of their conversation, Holly had been keeping her eyes on the road. Now she flicked a gaze over to Crawford, who was sitting as still as a stone beside her, his eyes fixed on her, taking in every word. Your silence is screaming at me, Holly, Marilyn continued. And what I'm hearing is conflict of interest, circumspection versus lust, a moral and ethical dilemma in spades, all of which are right up my alley, she chortled. I can't wait to tackle them. I fired you, remember? Yes, but now I get why. You were protecting him. From you? Right, but I can back off that. Listen, Marilyn. No, you listen. You're an excellent judge, Holly. Dedicated and idealistic. You actually believe in what you're doing. And that's not just me trying to woo you back. I happen to mean it. You should be in that job. After this week, I'm afraid Governor Hutchins will rethink his endorsement. Greg Sanders has suggested that I make a graceful exit to save face. No way in hell. The governor's blessing is a stroke we can always use, but I can get you elected without it. Hell, I might even do something totally revolutionary in politics and awe the voting public with the truth. Sometimes that's actually the best approach. Hide in plain sight. I'll be thinking about our strategy. In the meantime, tend to this situation with the Texas Ranger. He's a rude bastard, but he definitely has appeal. When you need me, I'll be ready. After the disconnect, she couldn't avoid Crawford's grin. You called me tall, blonde, and badass? I didn't, Marilyn did. Will you hire her back? I don't know. More importantly, did you hear the part about Neil being at my house? Yeah. His grin faded as he sighed. I should have left you out of this, but I couldn't rely on Grace to back me up. Joe could have browbeat her into claiming that I had relinquished Georgia to them without any stipulation that it was temporary. I needed you there, but I hate further involving you in what Joe correctly called a mess of my making. Although, hell, if I know what I did to piss off Otterman, a man I'd never even seen before he walked into the police station. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Looking at his profile, she was struck by how utterly fatigued he appeared. There were dark crescents under his eyes. The hollows beneath his cheekbones were more pronounced than usual. She asked, When did you sleep last? I don't remember. You're exhausted. Joe's no pushover, and I've fought him twice today. Then the episode with my old man. None of my run-ins with him are easy. But what really took it out of me was having to tell Georgia goodbye. Which you've also done twice today. Both times wrenching. Tonight was different, though. She sensed something was wrong. I goddamn hate that she's worried. I couldn't promise her when I would see her again. And the fact is, if Otterman has his way, I never will. Suddenly, he sat up straight and opened his eyes, the darkened sockets making them look extraordinarily bright with resolve. Thumping his fist on his thigh in time to his words, he said, "I can't let that happen. I may not regain custody of her, but I'll go to hell and back before checking out on her. What are you going to do?" "Stay alive. Stay underground long enough to get Otterman before he gets me." "How do you intend to go about that?" "That's the tricky part. I'm working on it. You could turn yourself in to Neil, enlist his help." "No way. He's bowed his back on Otterman. Maybe he's changed his mind." "I can't chance it. I'd be hamstringing myself." "There's nothing I can say that will change your mind?" "Sorry, Holly." "No." She pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to face him. "Then you need to get out." Crawford watched Holly's taillights disappear, then struck off, walking swiftly, hoping to blend into the darkness and keep from being seen. First order of business was to find shelter from the rain. He covered a couple of blocks before coming upon a vacant house with a "for sale" sign in the yard, crouching against the back wall of the open carport. He called Harry Longbow and woke him up. "Sorry, man," the other ranger said around a yawn. "Still haven't turned up squat. Not a thread connecting Otterman to you or to anyone close to you. But I had to get some shut-eye. I called to let you know that I was taking a break, but got your voicemail. I had to leave my phone behind. All hell." "That doesn't sound good. Pat Connors turned up dead, and Otterman issued me a threat," Harry grumbled. "There goes my nap. Crawford gave him the rundown. I got Georgia out of town. That was top priority. Where are you and the judge now?" "She's on her way home. What about you?" "If you don't know, you can't tell. It will occur to Neil to ask if you've heard from me. I'm surprised he hasn't called you already. When he does, you can honestly tell him that you don't know where I am or what my plans are. I'll bring Sessions up to speed so he won't be taken unawares. Thanks. Maybe you ought to let the prick take you into custody. Jail's at least safe. It's also sort of confining. There's that. How's the major taking it that I'm implicated in a murder? Says it's about the deepest bullshit he's ever had to wade through. He's calling Neil Lester bad names, and he hasn't even met him yet." Any other time Crawford would have laughed, but the situation was no laughing matter. "I'm attributing Chet, Rodriguez, and now Connor to Otterman. A body count of 3, just this week. I want this son of a bitch, Harry. I'll get right back on it. No, finish your nap. Otterman is probably regrouping tonight, too. He had a busy day, the park video, the titty bar meeting, the execution. He didn't shoot the video, and he didn't pop Connor. He doesn't do his own dirty work. He's got Frick and Frack, who they, a pair of bodyguards, and then there are the Pat Connors, facilitators too dumb to say no to him, too scared maybe. You know what this is feeling like, organized crime shit?" "I'm liking this asshole less and less," Harry said. "Me too. Keep your head down." Crawford gave him the number of his burner phone, then used it to make another call and impatiently counted the rings until Smitty's nasal twang instructed him to leave a message. Crawford said only, "You know who this is. Call me back, or your shriveled pair are history." He clicked off, checked the time, then pulled up the collar of his windbreaker and plunged into the rain. Chapter 28. When you told him to get out of your car, he didn't put up an argument. At first, Holly admitted in reply to Neil's question, but I told him I would take him absolutely no farther. He got out. I drove home. When she'd arrived, Neil, Lester, and Matt Nugent were sitting in an unmarked sedan at the end of her driveway. She drove around back and entered her house through the kitchen door, then met them at the front. As she ushered them inside, she said, "I spoke to Marilyn. She told me to expect you." She'd offered to make coffee, which they declined. They'd taken seats in the living room, and for the past 20 minutes she had been recounting everything that had happened since getting the call from Crawford. He didn't tell you what he was going to do. Stay alive. Those were his words. For his daughter's sake, he wants very much to live. Having seen her safely away, he was much calmer than he'd been an hour earlier. When he called and asked for my help, he sounded desperate. Neil said he had just escaped from police custody. He told me that he drove himself to the courthouse and was willing to cooperate. He hadn't been handcuffed. He hadn't been arrested or read his rights. She paused and looked at the detectives expectantly. Unless he was lying to me. He wasn't. We didn't do any of that, Nugent supplied, and when Neil shot him a withering look, he added, which is why I figured he could be left alone to talk to his lawyer. Neil said if all he wanted to do was get his daughter out of harm's way, why did he fool Nugent and abandon his car? Why didn't he tell me about this phone call that caused him to take such drastic measures? He was afraid you wouldn't believe him. I think he was probably right. She paused to let that sink in. He was afraid that every minute spent on sorting things out was another minute that his daughter's life was in danger. Defensively, Neil said, nobody else heard this mysterious phone call, did they? I was with him when it came in, Nugent said. But he told you it was the lawyer? "Have you spoken with the attorney?" Holly asked. "Ready with the answer," Nugent said. Crawford had asked for a referral. Ben Knotts called him and got his voicemail. That call came in minutes after the one from the unknown. She looked at Neil. He asked for an attorney. Doesn't that indicate that he had every intention of going through the questioning process, and would have if not for that threatening call from Chuck Otterman? No one has ascertained that it was Otterman, Neil argued. The call from the unknown could have been a solicitation. He used it to trick Nugent. Holly said, if the call was a trick and the threat a fabrication, why would he have implored his in-laws to immediately leave town with his daughter? They will corroborate. That's what happened. Mr. Gilroy already has. Nugent's statement left Neil no choice except to elaborate, although he did so grudgingly after dispatching a patrol car to their house and having it reported that nobody was at home. I called Joe Gilroy's cell number. I had it from interviewing him after the shooting. He confirmed what I've told you? To the letter? There's still no love lost between him and Crawford, but Crawford convinced him that the girl needed to be moved without delay. I was similarly convinced, she said. Unlike you, I believe Mr. Otterman is culpable. That video seals it, Nugent agreed. Shut up, Matt, Neil snapped. It doesn't seal anything. Holly didn't reveal that she knew the origin and content of the video to which Nugent had referred, but she looked at Neil and raised her eyebrows inquisitively. Stiff-lipped with resignation, he said. Crawford has a video of Pat Connor in conversation with Chuck Otterman. He claims it was shot at a local bar early this evening. That's why Crawford left his cell phone behind, Nugent said. So we'd have that video. He left his cell phone so we couldn't use it to track him, Neil said with asperity. Holly asked, does Mr. Otterman have an explanation for this conversation with the murder victim? He's out of town. We're trying to locate him. She looked around her living room. Forgive me, but you seem much more preoccupied with locating Ranger Hunt, because he skipped out on a homicide investigation, and even if he's cleared, he's dangerous and irresponsible. I shouldn't have to remind you of that. You've seen him in action? Yes. I've seen him in action saving lives and protecting others. Are you sure that your disapproval of his methods, compounded by your personal dislike, hasn't clouded your judgment? Are you sure hormones haven't clouded yours? Nugent made a choking sound. Neil's glare stayed fixed on her. I think you keep defending him because you're just a little attracted to him, Judge Spencer. Well, you're wrong, Sergeant Lester. I defend him because I believe he's right. And I'm not just a little attracted to him, I'm very attracted to him. The attraction is inconvenient. Until I recused myself from his custody case, it was unethical. It has the potential of causing me embarrassment and possibly costing me my job, making Crawford Hunt an unexpected complication in my life. But it does not make him a murderer. It does, however, make you a fool for pursuing him instead of the culprit. She stood up. Is there anything else? Neil was still seething as she saw them out. She watched until they drove away. Only then did she close the front door and go around the room, turning off lamps. After making sure the house was secure, she went into her bedroom and, as she closed the door, leaned weakly into it and pressed her forehead against the cool wood. From behind her, one strong arm encircled her waist and firmly positioned her backside against an unquestionably aroused man. He gathered her hair in his fist and moved it aside so he could plant a hot kiss beneath her ear, whispering, Well, Your Honor, guess you told him.
Chapter 29.
Crawford slid his hands beneath her top and unhooked her bra. Reaching around to her front and up into the cups, he took her breasts into his palms. His fingertips played over her nipples. Holly's whimper of pleasure melded with a whine asking for more. He turned her to face him, rid her of top and bra by pulling them over her head together, and before her hair had settled back onto her shoulders, his mouth was fastened to her breast. She clasped his head between her hands as he drew on her with such fervor. The sensations were like sparks of electrical shock. She didn't want him to stop, but his wet clothing was an aggravation to both of them. He broke away from her to shed his windbreaker. He unbuttoned the first few buttons of his shirt, and then, because that was costing precious time, he pulled it over his head. She didn't dare turn on a light and risk him being seen by her guards, but she wanted to know him. Placing her hands on his chest, she felt a dusting of hair and nuzzled it. His nipples were hard. She swept her tongue across one, causing him to hiss a swear word as he worked open the buttons of his fly. She reached into that widening wedge, feathered her fingers through the coarse hair, then closed her hand around him. His head dropped heavily onto her shoulder. As she explored, his panting breaths fell hot and moist on her skin. He was incredibly hard. The skin stretched tight along the shaft, the tip smooth and full to bursting. The pad of her thumb collected a drop of semen, spread it in deft circles until he puffed a profanity and moved her hand away. Crossing his arms beneath her bottom, he lifted her and carried her to the bed. When she was lying on her back, he worked her jeans and underwear down her legs. Once they were off and out of his way, he got onto the bed, standing on his knees between her thighs, which he pushed back toward her chest. Then they both went completely still. For several moments, their heavy, irregular breathing was the only sound in the room, in the world. She sensed his movement before she felt his hands on the backs of her calves. He squeezed them, familiarizing himself with their shape. He caressed them up to the backs of her knees, where he outlined her kneecaps with his thumbs before covering them with his palms. Her breath hitched when his hands moved again, this time sliding up the insides of her thighs, slowly but purposefully opening them, opening her for his descending shoulders, head, mouth. The heat of his mouth encompassed her. For precious moments he did nothing else. Just that. Just there, a gentle suction held her with motionless and incredible intimacy, until gradually he began to make love. Each brush of his lips, every whisk of his tongue elicited a quickening of her entire body. Whenever his mouth withdrew to take a love bite from her inner thigh or to plant a kiss on her mound, her back bowed, her hips thrust upward in a restless, desperate yearning for him to find the one spot he had kissed around but had yet to touch. It wasn't until she groaned his name that he obliged her, but tantalizingly, applying his tongue so softly, so exquisitely, that her breaths evolved into moans and her body drew up tight, attuned to her. He centered the caresses, concentrated them into ever-shrinking spirals until the sensations painted onto her coalesced into a burst of pleasure so intense she couldn't contain it. He levered himself up, and with one strong thrust, he was inside her, appeasing her craving to be stretched, filled. He trapped her orgasmic cries inside a kiss, and then let her drift down and rest while he sipped at her earlobes, her eyelids, her lips. Her mouth opened beneath his, and the sweet kiss turned evocative. His tongue coupled with her mouth as his hips engaged in an erotic rhythm. He moved in and out of her in breath-stealing juts and glides. Each stroke brought her closer to another orgasm, and when she was once again on the brink, he slid one hand under her bottom to hold her in place as he targeted several rapid thrusts that sent her over. Then he buried himself deep. His climax was shattering, long, intense. Eventually they recovered. But when he would have left her, she murmured a wordless complaint, and he resettled heavily atop her. Speaking low against her neck, he said, "Where'd you learn to fuck like that? Law school?" "No, here, tonight." She felt his smile against neck. Levering himself up, he looked into her face. "That night after the shooting and we were talking there in the hallway of police headquarters?" She nodded. "This is what I was thinking about," he said, and made a nudging motion. "You weren't." He gave a purely masculine and unrepentant shrug. "You were so buttoned up in your dark suit and blue shirt, held together so tight. All the time I was trying to make conversation, I was wondering just how tight she is. Thinking about it was driving me crazy. You hated me. I did. Didn't stop me from wanting to fuck you." He rubbed his lips across hers, which had parted in shock. "I also thought it would never happen. Not in a million years. A million years or a few hours, I was easy." He left her, and falling onto his back, he said, "In no way has this been easy, Holly." Raising his head, he looked down the length of his body. "I can't even get naked first." He remedied that by tugging off his boots and socks, then working off his wet jeans before tossing them to the floor. He removed a pistol from the holster clipped to the waistband. "You told me you weren't armed. When I told you that I wasn't, I borrowed this from Joe." He sat the pistol on the nightstand. "Borrowed? If he misses it, I'll beg forgiveness." He lay down and drew her to him. Now, skin to skin for the first time, he passed his hand over her bottom and gave a grunt of satisfaction. "Better. Much." She plucked a few strands of his chest hair. "I didn't know this was here. Do you mind it?" In answer, she rubbed her cheek against it, then pressed a kiss on the warm skin underneath. "How long had you been inside the house? When Neil and Nugent left? About 10 minutes?" 10 minutes." He fondled her breast, asking thoughtfully, "Am I ever going to see these in the light?" "They feel great. What do they look like?" "The plan was for you to wait until they'd gone before you came in." "I was getting soaked. Besides, I wanted to hear what they had to say." He'd been surprised when she'd stopped the car and abruptly told him to get out. Then she'd outlined her plan, and as she'd told the detectives, he had initially resisted the idea of her sheltering him overnight. But she had finally made him see reason. Every other place he could go would be watched. He couldn't just wander the streets in the rain, and he needed rest and refueling. The agreement had been reached about a mile away from her house. He'd had to go that distance on foot while she returned home and confronted the detectives. "I stopped on the way to make a couple of calls," he told her now, "but got here and let myself in. Remind me to relock that window. I got here in time to hear that you're very attracted to me. I told you I wouldn't lie to the police." "So it's true then?" True. She could tell by his grin that he liked hearing that. It was Marilyn who put me into mind of hiding in plain sight. Please, he groaned, don't mention her. I don't want to lose what I've got going here. He captured her hand, sucked her thumb into his mouth, making it good and wet, then dragged it down and pressed it against the crown of his penis. Worked that wicked magic again. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply as she began a gentle rotating massage. In a whisper she asked, "Who did you call?" His hand closed around her breast, but in a comfort-seeking way. "You said you stopped and made a couple of calls." "Harry," he mumbled into the pillow. "What did he say?" "That feels so good." "Don't stop." She smiled. "I doubt Harry said that. Who was the second call to?" "Smitty. I've got to find him and kill him tomorrow." "Don't. You'd go to prison. They wouldn't let you wear your boots in prison, and I like your boots. They have character. They're well worn, not new and shiny, and you'd probably be made to wear your hair short in prison. It would be a shame to waste all this unruliness." She ran her fingers through the thick strands. "The truth is, and I'm very into telling the truth, you know, there's nothing I dislike about you." He responded with a soft snore. Chuck Otterman rarely stayed in the fishing shack overnight. It boasted even fewer creature comforts than his trailer at the man camp, although there was a double bed behind a plywood wall where he occasionally caught a few winks. He never slept more than 4 or 5 hours a night anyway. After dealing with the nightclub owner, he'd dozed but had gotten up before dawn. While making coffee, he received a text notifying him that Neil Lester had called the office at the man camp and had impressed on the overseer left in charge that it was urgent he speak to him. Staring out into the heavy rain as he sipped his coffee, he thought that perhaps he should assuage the detective's anxiety. He used an untraceable cell phone to place the call. "Hello, Sergeant Lester? Chuck Otterman. Is it too early to call? I understand you've been trying to reach me." "Where are you, Mr. Otterman?" "Hell if I know." He lowered his voice as though he didn't want to be overheard. "Some colleagues over here in Louisiana invited me for a fishing weekend. I met up with them in Lake Charles. Then we drove for hours. Far as I can tell, we're in the middle of nowhere. It's still dark, and they're already on the water. Thank you for giving me an excuse to beg off." "What time did you meet them in Lake Charles yesterday?" "I'm sorry?" Lester repeated the question. "Late after dinner time. Why?" "Apprentice police officer named Pat Connor was killed last night." He was quiet for a moment, as though taking that in. Then he breathed a sigh. "I understand now why you've been trying to reach me. I met with the man right before I left town, at a gentleman's club called Tickled Pink." "Oh, so you already knew. You must have questioned the owner. Smitty something? He's a cockroach. He scuttled over while I was there to ask if everything was to my liking." "We want to question him, but so far we've been unable to find him." Otterman chuckled. "That could be a problem." "Why do you say that?" "Because from what I understand, he tries to stay under the law's radar. He's probably as crooked as a dog's hind leg." "What were you doing in his club with Pat Connor?" "I often meet with people there." Lester cleared his throat. "That doesn't seem like your kind of meeting place, Mr. Otterman. Oil and gas industry has its opponents, from powerful politicians to crackpots. A goodly number of local businessmen and government officials support our exploration, but they don't want to advertise the fact. They refuse to meet with me in my office at the camp. They certainly don't invite me to theirs, so we meet at that seedy club. I'm still not sure I understand. It ensures discretion. Anyone in that place can't tell who he's seen there without giving himself away, can he?" The detective seemed to ponder that. It was a time before he said Pat Connor was a cop, not a businessman. He had heard through the police grapevine, I suppose, about me seeing Crawford Hunt with that man Rodriguez. How did that relate to Pat Connor? "I don't know. He asked to speak with me privately. The only reason I agreed to the meeting was because he told me he'd been on duty in the courthouse on Monday. I thought maybe he had something to contribute or to ask me about that. But when I arrived at the club, he was in no condition to talk about anything. He was already drunk. He rambled. He sweated." "Sweated?" "He wasn't in uniform. He was wearing a cowboy hat and kept taking it off to blot his forehead. He was anxious. Paranoid, actually. After about 10 minutes, I'd had it. He was wasting my time. I told him to get to the point or get lost. He got lost. He left. I thought he was too drunk to drive and offered to let one of my assistants take him home. He said no thanks. In hindsight, I should have insisted. He shouldn't have been behind the wheel. Was anybody else hurt?" "He didn't crash his car, Mr. Otterman. He was murdered at home." "Jesus? When you said he'd been killed, I assumed Jesus. During his paranoid rambling, did he mention having any enemies?" "No, but apparently he had at least one." He let that resonate before continuing. "Did he have family?" "He was a bachelor. Lived alone. Otterman didn't remark on that. He didn't ask if there had been any witnesses or if any evidence had been found at the scene because he wasn't troubled about the crime being traced back to him. Men he used for jobs like this didn't make mistakes. If they did, it was their last one. Case in point, Pat Connor. After another stretch of silence, Lester said, "I understand you'll be back on Monday. Around noon. You were one of the last known persons to talk to Connor. Would you come to headquarters so we can get an official statement?" "Of course, then. Forgive me, Sergeant Lester. Before you go, I must ask." He rolled the coin across the backs of his fingers. "Do you have any reason to believe that this officer was another casualty of the courthouse incident? I mean, is it possible that he was silenced for something he knew or saw?" Stiffly, Lester replied, "I can't discuss an ongoing investigation." "Right, of course. I'll see you on Monday, Mr. Otterman. Until then, what's a good number for me to call if I need to contact you?" "Use the number at the camp. Someone there always knows how to reach me." He hung up before the detective could say anything more. He caught the coin in his fist and banged it down on the table. "The final nail," he said, around a smile. It was now only a matter of time. Crawford came awake with Holly curled beside him, facing him, her face close to his on the pillow, her thighs snug between his. They still lay on top of the duvet, but at some point after he'd fallen asleep, she had pulled a throw over them. When she did, he had awoken, lifted her thigh over his hip, and slid into her. Being sheathed in her had brought a drowsy erection to a full one. Invitingly, she moved against him, took him deeper. He exerted just enough motion to create an erotic ebb and flow until they came together. Instead of fireworks, it had been as comforting as a warm bath. He hadn't even opened his eyes. Not a word had been spoken, but it had been intensely intimate, and beyond feeling good sexually, he had felt an inner contentment that he'd missed during the years of sleeping in an empty bed and waking up alone. Now, gazing into Holly's face, looking incredibly peaceful and trustful in sleep, he felt a welling of tenderness for her and, with it, a primal surge of ownership. He wanted this woman. He wanted to claim her. He wanted to keep her. He couldn't, but he was here now. He pulled back the throw. The daylight limiting the window shutters was new and fragile, but he could see well enough, and all the parts of her that he'd imagined or felt in the dark were prettier than he'd envisioned. Dipping his head to her breast, he gently sucked the delicate pink tip into his mouth. As he tested the texture of it with his tongue, she stirred, sighed his name, and rested her hand on his head. "I finally get to see you naked in the light. And I wish I'd burned all your clothes while you were asleep," she laughed softly. "You're not so bad looking either." She leaned over him and kissed the center of his chest, his navel. Scooting down, she ran her hands over his thighs, and when she found the 2 scars on his calf marking the entry and exit wounds of the bullet that had passed through, she kissed them and spoke softly of how grateful she was that it hadn't been worse. "What if you had died that day?" she asked, looking up at him with liquid green eyes. "I'd have never met you." The emotional catch in her voice touched him deeply. "Come here." He cupped her underarms and pulled her up over him until his mouth could take hers in a ravenous kiss. Gradually, mouths still eating at each other, he rolled her onto her back and stretched her arms above her head. He kissed his way down the undersides of both arms, as his hand reshaped her breasts, then rode the contours of her rib cage down to her abdomen. Her breath stuttered against his lips when he trailed his fingers back and forth across the hollow between her hip bones, then through her pubic hair. It was blonde and soft, and beneath it she was silky and wet. He sank his fingers into the fluid heat and returned his mouth to her breasts. Noticing a rosy abrasion, he asked, "Is that a whisker burn?" "You should have told me." "I didn't care. Now, I don't care. I'll be gentle." The merest flick of his tongue elicited a reaction. "Okay." "Yes," she gasped. Again, "yes." The carnal exploration of his fingers soon had her writhing sexily, and he knew she was close. He stretched above her and brought them eye to eye. "I want to watch you lose it." He was stingy with the pressure of his thumb on the outside, drawing out the pleasure, holding off until she released a low keening, and then he curled his fingers forward inside her, creating a gentle squeeze between the 2 pressure points. She clamped her lower lip between her teeth. Her back arched as she raised her hips and ground against his hand into her ear. He poured a litany of love words, sexy words, dirty words. Finally she coasted down, and her lazy eyes fluttered open. He laid a soft, tender kiss on her lips. "Beautiful, you are." She reached up and pushed her fingers into his hair. "And much sweeter than you let on." "Me, sweet?" With your daughter, with me." She outlined the shape of his lips with her fingertip. "You're not so tough. Say things like that, you'll ruin my reputation. I promise not to give you away if you'll kiss me again." "Thought you'd never ask." He obliged her, sending his tongue deep into her mouth and savoring the taste he was coming to know, to need. When they pulled apart, she rocked against his erection. "That's going to leave a bruise on my stomach. We can't let that happen, it being such a pretty stomach and all. Any ideas?" She crooked her finger for him to lower his head, and then she whispered what she had in mind. He looked at her in shocked wonder. "Have you been spying on my wet dreams?" He focused on her mouth, on that full lower lip, and when he placed the pad of his thumb in the center of it, she stroked it with her tongue. In a voice thick with arousal, he said, "I need to shower first." They showered together, and the soapy navigation they conducted over each other was inquisitive, extensive, and ended with him leaning against the back of the shower, one hand braced on the tile wall and the other on the glass door, hanging on for dear life, praying that he would survive the avid action of her mouth. She got out first, dried, and wrapped herself in the familiar robe. "I'll make breakfast." She left for the kitchen. He told off and moved around the bedroom, gathering his clothes and putting them on. They were uncomfortably damp, but they would have to do. He was slipping Joe's pistol into the holster when Holly returned, carrying a cup of coffee. "This will get you." She stopped when she saw that he was fully dressed except for his windbreaker. "What are you doing? I need to go before it gets any later." "Go where? I don't know yet." "You don't have a car. That's a problem I've got to fix." "Crawford!" she exclaimed. He pulled on his windbreaker. "What? You can't just leave on foot. That's how I got here. What are you going to do? I told you last night, stay alive if I can. Get Arterman before he gets you? Or Georgia." He hated even voicing the possibility, afraid of making it an omen. "Because if Arterman wants to get to me, he'll eventually go after her. And the surest way to protect her is to remove him from the planet." "You would kill him?" He just looked at her, then away, saying, "I can't do anything until I find him." "When you do?" "I'll have to wait and see." With a solid thump, she set the cup of coffee on the dresser. "What are you going to do?" she repeated, enunciating each word. "Stop asking, Holly," he said, with matching testiness. "I won't tell you. Is it lawful, mostly?" Her brow was knitted with worry and rising anger. "You don't trust me?" "I trust you completely. I trust that you'll always tell the truth. Which is why it's better for me that you don't know everything about anything, if you have a problem with that. I have a problem with you taking on Arterman by yourself. That's the way I operate, which is the height of arrogance and conceit. Yeah, well, think what you want about my ego. I know why I'm doing this, and I've got to get at it." He moved toward the window, but she stepped in front of him. "If you break the law, you'll destroy any chance you have of getting Georgia. Your deal with Joe destroyed any chance I had. That's behind this morning? After Mad Dash? You're angry?" "No, I'm not angry." But his near shout sounded angry, so he lowered his voice to a more controlled volume. "Could I fuck you like I did if I was angry? Last night you said you hated me and still wanted to. But I wouldn't want to wake up with you. Yeah, the sex was great. But I liked waking up next to you almost as much. If circumstances were different." "What circumstances, Crawford?" "Lots of circumstances." "Specifically?" "Arterman?" "That's the most immediate circumstance." "I agree. So why not call Neil Lester? I'll own up to sheltering you. Talk to him. Reason with him, lawman to lawman together. Playing by the book, you'll go after Arterman. Okay, say we luck out and get him behind bars by nightfall. He signs a full confession of all his evil deeds. Then what? Our problems will still be there. Back to those unspecified circumstances. All right, I'll name you one. You crossed a line with me." He motioned toward the bed. "Your job, your career, the thing you hold most dear, wouldn't be in jeopardy if not for me. No one knows about us. Yet, but secrets like this have a way, Holly. You're not so naive as to think we can keep a lid on it." By her silence, he knew she agreed. "Say, the secret that we've slept together remains intact, and you lose the election anyway. We'll always wonder if it was because of our association. I couldn't live with costing you the judgeship, could you?" He shook his head. "There are some things you and I just can't get around. The biggest one being that I stand in the way of you getting Georgia." He spread his hands as though to say, "See, we're each other's worst enemy. You weren't concerned about any of this last night. I was. I just wanted you too bad to let the issue stop me." Before she could offer a comeback, he said softly, "They didn't stop you either. The fight went out of her." "True? Because I had begun to hope we could overcome these obstacles. Some, maybe, not all." She looked deeply into his eyes and said quietly, "Beth?" That hit him unexpectedly, and his heart bumped, then began to beat erratically. "What about her? You tell me." Looking wounded, she glanced down at the tousled bed. "Was she in there with us?" "No. No." He combed back his hair with his fingers and drew in a ragged breath. "Christ, don't think that. It's not that at all. Is that the truth?" "Yes, I swear it." With alarming intuition, barely audibly, she said, "Just not the whole truth." No, not the whole truth. The whole truth would doom him. He came toward her slowly and placed his hands on her shoulders, turned her and gave a gentle push, so she landed face down on the bed. "Crawford, shh, listen." Crouching over her, he ran his hands up the backs of her thighs, over her bottom, along her back, his thumbs tracing the corrugation of her spine, then covering her hands with his, he interlocked their fingers and nuzzled her hair, which was sweet-smelling and still damp from their shower. "Holly, if I could, I'd be falling crazy in love with you. I'd have you in my life, my house, my bed, my heart." When she moved as though trying to turn over, he pressed her down more firmly. "If I could. But I can't." Gradually, he let go of her hands, eased up, and pushed himself off the bed. "Tell them I came in through your bedroom window, overpowered you, and stole your car. It's all true." Chapter 30. He'd filched Holly's car keys from the pocket of her jeans, which were still crumpled on the floor beside the bed. He remembered her telling him how she'd driven her car across her backyard past the main house and onto the next street without her guards out front being any the wiser. Before Holly would have had a chance to raise the alarm, he was out the elderly lady's driveway and winding his way through town, avoiding the thoroughfares. Sooner or later he would be caught. But later, he hoped. As he drove, he called Joe Gilroy's cell number. Grace answered. "Where's Joe?" he asked. "In the shower. He told me to listen for the phone." "Everything okay?" "Neither of us has slept much, but we're all right." "How's Georgia? Still asleep?" "She got upset last night, wondering why we're here. She kept asking if you'd know where to find us." He had to talk around the lump that formed in his throat. "If she asks again, tell her I'll always be able to find her." "Do you want me to wake her up so you can tell her that yourself?" He was tempted, but it would be selfish of him. Hearing her voice would make him feel better, but it would increase Georgia's homesickness and add to her anxiety over the unusual situation. "Thanks for offering," he told Grace, meaning it. "I trust you to keep her reassured." When she expressed concern for him, he hedged, mumbling that he was fine. "I hope all this will be over soon and you can come home. I can't thank you enough for doing this. Be safe, Crawford. You too." He clicked off before she asked questions he wouldn't know how to answer, but Smitty might. He hadn't responded to the voicemail message Crawford had left last night, which was a dead giveaway that he knew something he didn't want to share. But before Crawford could wrangle information from him, he had to find him. Strip clubs looked desolate in the early hours of the morning, particularly a dreary, rainy morning like this one. He started with Smitty's establishment that was closest to town, but found the place dark and uninviting without its lurid, flashing neon. The parking lot was empty. At Tickled Pink, the same. And the next one he checked was also deserted. The fourth he'd never been to before. It was even more disreputable looking than Smitty's other clubs. This was a place for down-and-outers who had hit rock bottom. Its opaque windows, low roofline, and dirt parking lot, now dotted with puddles of muddy water, weren't inducements for fun-seeking people. Crawford drove around to the rear of the building, which was situated right on the edge of the forest. The trees and underbrush seemed to be encroaching on the squat structure with the intention of eventually overtaking it, perhaps to put it out of its misery. Near the back door was an ugly gray car. Crawford rolled Holly's car to a stop, got out, and looked inside the other vehicle. A lot of trash-stained fabric upholstery, but nothing else. He slid Joe's pistol from his holster. He'd already checked the cylinder, knew that there was a .38 bullet in each of the 5 chambers. Stealthily, he walked to the metal door. The doorknob was loosely fitted and had a standard lock. Crawford didn't even have to try hard to pop it using a credit card. The door opened out. He pulled it toward him, creating a gap only wide enough to slip through, then closed it quickly, realizing that his silhouette made a large target even against meager, watery daylight. Inside, the air was as dank as that of a locker room and smelled of booze and stale cigarette smoke. The darkness was absolute, forcing him to give his eyes time to adjust. He stood perfectly still and listened. He could hear the rain dripping off the eaves outside. Other than that, nothing. "Smitty?" His voice was absorbed by the darkness, as though the building had swallowed it. Louder, he called the name again without response. Turning on his cell phone was a risk he had to take. Without a light, he couldn't see his way any farther into the building. The glow of the screen provided just enough light for him to make out his immediate surroundings. Dead ahead, liquor crates were stacked against a concrete block wall. An industrial mop bucket occupied a corner to his left. The mop was dry and covered in cobwebs. To his right was a narrow passageway. He started down it. The first door he came to was ajar. Just as he drew even with it, the cell phone screen blinked off. Heart thumping, he waited in the Stygian darkness, and when nothing happened, he turned the phone back on and gave the door a push with the short barrel of the .38. His was the only image reflected in the mirror above the dressing table that ran the width of the room. He backed out and moved along the hall past a second door that opened into a phone booth-sized restroom with a disgusting toilet and a stained sink. Third door belonged to an office that resembled the others in which he had ambushed Smitty over the course of their association. The cramped room had a littered desk, beat-up file cabinets, overflowing trash cans, and walls papered with pornographic pictures, and Smitty was there on the floor. Crawford hissed, "Son of a bitch." It was a familiar scene, she in her living room being questioned by Neil Lester and Matt Nugent. Only a few hours after she'd seen them off and joined Crawford in her bedroom, the detectives were back, and Crawford's whereabouts was once again the subject under discussion. Neil asked, "You have no idea where he was going?" "You've asked me that twice already," she replied. "If I knew where he was going, I would have told you when I called." She had alerted him as soon as she reached her back door and confirmed that her car was missing. "I caught a glimpse of taillights as he turned left out of the driveway of the main house." "That's all I know." "You didn't know he planned to take your car?" "Only moments before he left. He must have gotten the keys earlier from the pocket of my jeans. How'd he manage that without you knowing?" She looked at Nugent. "I wasn't wearing them." Oh, it felt like betrayal informing on Crawford to the police, to Neil especially. But he had to be found, stopped, before. She didn't allow herself to think beyond that, to conjecture what might happen to him or what he might do to Otterman. She vacillated between being furious at Crawford and fearing for his life. He would despise her for calling the dogs on him, but she'd rather have him alive and hating her forever than dead. The two detectives were watching her as though expecting her to produce something more substantive. "Why aren't you out looking for him?" Frustrated by their inactivity, she left her chair a hint for them to get going. "He's driving my car, even if you don't know the tag number he swapped for mine, you know the make and model." "I put out an APB," Neil said, "but we wouldn't be in this situation if you'd told us last night that Crawford was here." "You didn't ask me if he was here," I answered all of your questions truthfully. "That's whitewashing, Judge. Truth withheld is a lie. You deliberately misguided us. Because you wanted to detain him when you should have been following other leads, such as the nightclub video on Crawford's phone. He left it for you, practically a signpost pointing to Chuck Otterman for the murder of that policeman. We're trying to follow up on that video by tracking down a guy named Delray Smith. Smitty Crawford had called him, but she didn't let on that she knew that." Neil yielded the floor to Nugent, who looked eager to be helpful. "He's the owner of the club where Connor and Otterman met. I went to the place last night and was told by an employee that Smith had left around 10 o'clock. Nobody knew where he was going, but he didn't come back before closing. We've been trying to track him down." "Without success," Neil said. "Did you try the club this morning?" she asked. "Locked up tight. He's not at his apartment. Car's gone too. We've had a deputy watching the place." Smitty must have left tickled pink shortly after she and Crawford had, but rather than dwell on him, she wanted to pound home the importance of Otterman. Why would Pat Connor have been meeting with Chuck Otterman? Mr. Otterman explained that. Disbelieving her ears, Holly gaped at Neil. "You've talked to him?" "Before dawn this morning. He had checked in with his foreman, who told him I'd been trying to reach him. He called me." "He's still conveniently out of town?" "Fishing somewhere in Louisiana. He couldn't be more specific. Friends drove him. He said he didn't know exactly where he was." "He didn't know?" she exclaimed. "A man with his managerial personality didn't know where he was? You actually believe that, Sergeant Lester?" Stung by her incredulous tone, he took a defensive stance. He owned up to the meeting with Connor even before I asked him about it. He said they met at Connor's request. Otterman thought it might have something to do with the courthouse shooting, but he said that when they met, Connor was incoherent, paranoid and anxious. Thoughtfully, he added, "Everybody with a badge is taking Connor's murder, his execution, hard. First Chet, days later, Pat Connor. Even if the evidence bears out that he was the courthouse shooter, it's like there's a contaminant seeping through the whole law enforcement family." "Crawford isn't the contaminant," she said. Neil slid his gaze toward the hallway that led to the bedroom, but before he could speak aloud, what his arch expression implied, her cell phone rang. She snatched it up. "Hello? Judge Spencer?" "Harry Longbow." She could have melted with relief. She mouthed his name to Lester and Nugent. "Have you heard from Crawford?" "Not since last night. That's why I'm calling you. I thought maybe you two. He's not with you?" Spirit sinking again, she explained the situation. Having been brought up to speed, Harry gave a long sigh. "Lester and Nugent are on it?" "They're still here with me, but they've put out an APB. And Crawford left your place at dawn?" "Soon after, hell-bent on chasing down Otterman." "Yes," she said with desperation. "He was dead set on going alone. I'm afraid for him." He can take care of himself, but I'd feel a lot better if he had more reliable backup. You say Lester has already put out an APB for Otterman? For Crawford? Crawford? He muttered something she couldn't decipher, but his tone was disdainful. It's Otterman he should be after. I agree completely, but Sergeant Lester spoke to Otterman this morning, and he had an explanation for that meeting at the nightclub. She related it, but the veteran Texas Ranger was no more persuaded of Otterman's innocence than she had been. Harry said, "Smooth talker, but I ain't buying it. We don't have proof yet, but bits and pieces are starting to add up." To what? Halcon? Crawford needs to know, like now. I've been calling this new number he gave me, but he's not picking up. She sat on the edge of the chair she had recently vacated and rubbed her forehead. Why wouldn't he answer? Could be any number of reasons. She wasn't deceived by his reassurance. He was as worried as she. But listen, he said, if you talk to him before I do, tell him to get back to me or Sessions right away. Yes, of course, I will. And just in case, I don't want to alarm you or anything, Judge, but if Otterman thinks there's something between you and Crawford, you could be in danger too. I'll take care, do. When she disconnected, Neil said, "Well, what did he say?" She looked at him with reproach. That he would feel a lot better if Crawford had more reliable backup. You're ruining my life. Put the gun down, Smitty. I want to kill you. I want to kill you too. Crawford reached behind him and groped for the light switch, flipping it on. Smitty was hunkered down beneath the desk, aiming a pistol at Crawford's midsection. Calmly, Crawford thumbed back the hammer of Joe's revolver. If I kill you, I'll be eradicating a moral abscess, and I've got law and order on my side. Somebody will probably erect a statue of me in the town square. If you kill me, you get the needle for taking out a law enforcement officer. That is, if you even make it to death row, he went on conversationally, which I doubt you would. Texas Rangers don't take kindly to fellow Rangers getting killed by anybody, but pimps and bootleggers really piss them off. Some of those boys wouldn't think twice about intercepting you on your way to trial, squashing you under their boots as you tried to escape, and scraping you off like so much dog shit it would save the state the cost of a syringe. Smitty actually sobbed, for the last time, put the gun down. His grip on it hadn't been all that firm or steady. When he let go of the pistol, it clattered to the floor. Crawford walked over and kicked it out of reach, then bent down and grabbed a handful of Smitty's shirt. He hauled him from beneath the desk and onto his feet, then shoved him backward into a chair. Your life is nothing to brag about, Smitty. How am I ruining it? Pour me a gin. Not likely? Please, I'm shaking here. He was, like a leaf in a high wind. Even for Smitty, he looked a wreck. His comb-over was flipped the wrong direction, his clothes disheveled, however he'd passed the night. Indications were that it had been long and tortuous. Crawford took mercy, not because he felt sorry for him, but because he had no time to waste, and Smitty could backpedal, whine, and drag this out forever. A styrofoam cup on the desk contained an inch of coffee dregs. He emptied it onto the floor, then filled it with cheap gin from the bottle sitting on top of the file cabinet and handed it over. Smitty took a gulp before he could take another. Crawford reclaimed the cup. Please, Smitty pleaded. I need that. I need answers. Why haven't you called me back? I've been busy. You don't get another drink until you tell me something? Why were you hiding in here in the dark with a loaded pistol looking scared as a rabbit? Nothing. Were you hiding from me? No. From who then? Isn't that your phone ringing? I'll get it later. You were supposed to be giving me stuff on Otterman. I forgot. Forgot? I've had other things to attend to. I don't drop everything for you, you know. Oh, wait, he said, snapping his fingers. I did. Just last night, I dropped everything to let you know that your daddy was shooting video. Huh? Video? That's against club rules. He shot video of a meeting between Chuck Otterman and a cop, now a deceased cop. He noted that Smitty didn't register surprise. Huh. I see you knew that already. So, he wiggled in his seat, corrected the direction of his comb-over, and looked longingly at the cup of gin. A cop getting whacked. Can't remember where I heard about it. There goes your phone again. You'd better get it. Must be important. Crawford let it ring. When I came to pick up Conrad last night, you failed to mention that Otterman had been in tickled pink all afternoon meeting with people. One of them, the now dead police officer. Smitty squirmed in his chair. You got 5 seconds, Smitty. To do what? He asked, his voice going shrill. To tell me what you know about Chuck Otterman. I don't know nothing. 5. I swear. I see him talking to all kinds of people. I told you that already. 4. He blubbered. He'll kill me.
That's why you were hiding under your desk? You're on Otterman's hit list?
No, I didn't say that. Why are you afraid of Otterman? When I said he'd kill me, I was joking. 3. I need another hit. Crawford passed him the cup. He kept gulping for as long as Crawford allowed before taking it back. Why were you hiding in fear of Otterman? Smitty actually sobbed again. He asked me about you. Crawford kept his expression neutral. Me? Did I stutter? When did he ask you about me? Last night? Where? Smitty clammed up and shook his head. Crawford tabled that question for the time being. What did you tell him about me? I sort of fudged. You lied. Smitty heaved a sigh of confession. He asked if I knew you. I pretended not to, but then... You spilled your guts because at heart you're chicken shit. We both know that. So tell me what you told him. Nothing important, I swear. He asked if I had dealings with you. I told him no. Told him that I hated you. Which is the gospel truth, he added with a glower. What else did he want to know? That was it. Smitty. Crawford, let it go, he pleaded. You do not mess with this guy. You don't mess with me either. What else did you tell him? Can I have a drink? Depends. Smitty hesitated, then said he wanted to know what you were doing at the club last night. Who the woman was like that. You told him it was Holly Spencer? I was afraid they were going to feed me to the alligators, one piece at a time. Crawford thought about that. Otterman's supposedly on a fishing weekend. Is he in Louisiana? Is that where your meeting with him took place? Aren't you listening? If I help you, he'll kill me, he screeched. 5, 4, 3, 2. You can count down from 1,000, I don't care. I'm not telling you anything else. Crawford eased back, shrugged. Okay. Don't tell me anything else. I'll put you away for indecency with a child, compelling prostitution of a child, statutory rape. If it lasted more than 30 days, that's continual sexual abuse of a child. Let's see, am I leaving out anything? Oh. He gestured toward the wall of dirty pictures. If you took pictures of her, that's. She was 16, a minor, dancing naked, giving lap dances. Crawford tisked. Bad business, Smitty. A new low for you. She lied at her audition. Soon as I found out her real age, I fired her. How many times did you bang her? I didn't. Crawford just looked at him. Then, with sullen defiance, Smitty grumbled, You don't even know for sure there was a girl. It was a lucky guess. An educated guess. Where's your proof? I'll shut you down while I search for some, Crawford said. But I'm busy these days. It might take a good long while to collect evidence. Track down the child. Child, my ass. I'll eventually find her, and all that time you'll be languishing in the Prentiss County Jail, shuffling around in house shoes, and trying to stay on the good side of the bubbas, many of whom have baby sisters. Stubbornly, Smitty shook his head. Threaten all you want. I'm not telling you anything more about Otterman, especially not where he's at. Crawford's phone rang again. This time he answered. Where you been? It was Harry. You have something on Otterman? A thing that bothers us.
What?
He left a lucrative gig in the Panhandle to sign on with the outfit he works for now. Took a big pay cut. When did he make that move? He was back and forth for a few months. Made the transfer permanent about the time Halkin went down. Which makes Sessions and me nervous. It made Crawford nervous, too. In fact, it made him queasy. The outfit is headquartered in Houston, right? Right. Sessions is working a hunch, Harry said. What sort of scares us? If this is revenge on you for something relating to Halcon, he's taken his sweet time, which tells me, A, he's a planner, B, he's patient, and C, he's ready to end it. In light of this week's goings-on, looks like. Have you found out where he is? Putting the squeeze on a weasel. Let me get back to you. Hold on, Harry said. There's more. Shit. Yeah, I haven't even got to the good parts after you stole the judge's car, she notified Neil Lester. He let that settle. And when Crawford didn't respond, he said, I know because I called her looking for you. Lester and his sidekick were at her house. Was she all right? Shook up. She only ratted because she's scared you'll get hurt or killed or do something crazy. And the worst of it, Lester's still gung-ho to pin all this on you. He can't be that stupid. That video of Connor and Otterman should have changed his mind. About that, Otterman trumped you. Harry recounted the pre-dawn conversation that Neil had had with Otterman, admitted to the meeting, played dumb about how Connor died. Crawford swore. Otterman's playing Neil like a fiddle. And it's working. He's issued an APB for you in the judge's car. Any more good news, Harry? Pretty much it for now. Well, Neil's preoccupation with me is good for something. It's keeping a police presence around Holly. I'm glad of that, too. Oh, Sessions just rushed in looking excited, and I don't reckon it's over wallpaper. Carry on with your weasel. I'll call you back. When I do, answer your damn phone. Then Harry was gone. As Crawford clicked off, Smitty asked, "Who was that?" "Another Texas Ranger. He advised me to stop screwing around, to go ahead and kill you for assaulting me with that pawnshop pistol." "Good riddance," he said. "I didn't assault. I don't want to kill you, Smitty. I'd rather get you sent up for all those first-degree felonies." Crawford leaned down over him. "But because I'm such a nice guy, maybe I could persuade the DA to go light on you, seeing as how she sought employment and lied at her audition. But I'll do this only if you tell me where this place is in Louisiana. I never said there was a place in Louisiana." Smitty reached for the cup of gin. Crawford backhanded it to the floor. Bending down closer, he said, "You're actually going to continue holding out on me when I can set you up on play dates with every perv in Huntsville for the next 99 years. Smitty whimpered. "Look, Crawford, swear to God that all I did was pick up cash and drop it off." Crawford hadn't even asked Smitty if he had business with Otterman. The mention of cash was a slip of the tongue that he tucked away for future reference. "Where is he?" "First, I want to get something in writing about the underage girl thing." "First, you'll get my boot up your ass." "Where is Otterman? Name the town." "There isn't a town. Nearest town. She looked 22, 25. One look at her. No jury would convict me. Smitty, I need a guarantee." "Scout's honor." "Not good enough. Scout's honor that when I do find Otterman, which I will eventually, I'll make sure he knows that you were the one who pointed me in his direction." Smitty groaned and clutched his crotch like he had to pee. "Prentice?" "What?" "Prentice. That's the nearest town. He's not in Louisiana." Miserably, Smitty shook his head. "It's this side of the state line, just barely." "But in Texas?" Smitty wiped his runny nose on his sleeve as he nodded. Crawford grinned. "Perfect." Chapter 31's Crawford wanted to talk to Holly, but he called Neil instead, who answered with a rude, "Who's this?" "You need to get an arrest warrant for Chuck Otterman, and I don't care who you have to blow to get it." "For what? Start with conspiracy to murder, then fill in the blank." "Pat Connor would be the most expeditious. I've got someone who'll turn state's witness against Otterman if we strike the right deal."
"Delray Smith?" Neil asked, scoffing. "Way ahead of you, Crawford. Shit. Sheriff's deputies found him duct-taped to a chair in the office of one of his clubs.
He accused you of police brutality and stealing his car, which appears to be the truth, since Judge Spencer's had been dumped there and his was gone. They've been grilling him good, but he refuses to tell the deputies why you strong-armed him and where you went when you left. Smitty would give it up. He always did. Crawford's time just got shorter to find Otterman before the cavalry was dispatched. He said, "Stop screwing around with Smitty. You've got the video of Otterman and Connor, which is evidence of nothing except a conversation, and no ADA is going to hang their ambition on that. It's a start. It's enough to bring him in, put him on the spot, make him explain that meeting. He already has. I questioned him about it early this morning. Oh, I heard all about your little chat. Civic duty Chuck came clean before you even asked. Didn't that smack of manipulation, Neil?" "This call smacks of manipulation." Mentally cursing, Crawford tried to think of a way to shake him. Then he remembered Smitty's admission of being a cash courier. "Otterman's dirty into more than drilling for gas. Like what?" "I don't know yet." Neil gave a skeptical grunt. "Try harder, Crawford. What's that mean?" "According to Judge Spencer, your buddies in Houston are close to linking Otterman to Halcon. Maybe it's not Otterman who's dirty. Maybe it's you. Otterman might think so. Why would he?"
"I don't know that either."
"Or you're not telling me." Crawford came back angrily. "I'll tell you this much from the courtroom shooting forward. This has been about me, Otterman and me. But it started with him, because I'd never laid eyes on the man until he sauntered in that day. He sought me out, not the other way around. And even though you poo-poo it because you don't want to believe it, I think there's a lot more to him than his hail fellow well-met bullshit act. And if you hadn't wasted so much goddamn time wanting to believe that I was the perp, we'd know what he's about. We'd know what he had on Pat Connor that cost him his life, and we'd have this son of a bitch behind bars. Your past mistakes are history, Neil. But what holds for your future is that if any harm comes to my little girl or to Holly Spencer, I'll ruin your lofty career plans by telling everybody how bad you fucked up because of the juvenile grudge you bear me. Then I'll rip your head off your shoulders. If I'm dead, my buddies in Houston will likely do it for me." Neil didn't say anything, but Crawford sensed him fuming. He pressed on. "George is out of Otterman's reach, but keep people on Holly in sight of her at all times, and just so everything's neat and tidy when I catch up to Otterman, get that goddamn warrant." "While you're doing what?" "While I go fishing." He clicked off and tossed the cell phone into the passenger seat of Smitty's car, in which also lay Smitty's 9mm. Crawford was grateful for the additional handgun, but it and Joe's revolver were all he had, depending on what he found when he reached his destination. That might prove to be insufficient firepower. Otterman had at least 2 of his heavies with him. I was afraid they were going to feed me to the alligators, Smitty had said. They, probably frickin' Frack. Fortified with a couple more shots of gin, and threatened with being taped to a chair, Smitty had drawn Crawford a crude map. After 3 or 4 miles on that state road, you'll come to a sign advertising taxidermy. It's got an armadillo on it. Hook a left. If you miss that sign, you're good and screwed, because you'll never see the turnoff without it. Past that point, if the roads have names or numbers, I don't know them. Once he got the map, he'd taped Smitty to the chair anyway, knowing that sooner or later someone would come looking to question him about Pat Connors being in Tinkled Pink hours before he was murdered. Crawford was lucky to have gotten away before they'd arrived and wished it had taken a little longer for Smitty to be found. The best he could hope for now was that Smitty would hold out on the deputies who were questioning him. This time, his whining and bargaining could buy Crawford valuable time. Smitty had warned that he was sending him into the boondocks, and at least about that he wasn't lying. Crawford had gone 5 miles on the state road before he spotted the landmark taxidermy sign marking the turnoff. It led to seemingly nowhere. A swampy wilderness stretched endlessly from both sides of the narrow road. The rain was waterlogged, overgrown with vines, forested by trees, struggling against suffocation from the Spanish moss that hung from their branches in large clumps. Cypresses were rooted into the marsh by knobby knees that poked up out of the viscous surface. The winding road barely qualified as such, and intersected with dozens of others that looked similarly difficult to drive on. Without the map, Crawford could have driven for days, going in circles, having to backtrack. Either Smitty deserved credit for his powers of recall, or he deserved to die for sending Crawford on a wild goose chase. He'd soon know which. Calculating that he was about a mile away from the spot marked with a large dot on Smitty's map, he pulled the car off the road far enough for the wild shrubbery to provide some concealment, but not so far that it would get stuck in the spongy ground. He might have to leave in a hurry. He put Smitty's pistol in the holster at his back, but kept Joe's in hand as he set out on foot. Smitty had said the place was inside the state line. Crawford hadn't seen any indication that he'd crossed over into the neighboring state. If this ended with an exchange of gunfire, it would be a lot more convenient if his badge made him official, but at this point, even an important detail like jurisdiction wasn't going to stop him. He was determined to reach his self-proclaimed enemy ahead of everyone else because this was a personal fight, instigated by Otterman. Crawford feared learning what had inspired the man's hatred, but he had to be the first to know, even if it killed him. He had to know. The road was an ochre-colored mire. Crawford stayed off it to avoid exposure and imprints of his boots, but slogging through the bog and underbrush was a workout that soon had his clothes drenched with sweat. It had stopped raining, but the low ceiling of gray clouds threatened to unleash a downpour into air already saturated with moisture. Beyond an occasional splash, a rustle, a desultory bird call, the swamp was noiseless and oppressive, yet it teemed with unseen and menacing life forms. He had about reached the conclusion that he would have to go back and kill Smitty after all when a rusty tin roof came into view. He crouched and waited, fearing that his progress might have been noticed and monitored, but after 5 minutes he continued on, moving closer to get a better look. Smitty had described the place as nearly falling down. Indeed, the weather-beaten frame structure looked on the verge of toppling off its rotting pilings into the sluggish creek. If it had collapsed, it would have taken Chuck Otterman with it. He was sitting in a ladder-back chair on the porch beneath a deep overhang. The railing on which he'd propped his feet was listing, and only about half its spindles were upright. But he looked as arrogant as a king on a gilded throne, angled back, puffing smoke rings that held their perfect shape until they were absorbed by the thick air. Crawford was close enough to smell the cigar. The 2 men he recognized from Conrad's video were occupying opposite corners of the dwelling. One was keeping an eye on the creek side as he pared his fingernails with a knife. Other was doing nothing except leaning against the exterior wall, idly picking at his sideburn while watching the road. Within his reach was a shotgun propped up against the wall. Otterman finished his cigar, then lowered his feet from the railing and stood up. He stretched and spoke to the man watching the creek, although Crawford was too far away to catch what he said. He did hear the squeak of the screen door hinges when Otterman pulled it open and disappeared inside. It slapped closed behind him. His sentinels remained in place. Crawford backed away, careful not to create any more of a stir than necessary. He didn't breathe easily until he'd covered at least 100 yards. By the time he got back to Smitty's car, he was dripping sweat, but rather than feeling depleted, he was energized. Adrenaline was like rocket fuel pumping through him. The hell of it was he had to keep that rush under control until dark. It was said that he was impulsive and reckless. That could be justifiably argued, but he wasn't suicidal. He thought about summoning Harry and Sessions. He knew they'd waste no time joining him, but he didn't want to drag them into a showdown where jurisdiction was uncertain. He also wanted to know if the hunch that Sessions had been following had panned out, but if he called about that, they would pressure him to tell them where he was and what he planned. Then, too, he dreaded hearing where Sessions' hunch might have led. He considered calling Neil to ask about the arrest warrant, but he was going to make his move on Otterman with or without it. If later he had to defend his actions, he could say truthfully that he'd acted on the assumption that a warrant had been issued based on his last conversation with the lead investigator. He considered changing his mind about speaking to Georgia. He longed to hear her voice. She would tell him she loved him, and he would know that she spoke the unqualified truth. There were no filters on or conditions to her love. He would like to hear the words from her again. But if he called, she might ask him for promises. He wouldn't make promises to her he might be unable to keep. He wished he could roll back the clock and relive those first few minutes when he woke up feeling Holly's breath on his face, her body warm and soft against his. He would welcome a do-over of those brief moments of contentment. I wish I still had it to look forward to. She had said of their quickie couch sex. He wondered if she felt that way now. God knew she shouldn't. There were so many things to apologize for. He wouldn't know where to start. If not for him, the shooting would never have happened. Her life would never have been endangered. Her career would be on solid footing. Did the minutes of bliss they'd shared make up for the crap he'd left her to deal with? Only she could answer that, and he couldn't possibly blame her if the answer was no. Deciding against making any of those calls, he removed the battery from the burner phone and settled in to wait for darkness. After the two detectives left Holly's house, she fretfully wandered from room to room as though looking for direction or insight into what she should do. Her car was found and returned to her, but her feelings of uselessness and fear for Crawford's safety increased the longer he remained unaccounted for. At noon, she switched on her television, wondering what was being reported on the news. The lead story was Pat Connor's murder. Video shot outside his residence showed CSU personnel carrying out labeled bags. "This is the second Prentice law officer to be killed this week," the reporter said solemnly. Although the two crimes are unrelated, the grieving among unrelated, her angry shout echoed through the cottage. She hurriedly dressed for the office and drove to the courthouse, her escorts following closely in their squad car. She eschewed the slow elevator and took the atrium stairs, the officers tripping along behind her. Mrs. Briggs was startled by her sudden entrance, and even more startled by her request. "Call the TV station in Tyler. Ask to speak to the reporter who broke the story about Chuck Otterman. And when you get him, tell him that if he'd like an exclusive interview with me to be here in an hour." She paused, then said, "And see if I can possibly speak to the governor. When? Now." She went into her private office and paced until her desk phone rang. "Governor Hutchins is on the line," Mrs. Briggs told her. Holly took a deep breath and pressed the lighted button. "Governor Hutchins, I know you've just returned from the conference. Thank you for taking my call." He conveyed his sadness over the terrible event that had taken place in her court and asked after her well-being. When she had assured him that she was fine, he reluctantly mentioned the unpleasant aftermath. "That's why I'm calling, Governor. I'm about to grant a TV interview which no doubt will have a ripple effect that could reach as far as your desk. I wanted you to know about it in advance." She talked for 5 minutes without interruption. When she finished, he said, "Essentially, what you're saying is that the investigators are barking up the wrong tree." "Yes, sir. When this interview airs, my judgment will be brought into question. I've already been accused of being too personally involved with Ranger Hunt." "Is that the case?" "There is a strong emotional pull, yes." She gave him time to process that and make of it what he would. "But it hasn't blinded me, sir. What's become perfectly clear is that an equally powerful prejudice against Ranger Hunt is hampering the investigation. I fear this personality clash is preventing justice from being done for the murder of Chet Barker and now Officer Connor. No matter what the repercussions might be to me and my career, I'm compelled to speak up about it." During the ensuing silence, Holly held her breath. Finally, he said, "Be careful how you phrase it." The TV crew arrived within 45 minutes of Mrs. Briggs's call, and 20 minutes after that, the reporter had his exclusive. 10 minutes after the crew had gathered up their gear and left her chambers, Neil Lester barged into her inner office, looking ready to explode. "I'm sorry, Judge," "It's all right, Mrs. Briggs." Her assistant backed out but left the door open. Neil said, "You could have given me fair warning. A news team arrived downstairs asking me for a follow-up soundbite to your interview. That sounds only fair. Why are you upset? Why'd you offer them an interview in the first place? Because Greg Sanders has been suggesting that in light of a chain of tragic events all relating to me, I should do the public a favor, withdraw my name from the ballot, and give him a free pass to the bench. I wanted people to know that I have no intention of doing that. I don't care about you and your election. What did you say about Chuck Otterman?" The reporter asked if I thought he had anything to do with the courtroom shooting death of Chet Barker. I told him that since it was an active investigation, I couldn't comment, then referred him to you for statements regarding Monday's tragedy as well as last night's murder of Officer Connor, effectively linking the two incidents and linking both to Otterman. His shout rattled the chandelier. She didn't offer a comeback. "Did the reporter ask you why your boyfriend skipped out before he could be questioned about Connor's murder?" "It was a struggle, but she kept her temper under control. He asked if Crawford Hunt was a person of interest in Connor's murder. I said that I hadn't heard that term applied to him, which I haven't. Not yet, but it's a fact that he eluded the authorities with your help. It stretches credulity that he overpowered you and stole your car. That's what happened. Tell me where he is. I don't know. Don't insult my intelligence. I'm beginning to doubt your intelligence, Detective. Where is he?" "I don't know." Suddenly behind him, the two familiar Texas Rangers appeared. Harry Longbow politely excused himself to Mrs. Briggs. "We need a word with the judge." He and Sessions edged past Neil into her inner office. Harry then shoved the detective back through the door and slammed it in his face. She knew from their grave expressions that something was terribly wrong. Weakly, she said, "Crawford, what you just said, is it true? You don't know where he is." "I swear I don't." "You haven't heard from him all day?" "Not since dawn. I'm desperate to talk to him." "Yeah, us too. You told me he gave you a new phone number." "We've been calling it for hours. Keep getting nothing. Tried to locate it using triangulation. Either he's not close enough to a cell tower for that to work, or he's taken the battery out, or both. Anyhow, we decided to drive on up here thinking maybe he's in trouble and needs our help." Judge Sessions said, speaking for the first time, "Look, we figure y'all got a thing going, and far as we're concerned, that's good. But you're not doing Crawford any favors by keeping what you know to yourself. So if you know where he was headed this morning, you need to tell us. All I know is where he left my car." "Where was that?" She told them about Smitty. "That must be Crawford's weasel." Harry hitched his head toward the outer office. "Guess he's got to be in on this." Sessions opened the door and signaled for Neil to join them. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Harry said, "Tell us about this Smitty character." Neil gave them Smitty's basic bio with obvious resentment, he added. "He's been thoroughly interrogated but refuses to disclose anything. He says Crawford will kill him if Otterman doesn't kill him first." "Well, he might be right," Harry said, "about Otterman anyway." Sessions said, "Let us have a crack at him." "That won't do any good," Neil said. "You won't get anywhere." "Well, we gotta try," Harry said. His somber tone made Holly's heart clutch. "We discovered why Otterman's holding a grudge against Crawford," the Texas Ranger said. "The boy's walking into way more than he's bargained for."
Chapter 32. Crawford had decided to wait until full dark to make his move. But the choice of when to act was taken from him when he saw headlights cutting through the swampy landscape, approaching from the direction of the fishing cabin. With no time to spare, he knocked out the dome light of Smitty's car, crawled over the console and got out on the passenger side, closing the door behind him.
Otto came into sight just as he plastered himself against the trunk of the tree nearest the car, making himself one with it in the darkness. The car went past, then the brake lights came on as though the driver had just noticed Smitty's car. Crawford took a tighter grip on Joe's revolver, not daring to breathe as he waited to see if the driver would continue on or get out and investigate. He couldn't tell how many people were inside the idling vehicle, a late-model, foreign-made luxury sedan. The windows were darkly tinted, but even if they hadn't been, the gloomy day had turned into a black night. He could barely see his own hand in front of his face. Then an interior light came on as the driver's door was pushed open. Crawford recognized the man behind the wheel as the bodyguard who'd been trimming his fingernails. Frick. He got out and stood there in the wedge of the open door, looking around, wary and watchful. "Yo, this is private property." Getting no response, he left his car in the middle of the road, motor running, and walked slowly toward Smitty's. Crawford noticed that he kept his right hand lowered, holding it close to his thigh. That's where his weapon would be. He approached the car from the rear on the driver's side. As he inched forward, he gradually raised his right hand and kept it extended in front of him as he jerked open the driver's door. When nothing happened, he ducked his head inside to take a look, and that's what Crawford had been waiting for. He pounced and was on the guy before he had time to react to the rustle of foliage. Crawford clamped the back of his neck, pushed his face into the driver's seat, planted his knee between his shoulder blades, and jammed the barrel of Joe's .38 behind his ear. If you want to live, drop the blade just as Crawford had assumed. That's what he was carrying. A man who uses a knife to pare his fingernails likes knives. The man hesitated, his hand still gripping the hilt of the switchblade. You can try, Crawford taunted softly, but your brain will be mush in milliseconds. Are you that fast? He let him think about it for about 2 heartbeats, then said, drop it into the floorboard now. The man did as told. He asked, Are you Hunt? Pleased to meet you. He gave a nasty laugh. Otterman's waiting. He's going to kill you. Ya think? Too bad you won't be there to see it. What the fucking hell? Chuck Otterman was slicing into a thick, juicy steak when the sudden blare of a car horn arrested him in motion. He dropped his knife and fork onto his tin plate, grabbed his pistol, and stamped over to the screen door. He recognized the approaching car as the one belonging to him, sent on an errand only a short time ago. It was skidding over the slick, muddy road, fishtailing crazily as the driver sped headlong toward the shack, horn still blaring. Otterman's second bodyguard stood poised on the top step of the porch, double-barreled shotgun in one hand, his other shading his eyes against the headlights, which on bright were blinding. What the hell's he doing? The car came to within 30 yards of the shack, where it braked so suddenly it slewed hard to the right, nearly going out of control and into the creek, before sliding another few yards and shuddering to a stop. The horn went abruptly silent. Then nothing. After several moments of ominous silence, the bodyguard looked toward Otterman for instruction. Well, don't just stand there. Impatiently, he motioned the man forward. Bodyguard clumped down the porch steps and walked purposefully toward the car, calling out the name of his confederate as he went. But as he got closer to the car, his stride slowed and became less confident. He shaded his eyes again. Doesn't look like there's anyone behind the wheel. Have you lost your mind? Otterman said. What the hell are you talking about? The bodyguard went closer, then reached from a careful distance to open the driver's door. He turned back to Otterman, saying stupidly, Nobody's in here. It didn't drive itself. Otterman snarled. Turn off those goddamn headlights. His man did as told, and the surrounding area was once again pitched into darkness. The only light for miles originated from the bare bulb dangling from the ceiling above the table where Otterman's T-bone was growing cold. He called to the bodyguard. Got a flashlight with you? Yes, sir. Look around. Otterman backed into the shack, returned to the table, and yanked on the dirty string to extinguish the overhead light. Now the blackness was absolute, except for the occasional sweep of the flashlight beam through the trees. He felt his way back to the chair he'd vacated and sat down. Barely able to detect the outline of the screen door, he fixed his gaze on it and waited, letting his eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. He no longer saw the flickering of the flashlight. He could hear the tick of his wristwatch, nothing else. Then from the direction of the creek, 2 gunshots were fired in rapid succession. Only one of them from the shotgun. Otterman remained as he was, motionless and only mildly curious to see who would walk through the screen door. The more time that passed, however, the surer he became that it wasn't going to be his bodyguard who would have been using the flashlight to find his way back. 10 minutes elapsed before Otterman felt the shift of air signaling that someone had gotten into the cabin by a means other than the door. Probably he'd come in through a window in the partitioned-off section where the bed was. Otterman had to hand it to him. He was good. So stealthy, Otterman hadn't heard a sound. Otterman yanked on the string above his head. When the light bulb flashed on, it shone down on him his uneaten steak and the man who was seated adjacent to him at the table, bound and gagged, the barrel of Otterman's .357 pressed against his temple. At the sight of him, Crawford was stopped in his tracks. Otterman said, Well, you finally made it. Your daddy and I were getting worried about you, weren't we, Conrad? The 2 Texas Rangers were granted time alone with Smitty in an interrogation room. 3.5 minutes after they went in, Sessions came out, saying to Neil in passing, He made a mess on the floor. You're going to need a mop. Did he tell you where Crawford is? Holly asked Harry as he emerged behind Sessions, who was already pecking out a number on his cell phone. He drew us a map, Nugent asked. How'd you get it from him? He struck up that chorus about Crawford killing him if Otterman didn't, and I told him those were possibilities, but I was a sure thing and poked my 6-shooter in his ear. Neil said, I don't approve of your methods. I don't give a fuck. State troopers are rolling, Sessions reported as he ended the brief call. I told them the general vicinity. One of them knows where this taxidermy sign is. They're going to meet us there. They'll notify the Prentice-So and sheriffs of neighboring counties, since the loose bladder in there didn't know exactly which one this place is in, just in case it's in Louisiana. Authorities over there are being alerted too. Harry looked at Neil. It's outside PD jurisdiction, but if you want in on the party, follow close. Tell them about the fingerprint. Nugent said, virtually loping to keep up as the group made their way toward the side exit of the courthouse. Neil said, A fingerprint lifted from the back of a dining chair in Connor's kitchen belongs to a man in Otterman's employ. Match came up immediately. He has a list of priors: illegal possession of firearms, assault. Suspected but never charged in 2 execution-style homicides. Harry looked at Neil and smirked. Too bad Crawford's not here to say told you so, but he wouldn't anyway, 'cause that's too much like something you'd say. Sessions was the first to reach the exit door and held it open for the others as they filed through. Last in line was Harry. He stopped and turned to face Holly, who had kept pace with him. The ranger took her by the shoulders. "Judge, ma'am, this is as far as you go. I've got your cell number. I'll call you as soon as we know something." Beneath his heavy hands, her shoulders slumped with disappointment and resignation. "Please be careful. And I want to know immediately whatever," she finished tremulously. "Understood. Oh, and sorry about the F-bomb. That guy gets under my skin." He released her and hurried to catch up with Sessions. They climbed into an SUV similar to Crawford's and sped away. Neil and Nugent peeled out after them. Holly counted to 10, then ran to her car and followed. Upon seeing his father, Crawford's heart lurched. Conrad's feet had been tied to the front legs of the chair with what looked like fishing line. His hands were secured together behind his back. A rolled handkerchief cut like a bit through his mouth and was knotted at the back of his head. But it was Conrad's eyes that disturbed Crawford the most. They gazed up at him with shame, hopelessness, and remorse. Otterman said, "I don't have to tell you, do I?" Crawford dropped Joe's revolver to the floor, cut him loose. "You wouldn't come in here with just one handgun." Crawford reached toward the small of his back. "Easy," Otterman warned. Crawford removed Smitty's 9mm from the holster. It joined the other on the floor. "Kick them away." He did. "Thank you." "He doesn't need to be gagged anymore. Take it off him." "Not until you and I have discussed some things." Otterman used his foot beneath the table to push out a chair for Crawford. "Sit and place your hands down flat on the table." Crawford did as told. "You can point the damn pistol at me now." Otterman grinned but kept the gun against Conrad's temple. "Your father's a coward." "Like that's news?" "I had him picked up this morning, and I'm told his efforts to defend himself were pathetic. His house was described as a rat hole." "Worse than that?" "Oh, you're going for indifference." He barked a laugh. "Won't work. You care for him, or you wouldn't have rushed to his rescue last night." Still feigning detachment, Crawford said, "I did it for me, not him. I don't want everybody knowing what a worthless drunk my old man is." "But everybody already does." "My cross to bear." Otterman regarded Conrad with scorn. Just now he could have warned you by making some kind of sound, even with the gag. But he knew if he did, I'd blow his brains out, so he sat there as mute as a stump and let his son walk right into his own killing. "I'm not dead yet." Crawford's words carried a sinister implication, but Otterman remained unfazed. He tipped his head in the direction of the creek. "My man? Resisted arrest? Dead? He didn't take me seriously. And the other one sent his regrets?" Otterman cracked a smile, or what passed for one. "I was told you're a smartass." "Who told you that? Friend of mine?" This time the smile that spread slowly across his face was intolerably smug. "A very close friend who knew you well." His gloating caused a leaden sorrow to seep out of Crawford's heart and spread through the rest of him, but he kept his expression as blank as possible, unwilling to give Otterman any advantage over him. If he let emotion dictate his reaction to anything, Otterman said, he and Conrad were as good as dead. Their survival depended on cold calculation, not emotional reflex. He had to play this out smarter than Otterman did. "You're also remarkably predictable," Otterman continued.
How's that?
"My man's shotgun would have been too bulky for you to sneak in through the window, but you would have kept the other switchblade. You probably thought I'd forgotten that, but I hadn't. I've been watching for it. You will regret later that you didn't use it sooner, and I believe, despite your best effort to appear unconcerned for Conrad here, the only reason you haven't is because I've still got this pistol at his head. Now, remove the knife from wherever you hid it, I'm assuming your boot, and with the blade end pointed toward you, set it on the table, then return your hands to it, palms down." In his mind, Crawford was chanting swear words, but he remained calm as he reached into his boot, slid the knife from it, and followed Otterman's instructions. Otterman picked up the switchblade and tossed it out of reach along with the steak knife he'd been using. Crawford turned his head and spotted where they'd landed against the far wall, leaving him no hope of reaching them. As he came back around to Otterman, he made brief eye contact with Conrad. "Bringing him here was a wasted effort," he said to Otterman. "He's got nothing to do with anything." "No? No? Was it a coincidence that he and I were in the same nightclub yesterday? He's a drunk. He'll drink wherever he happens to land. Well, it doesn't matter if that was coincidence or not. He's helped to pass the time while I was waiting for you." See, here's where your predictability comes in. I knew I wouldn't have to bother coming after you, not after you'd seen Pat Connor's video of your kid. Bet you shit when you got that text. Crawford kept his features stony, and, Otterman continued, I knew the pimp would crumble under pressure and point the way here. All I had to do was sit back and wait, knowing you'd show up and bring the fight to me, and here you are. His complacency was almost more than Crawford could stand, but he forced himself to keep still and maintain a conversational tone. What kind of deal have you got going with Smitty? Otterman made a derisive sound. He's only a messenger boy. Between you and who? Rednecks with more cousins than teeth. I doubt many of them can read, but they supply surprisingly good quality weapons. Guns? Otterman was about guns? Crawford's brain kicked into high gear, but he tried to act as though this was common knowledge. The feds are on to you, Chucky. ATF is. Your bluff is no more convincing than your indifference. Otterman flashed an evil grin as he picked up the coin that had been lying beside his plate and began rolling it over the back of his left hand while still cradling the .357 in his right. Nobody is on to me, Ranger Hunt. Eventually, you might have picked up on my profitable sideline. No matter how well one covers his tracks, there's always a trail, which is why I moved around so much in the early days of my career. You've proved yourself to be good at finding those trails. Even from your computer desk, you're almost as good at detection as you are at shoot-em-ups. But you've been so preoccupied lately with Georgia. Pretty name. Pretty little girl. You've also been spending time with Holly Spencer, lady judge with a smoking ass, who's gone on TV singing your praises. You don't have to tell me what's going on there, but I think I can guess. He bobbed his eyebrows. In any case, your mind hasn't really been on your work lately, has it? At the mention of their names, Crawford's blood ran cold. Still, he kept his features schooled. Enlighten me, he said. Smitty buys the guns for you and takes a percentage when he delivers. Otterman laughed. Would you trust that lying turd with a cache of expensive and highly marketable weapons? Good point. Take another guess. Smitty never touches the guns. He only launders the cash through his clubs. I never touch the merchandise either. I see, Crawford said, even as he was beginning to. You're merely the conductor. Others are playing the tune. Even while busy gun trafficking, you hold down a full-time job and still find time to make speeches to pillars of the community about economic growth. See how well it works? Flip sides of the coin. Otterman looked down at his left hand and smiled. You're thinking way too hard. This is merely a habit. Don't read any symbolism into it. Who do you sell the guns to? Well, up until 4 years ago I had a very good customer, the individual who knew you so well. The cogs in the wheels of Crawford's brain clicked into place, and suddenly it all made sense. Jesus Christ, he whispered. This is about Fuentes. He was as obsessed with you as you were with him. He chuckled over Crawford's evident surprise. You didn't know that? Guess you're not so smart after all. Fuentes was, but he didn't really have to be all that savvy to spot you. You don't exactly fit the profile of a feed store clerk. He marked you as soon as you got to Halcon. You fascinated him. See, my amigo Manuel bought into the image of the old West Texas Ranger. He loved the myth, the lore. It was a bit disappointing to him that you got around in a pickup truck instead of on horseback. Anyway, he knew you'd make a move. He just figured you'd have better manners than to come after him at his niece's party. As it turns out, that was a fatal miscalculation on his part. You weren't so mannerly after all. I cut off the head of the snake, killing the whole damn thing. His composed recitation came to an abrupt end as he banged the tabletop with his fist, rattling the tin plate. You robbed me of a good thing. This is payback. This is only the start of it, Otterman said. First, you'll watch him die, he said, tipping his head toward Conrad. Then he winked. I have a few other entertainments planned. I know how much you care for the women in your life. Crawford's gut clenched with revulsion and fear, but he kept his head in the game. Either he or Otterman would die soon. If he got lucky and it was Otterman, he wanted to know as much as he could about him and his criminal activities. Redirecting the conversation, he said, after I blew Fuentes to hell, you signed on with the outfit in Houston. To keep closer tabs on you, you moved to Prentice to be closer to your kid, and I asked the company for a transfer here. Since then, I've bided my time. Why not just take me out right away? A drive-by, an ambush in my house like Connor. Why the masquerade? You underestimate your star power. No ordinary, painless shooting for you. I wanted your death to be spectacular. When I heard about your custody hearing, I cooked up the plan with Pat Connor, scheduled my appointment with the ADA just so I'd be there to see your bullet-riddled body zipped up in a bag. Didn't happen. No. The dumb fuck missed. Got scared. Ran. The harsh, angry features smoothed out. But he said in a lighter tone, actually, it turned out better. It's been fun watching you squirm this past week, seeing you scared. Crawford didn't give him the satisfaction of knowing how effectively his revised scheme had worked. What would you have done if Connor had been caught? Well, ideally, he wouldn't have made it out of the courthouse alive. In a building crawling with cops, I figured somebody would cap him. Perhaps even the bailiff he killed. But I wasn't worried about him being captured. If he'd fingered me, who would have believed that I was involved? You've had some experience with that yourself, right? People disbelieving allegations about me? Crawford didn't reply to that. Why Connor? You pick a guy who everyone sees but no one is looking at. He's coasting through life. You offer him a little excitement in his otherwise dull routine. I appreciate the lesson on how to corrupt, but how'd you get him to agree to the assassination attempt? He'd made some contacts for me with those coon-asses selling guns. Worked okay for a while, and then Pat helped himself to a piece of my pie, like I wouldn't notice. Stupid mistake. But I didn't kill him, because it's always helpful to have a plant in the local police department. It's even better if the plant owes you a favor for sparing his life. He shrugged. His usefulness ran out. None of this comes as a major revelation, Crawford said, except that you did all this to avenge Fuentes.
What did you think?
I thought. But he stopped there, never wanting to speak aloud what he had feared most, that Beth had somehow been at the heart of Otterman's revenge. Refocusing on him, Crawford said, I thought your vengeance had a measure of honor behind it. Twisted valor, maybe, but at least some sense of valor. I thought this was revenge for one of the party guests who got killed in Halcon, or maybe one of the officers who died. Why would I give a rat's ass about any of them? Crawford looked deeply into the other man's eyes. Or tried. They were impenetrable, dead. There was nothing behind them. He understood now that's why he'd had such an instantaneous aversion to him. His eyes were soulless. The loss of a beloved woman or friend or relative wasn't behind his vendetta, merely greed for money and power. That's what really got Otterman off, playing with people's lives. My mistake, Crawford said. You wouldn't give a rat's ass. I gave you credit for being human when all you are is a criminal, getting back at me for blowing away your business partner. It took me years to win that cocky little bastard's confidence, years more to establish a monopoly with him. Then you came along and ended it in a 5-minute gunfight. Actually, it was 7 minutes. Otterman caught the coin in his fist and banged it against the table again. 7 minutes that cost me millions of dollars. Gee, that must have cut deep. On the last word, Crawford gave the rung of Otterman's chair a hard shove with his foot and sent it over backward. Taken off guard, Otterman's index finger contracted around the trigger of the .357. The shot sounded like a cannon and blasted a hole through the roof. As Crawford lunged across the table, he grabbed the fork from the tin plate and, following Otterman down, plunged it into the side of his neck. He'd aimed for the carotid, wasn't sure he'd hit it, so he pulled the fork out and stabbed him again, and a third time. When arterial blood spurted, he pushed off him and wrestled the pistol from his right hand. Otterman's eyes weren't so soulless after all. They were now wild with panic as he dropped the infernal coin and, with both hands, futilely began trying to stop the geyser of blood from his neck. The dropped coin rolled across the floor on its edge, then got lodged in a crack between the uneven planks. Crawford aimed the pistol down at him. Just so you don't go anywhere while you're dying, he shot him in the kneecap, courtesy of Deputy Sheriff Chet Barker. Crawford was deaf to Otterman's gurgled screams as he went over and got the switchblade off the floor. He used it to cut through the knot holding the gag around Conrad's head. Good work, son, he panted as he spat out the handkerchief. You all right? Roughed up a bit, but basically okay. I think my wrists are bleeding. The fishing line had dug deep into the flesh, breaking the skin. As gently as possible, Crawford cut through the binding, then freed Conrad's feet from the legs of the chair and helped him to stand up. As he shook feeling back into his hands, Conrad said, My dog and pony show last night. Did you some good, huh? It did me a lot of good. Crawford saw the flash of pride in Conrad's eyes, even as he snorted with self-derision. Got me kidnapped, although I put up more of a fight than he let on. I guess it's true what he said. I could have made some sounds to warn you of what you were walking into, but he would have killed you without blinking. Conrad laughed. I'd be no great loss. I kept quiet because I had to see for myself that one of those assholes outside hadn't killed you. I wanted to make sure you were okay. For a few minutes there, then he shocked Crawford by pulling him into a hug. It was clumsy, awkward for both of them, but it counted. They thumped each other on the back as they broke apart. Conrad smiled up at him, and Crawford saw tears standing in his father's eyes. Then Conrad's gaze suddenly snapped to Crawford's right. Realizing in an instant what it must signify, Crawford reacted, bringing the pistol up as he spun around. There was an eruption of gunfire. Otterman never felt the bullet that finished him, nor did he hear Crawford's anguished cry. Dad, Chapter 33. Z. Holly followed the caravan of official vehicles as far as they would allow. By the time she reached the turnoff, designated by the now well-known sign, the road had been barricaded, and only personnel with official business were being allowed beyond it. Even some law enforcement officers with no specific reason for being there were prevented from going farther, and they began unsnarling the traffic jam caused by converging vehicles. The congestion had made it difficult for ambulances to get through. No one, Holly asked, knew the number or nature of the casualties for which the ambulances had been called. She and spectators drawn to the emergency had parked along both shoulders of the backwoods state road. There she paced, clutching her cell phone, willing it to ring. She had called Harry, Sessions, and Neil in turn, leaving voicemails for them. Of course it was Crawford's voice she wanted most to hear, but she didn't have the number of the burner phone he'd been using to communicate with Harry until he had stopped communicating. When her phone finally did ring, Neil Lester's name appeared in the LED. Breathlessly, she answered. He said, "I'm calling on Crawford's behalf." "He's all right?" "He's fine, just occupied." Her sob of relief was so forceful, it hurt her breastbone. "You swear? He's all right?" "Yes, he's been talking everybody through what went down. It's a madhouse. I know, I'm here." "Where?" "Here, parked on the shoulder just west of the turnoff." He paused briefly, then said, "I'll meet you at the barricade. 5 minutes." Even on foot, she made it there before he did. He pulled up in his sedan on the other side of the barricade, got out, spoke to one of the officers keeping people out, and ducked under the barrier to reach her. "What are you doing out here?" "I couldn't just go home and sit. Tell me what's happened. Has Otterman been arrested?" "He's dead, bullet to the head, knee shot out. I'll spare you the more gruesome details." "Crawford?" "Yes." She clung to every word as Neil described the situation. When he stopped to take a breath, she said, "The Rangers had discovered Otterman's connection to Manuel Fuentes. That's why they were so anxious to reach Crawford." He nodded. Otterman admitted to Crawford his illegal gun trade. The bodyguard Crawford stuffed in the trunk of Smitty's car was mad as hell for being wrapped up in duct tape. But he fared better than his coworker, whose body was found half in, half out of the water, dead. After hearing about his buddy and the carnage inside the shack, he was more than willing to open up about the gun running. The word carnage caused her to shudder. "But Crawford's all right." She couldn't have confirmed it enough times. He averted his gaze. "He is, but well, his father didn't make it." She fell back a step. "What? Conrad was here? You know him? Tell me." He told her about the abduction. "The guy locked in the trunk said they had picked up Mr. Hunt early today, brought him here. He had deep ligature marks on his wrists and ankles. Otterman finished him off." "Crawford is—" He looked aside and shook his head. She covered her mouth with her hand. "Can you take me to him?" "No. Even if I could, I wouldn't. You don't want to see him now. Trust me. He went a little crazy when he heard you were in the vicinity. Whatever Neil was about to say, he changed his mind. You should go home, Judge Spencer. He's going to be tied up for a long while yet. Wait for him to contact you." Since Crawford hadn't called her himself, she had little room to argue. Neil was about to turn away when she stopped him. "Thank you for coming to tell me all this in person. I wouldn't have wanted to hear it over the telephone. I felt I owed Crawford a courtesy," he said, looking uneasy. "Owed one to both of you." He gave her a brusque nod and ducked beneath the barricade. She walked back toward her car, resentful of the chaos going on around her. The endless number of official vehicles with their obnoxious flashing lights reminded her of a garish midway. The clustered bystanders were swapping rumors about the body count, speculating on who had died and who had lived to tell about it. She wanted to scream at all of them to shut up. When she reached her car, she got in and laid her forehead on the steering wheel. "Drive, Judge." Nearly jumping out of her skin, she whipped her head around, gasping his name when she saw the amount of blood soaking his clothes. The massive red stain was fresh enough to show up shiny in the kaleidoscope of flashing red, white, and blue lights around them. His eyes glinted at her from shadowed sockets. His forehead was beaded with sweat, strands of hair plastered to it. He remained perfectly still, sprawled in the corner of the back seat, left leg stretched out along it, the toe of his blood-spattered cowboy boot pointing toward the ceiling of the car. His right leg was bent at the knee. His right hand was resting on it, holding a wicked-looking pistol. He said, "It's not my blood." I heard looking down over his long torso. He gave a gravelly, bitter laugh. He was dead before he hit the ground, but I wanted to make sure. Dumb move. Ruined this shirt, and it was one of my favorites. Up ahead, officers had begun moving along the line of spectator vehicles, motioning the motorists to clear the area. She had to either do as he asked or be caught with him inside her car. "Sergeant Lester told me that you'd—" "Shot the son of a bitch?" That's true. He's dead. Now, drive? God bless her. She didn't argue. Without further discussion, she started the car, then pulled it onto the road. You should be more careful about leaving your car door unlocked, he said. But I'm glad you did. Where do you want me to take you? Head toward Prentice. I'll direct you from there. Now that they were clear of the congestion, he sat up and placed the pistol on the floorboard. I wonder if Joe's missed it yet. Do you want to talk about what happened? Otterman killed Conrad. I killed Otterman. I thought he was done for, but he knew I had extra weapons. Why didn't I check him for another? He planted the heels of his hands against his eyes that stung with unshed tears. I shouldn't have kept him from seeing Georgia. Conrad, you mean? That was hateful, spiteful. I was angry at him for so many years. He stopped, unable to go on. Holly, speaking quietly, said he understood Crawford. He lowered his hands from his eyes and met hers in the rearview mirror. He understood and agreed with your decision. Sometime I'll tell you what he said about it, but now's not the time. Shouldn't you go back? They got what they needed from me tonight. We're picking back up in the morning. I wasn't doing Conrad any good. One of the EMTs told me that media was already camped out at the hospital waiting for the ambulances to arrive. I just couldn't face all that right now. They'll be looking for you. At least call Neil. When he didn't respond, she offered to call for him. Reluctantly, he nodded. I guess you should. I hate to think of all that personnel wasting time searching for me. She punched in the call and put it on speaker so Crawford could hear. As soon as Neil answered, he said, Crawford's vanished. Nobody saw him go. He didn't tell anybody. He's with me. Why doesn't that surprise me? He muttered. Where are you? He said you were resuming in the morning. 7:30. He'll be there, she clicked off. I think he's worried about you, Crawford scoffed. He's only worried he'll catch heat for being wrong anyway. Thanks for doing that. Don't thank me. Taking him completely by surprise, she steered sharply off the highway onto the shoulder, got out and opened the back door. Practically crawling over him, she placed her hands on either side of his head and drew his face to hers. Holly, I'm a mess. I don't care. I can't wait any longer to touch you. They kissed open-mouthed and deep. When they finally broke apart, she continued to run her fingertips over his face as though to assure herself that he was really there. With emotional raspiness, she said, I thought you might die. Honestly, I thought I might too. He palmed the back of her head, tilted it, and they kissed again. He broke it off before he wanted to. The reason I split? This investigation will tie me up for hours, days, weeks, and I've got to see Georgia. If you don't want to take me, I'll find some other way to get there. But I'm going to see her. You want to drive to Austin tonight? They're not in Austin. Grace doesn't even have a sister. The attractive log house belonged to friends who attended the Gilroys' church. It was used as a weekend getaway. The pine-studded lot was situated on a lake about 20 miles south of Prentice. Joe had suggested it as their hiding place, and Crawford had thought it sounded ideal. He'd lied about where they were going because of its proximity to Prentice and to Otterman. He had kept it from Holly in case she was ever pressured into telling someone what she believed to be the truth. Together they walked up to the front door. He knocked softly. A few moments later, the light above the door came on. Grace gave a startled scream when she opened it and saw Crawford. It's not my blood. Grace looked anything but reassured as he and Holly stepped inside and she saw his mud-crusted boots and jeans, the pistol he was holding at his side. I want to see Georgia, but I need to wash up first. Back here, she led them down a hallway and into a sizable den, comfortably furnished with a wall of windows overlooking the lake. Joe was reclined in a leather chair, wearing a headset, watching TV. Grace spoke his name loudly enough to override the TV audio. He turned his head in her direction, then did a double take when he saw Crawford. He bounded out of the chair as he ripped off the headset. Holy hell, for the third time, Crawford said. It's not my blood, it's my dad's, actually. He's dead. While his in-laws were trying to absorb that, he said, But so's the bastard who killed him. Otterman? Crawford nodded. But I killed him with his own pistol, not yours. I took this the other night. It was never fired. He set the pistol on an end table. Can I borrow a shirt? Grace, still looking stunned, left and returned shortly with a plain white undershirt, the kind Joe wore year-round. She showed Crawford into a powder room after closing the door. He looked at himself in the mirror above the sink, and the image was shocking, frightening. But he didn't dwell on how ravaged he looked. He removed the blood-stained shirt and washed his chest and hands. Tap water mingled with his father's blood, forming a red whirlpool that eventually faded to pink. As he watched it drain, tears dripped from his eyes. He splashed his face with cold water and raked back his sweat-soaked hair. When he came out of the bathroom wearing the white T-shirt, he said to Grace, If I could bother you for one more thing, a paper bag. I need to save this shirt in case it's needed as evidence. When that had been seen to, he asked, "Where's Georgia sleeping?" Joe thrust his chest out, taking an all too familiar combative stance. "That restraining order is still in place." Grace shot him a quelling look. "Joe, for God's sake." She led Crawford from the main room and back down the hall, stopping outside a closed door. "I'm truly sorry about your father. Thanks." He let himself into the bedroom and closed the door. There was a nightlight by which he could see Georgia sleeping on her side, Mr. Bunny hugged against her. He didn't want to wake her up and get her excited to see him, only to have to leave her again, and in any case the filth on him would ruin the bed. But he knelt beside it and couldn't resist hooking one of her curls with his little finger and raising it to his lips. To keep her safe, he would have killed Otterman or anyone else 1,000 times over. He watched her sleep, smiling as he listened to her soft snores, which he would have recognized anywhere in the world. Her sweetness and innocence were like a balm to his punctured heart. After about 10 minutes, he whispered that he loved her, kissed the lock of hair again, then tiptoed out and pulled the door closed behind him. The other three were waiting for him in a strained silence. Holly looked particularly anxious about his state of mind. Grace sat as rigid as a 2x4, her features frozen with tension. Joe unleashed the anger he'd kept bridled up till now. "How dare you come here looking like you climbed out of a charnel house?" "It's just not in me to fight with you tonight, Joe," he nodded Holly toward the door. "Congratulations on getting the bad guy," Joe said. "Thanks, night, Grace. How many rules did you break in order to get him?" Crawford stopped, turned, and feeling incredibly weary, faced his father-in-law. "A few. I bent others, but I'll be damned before I apologize for it, especially to you. Otterman spent 4 years plotting this, and he wasn't going to stop until he killed me, or people around me. I gave you a second pass on the restraining order because of the threat he posed to Georgia. I've thanked you for that, and my gratitude is sincere. So why are we having this conversation? Let's go, Holly." He took her arm. Joe, however, wasn't willing to call it a night. "You'll be a hero again tomorrow. I know how that galls you." "I don't like it either."
You expect me to believe that? The only thing I expect from you, Joe, is to be a horse's ass, even on a really, really bad night. I just want you to know that I'm not backing down from my fight to keep my granddaughter. See you in court, and you won't have her on your side." Holly, to whom Joe had been referring, stepped forward. "Please don't talk around me, Mr. Gilroy. If you have something to say to me, I'm right here. You made a deal with me. Don't forget that."
"I haven't forgotten it. Crawford is aware of it. When I take the stand, I'll testify to the truth." "You will. He won't. Crawford wouldn't lie under oath. He's been lying under oath since we started this mess. He's living a lie." Crawford noticed the triumphant gleam in his father-in-law's eyes, and in that instant, in that moment of raw clarity, realization struck. Jesus. His head dropped forward until his chin almost touched his chest. He pressed his hands against his temples,
Crawford?
speaking his name with obvious concern. Holly placed her hand in the center of his back. What is it?" He lowered his hands, raised his head, and walked slowly toward Joe, searching his eyes and reading in them the fact of the matter. "You know," he delved deeper into Joe's indomitable gaze, "you've always known, haven't you? It was your silver bullet." No longer looking so self-satisfied, the older man said querulously, "I don't know what you're talking about."
"Oh, yes, you do," Crawford said softly. "When were you going to use it, Joe? When no other options were left open to you?" "What are the two of you talking about?" Grace asked. Crawford said, "You want to tell her, Joe?" The older man made a dismissive gesture. "He's talking nonsense. No, it makes perfect sense," Crawford said. "Until just now, you didn't know that I knew. You've been waiting for just the right moment to spring it on me." "Knew what?" Grace asked with increasing impatience.
Joe looked over at her, and his jowls relaxed. The fire in his eyes dimmed. He looked like a commander who'd been trapped in his own well-set ambush. Grace said, "Joe, what?" But when her husband didn't say anything, Crawford gave her a sad smile, then looked into Holly's eyes. "I'm not George's father." Chapter 34. Zalhally's lips parted in disbelief. Grace covered her cheek as though she'd been struck. Joe walked over to the recliner and sat down heavily. Crawford addressed Holly. "Under oath, I never referred to her as my daughter. You can check court transcripts. I never even refer to her that way in conversation. Other people do, and I never correct them. So technically, I guess that's lying because I didn't father her. How long have you known?" "Since she was a year old," Beth told me, the morning I left that last time for Halcon. She didn't want me to go. I insisted that I had to, that I had a job to finish. The argument turned ugly. She wanted to hurt me in the worst possible way. And she did. Grace, openly crying now, covered her mouth to hold back a sob. Who was the father? Holly asked. 9 months. Give or take a week. Before Georgia was born, I was supposed to have come home for a weekend. At the last minute, something came up. I had to stay in West Texas. Beth was furious. She rounded up a few girlfriends, and they went out. Got a little crazy. She met this guy at a bar and slept with him to punish me. 2 weekends later, when I did come home, we had lots of makeup sex, so I had no reason to think the baby wasn't mine. Beth chose her moment to tell me, which is why I question it, Holly said. Maybe she made all that up just to try to keep you from going after Fuentes. Crawford looked over at his father-in-law, and feeling the weight of Crawford's stare, he said, It's true, and you've kept this from me? Grace said. Beth came to me in confidence, he said defensively. She found out she was further along in the pregnancy than she was supposed to be, realized what had happened, panicked. She came to me asking what she should do. She was upset with herself, mortified actually. She didn't want it to destroy her marriage. She wanted you, he said to Crawford, so I advised her never to tell you. Until now, I didn't know she had. Crawford said she claimed she'd never seen the guy before that night and never saw him after. Didn't even remember his name.
Is that true?
Joe gave a curt nod. It was a classic one-night stand that relaxed the tension that had been gripping Crawford for days. I hoped she was being truthful about that. This past week, there were times when I wondered if Otterman had been the man. Oh, Crawford. Holly reached for his hand and squeezed it hard. Actually, that's what I feared most. My biggest relief wasn't seeing him dead, but learning that he had nothing to do with Beth, nothing to do with Georgia. His voice cracked when he spoke her name. I ventured a lot of guesses about Otterman, but that was the worst of them. I don't know how I would have borne knowing that. Well, it doesn't matter now. He walked over to where Grace was sitting and hunkered down in front of her, covering her tightly clasped hands with his. Don't ever think badly of Beth. I had made her unhappy. She made one misstep. She loved Georgia. She loved me. I know she did. Just a few days after that quarrel, she got the call that I'd been wounded. Maybe she felt like she'd jinxed me, caused me to get shot. Something. I think that's why she was trying so hard to get to me that night. She wanted to make things right between us. Would you have forgiven her? Yes, I have forgiven her, because I loved her too. As for Georgia, she became mine when the doctor handed her to me seconds after she was born. I couldn't love her more if I had fathered her. Joe stood up. But you didn't. She's our blood, not yours. So many times I've wanted to hit you with the truth. I hate that you denied me that pleasure. I didn't. Crawford came to his feet and faced him. Beth did. You thought it was your secret to keep, and you've kept it, to protect Beth from being scorned by you and Grace by anyone. Who do you think you're kidding? Joe sneered. You sat on it because you know that this gives us a stronger claim to Georgia. Crawford was determined not to let the conversation spin out of control. Besides, he was too weak and weary to fight another fight. Quietly but emphatically, he said, Believe what you will, Joe. I kept Beth's secret because I didn't want the truth to reflect badly on her. I also wanted to protect Georgia from any kind of cruel backlash. He paused for a beat, then added, What you do with it is entirely up to you. The older man's expression and body language remained unyielding. Crawford picked up the sack containing his shirt and reclaimed Holly's hand. They left the room together, went down the hall and out the front door, where he stopped to face her. Now, do you understand why I said I couldn't have you? I meant everything I said in there about wanting to protect Beth and Georgia, but Joe's right. I also knew that if the truth about her parentage became known, I was sunk. So yeah, I lived the lie. It didn't bother me, not in the least, till I met you. You're grafted to the truth. Your life work is to seek the truth. Living that lie suddenly mattered, and it mattered huge. She had listened intently, and when he finished, she said, I do understand the dilemma you faced, but let's not talk about it anymore tonight. I just want to hold you. She wrapped her arms around his waist, then flinched away from him and brought her hand from behind his back. It was stained red. Crawford, this is fresh blood. He gave a sheepish shrug. Some of it was mine. Ready? Yes, Daddy. Keep your eyes covered till I tell you. He guided Georgia down the hallway to the open door of her bedroom, positioned her, then said, Okay, you can look. She lowered her hands and began to squeal as she hopped up and down. That's going to be my bed. It's all yours. This is your room from now on. She turned and hugged him around the knees. Thank you, Daddy. This is the best surprise ever. He returned her hug, then nudged her into the room. Go check it out. She went directly to the ballet slippers and tutu. He had replicated everything that had been destroyed. The vandalism was attributed to Pat Connor. That was only one bit of the wealth of information supplied by the surviving bodyguard as part of his plea bargain. From him, they also learned that Chuck Otterman by working for several companies over many years, had created a complicated relay system of weapons trafficking that might otherwise have taken years to discover and even longer to unsnarl and prosecute the participants. The guard also identified the roughnecks who played active roles in that sideline and exonerated those who were clueless to it. Many of Otterman's local weapons suppliers were busted by a joint task force of officers from several agencies, state and federal, including Harry and Sessions out of Houston, and Crawford out of his office in Prentice. As it turned out, cousins of even the tightest clans would rat each other out. It was surprising how cooperative they became when faced with felony charges, and Harry's six-shooter, Holly, joined him at the door of George's bedroom, setting her pink suitcase just inside it. "I think she likes it." "How can you tell?" he asked, smiling over George's enthusiastic oohs and ahs as she moved from one treasure to another. "The trunk of my car is packed with stuff. Where are you going to put it all?" "We'll find room. Maybe she'll cull some of it." He placed his arm around Holly's shoulders and kissed her brow. "Thanks for doing that, by the way." He'd accepted her offer to pick up Georgia at the Gilroys' house and deliver her and her belongings to his. "It wasn't too bad, Joe." Coolly polite. Grace got teary-eyed, but she was smiling and enthusiastic for Georgia's sake. It helps that she'll be keeping her after school every day. He had told his in-laws that he would get Georgia to school each morning, but that he needed someone to pick her up and watch her until he got home from work. When he asked Grace if she would be interested, she had wept and gratefully accepted the proposal. "It's a good arrangement," he said to Holly now. "It was kind of you. I know how hard it was for them to give her up. Seeing them every day will help Georgia with the transition, too." The restraining order had been revoked. That hearing had never taken place. When the custody hearing was rescheduled with another judge, Joe didn't use his silver bullet. Crawford figured Grace had forbidden it. He also reasoned that Joe, who'd had ample opportunities to confront him with the truth, hadn't because he too had wanted to protect Beth and Georgia from any hint of scandal. However, true to his word, Joe hadn't given up without a fight. He argued against Crawford's ability to parent Georgia as well as he and Grace did. Holly had been subpoenaed and had truthfully testified to his losing his temper and assaulting his father-in-law. But during cross-examination, Bill Moore had made certain that the judge heard from her the extenuating circumstances that explained and justified his behavior that day in the park. The judge took it all under advisement, and after 3 tortuous days, Bill Moore called Crawford. "You got her. Congratulations. Don't fuck up." "Heart bursting," he said. "For this call you can bill me double. Don't think I won't." Watching Georgia now testing out the bed by bouncing on it, he asked Holly, "Why do you think the judge ruled in my favor?" "He was won over when you said there was a big difference between a father and a daddy. You'd had a father. You wanted to be George's daddy." She hesitated, then said softly, "I went by his grave yesterday and left flowers. How'd you know where it was?" "I checked at the cemetery office." She had wanted to be at the burial service, but Crawford wouldn't hear of it, saying her attendance would raise eyebrows and beg explanations. Only a handful of people attended the graveside service. Crawford notified his mother in California. She sent her condolences and a scrawny spray of flowers. A few men from the sawmill came, and one of Conrad's legal colleagues from back in the day. Harry and Sessions surprised Crawford by driving up from Houston for it. Neil and Nugent were there, Nugent fidgeting throat tight. He said to Holly now, "You wouldn't think I'd miss him, but I do. He was never around, but I knew he was there. I grieve him, and all because of those last few seconds of his life." He hugged me. We smiled at each other. I don't recall that happening, since I wasn't much older than Georgia is now. He died doing something for you, and that was important to him. I think you need to hear what he told me that night. She related their conversation. He ended by saying he would be proud for Georgia to know him as he was in his heyday. Crawford, his voice gruff with emotion, said, "I'll tell her about him when she's older and can understand, and I can figure out a way to say it all. I'm not very good at stuff like that. That is so untrue. Chet's eulogy was beautiful. He'd served as a pallbearer, and at Mrs. Barker's request, he delivered a brief but heartfelt tribute. Will you ever tell Georgia about her parentage?" He replied without hesitation. "Definitely, at the very least. She should know that she has the medical and genetic history of only one parent. I'll tell her when she's old enough to understand all the implications. The most important one being how much you love her. When Beth told you she wasn't your baby, you could have rejected her. Not a chance in hell. I know what it's like to have parents wash their hands of you." I vowed then that Georgia was never going to feel like she'd been discarded. "That's why she'll love you so much. She's crazy about you. Is she? Holly said this, Holly said that. Where is Holly's house? Can Holly come with us?" He looked down at her. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. For weeks leading up to the custody hearing, his life had been, as he'd predicted, consumed by the fallout from the Otterman denouement. He and Holly had talked daily, sometimes several times a day, but had refrained from seeing each other. Each was still under close public scrutiny. He'd been far more concerned for her than for himself. I won't let you lose the election because of your association with me. But once the custody ruling had been made, restrictions no longer applied. They began appearing in public together. When this was slyly remarked upon by Greg Sanders, Marilyn issued the statement she'd prepared for the eventuality. It described their growing friendship as one happy outcome of the crisis situation they had shared and survived. She'd been retained to see Holly through the election on the condition that Crawford and Georgia not be exploited. So far, she was abiding by that condition. I spoke to the governor today, Holly told him now. What did he have to say? Nothing about me. All about you. He wants to meet you. Crawford looked down at her skeptically. I'm serious. He called you a favorite son of Texas. Asked if your gunshot wound? She stopped and glared up at him. I knew it was only a flesh wound. No, you didn't. I had stuff to do that night before going to the hospital. Still looking put out with him over his self-diagnosis, which had cost him a loss of blood and the threat of serious infection. She said, Governor Hutchins wants to shake your hand. He stands solidly behind his decision to appoint me. You're a shoo-in. If Sanders beats me, I'll start a practice here in Prentice. You'll win. You have the PD's endorsement. They'd made their peace with Neil Lester. Neil had cornered Crawford one day in a corridor of the courthouse and manfully apologized for letting personal feelings get in the way of the investigation. I screwed up. Keep doing what you do, Neil, Crawford told him as they shook hands. Departments need cops like you to balance out the cops like me. Now, drawing Holly closer, he said, You also have the backing of Prentice County's criminal element. Smitty called me today. He wanted to know when you're going to redeem your coupon. I can't believe Judge Mason granted him bail. He's a small fish. The authorities are after bigger fish, and Smitty knows it. He'll plea bargain himself out of any serious jail time. Actually, I hope he's not in for long. He's useful. Never mind that he's a damn douchebag. Shh. Watch your language. Sorry? He's a regular douchebag. Holly laughed. They resettled their attention on Georgia as she squirmed into the tutu. You should bring her to the courthouse one day soon. I could give her a tour of the courtroom and take her up to my office. She'd like that. A few days ago, she asked me if you wore a robe like Judge Judy. I told her yes. What I didn't tell her was my fantasy about disrobing you. Oh? He moved them out of sight of Georgia and situated her between him and the adjacent wall, where they'd stood before and kissed under much more desperate circumstances. In my fantasy, he said, You've got nothing on under your robe. And you discover this? How? I'll show you when we act it out. Their smiles met, meshed, and as he nudged his way between her thighs, the kiss intensified. Daddy? Holly tried to spring apart from him, but he held her close, keeping his arms looped around her waist. She'd just as well get used to it, he whispered. Then to Georgia, Yeah, sweetheart. She walked into the hall wearing her tutu, tiara, and ballet shoes, carrying her new doll. Taking in the scene, she said to Holly, You have to be careful not to hug Daddy too tight because he's got a big Band-Aid around his tummy. I'll be careful, I promise. Okay. Can we make Sundays now, Daddy? I promise Sundays, and I always keep my promises. Can Holly stay? He looked deeply into her eyes. Can Holly stay? She replied. Holly can stay, acknowledgments. I want to thank the Honorable Diane Haddock, Associate Judge, District Court, 233rd, Tarrant County, Texas, first for being a fan, then for becoming a friend, and, as I was writing this book, for providing me with valuable information. Please don't hold her accountable for any mistakes I made. And my family joins me in extending a special thank you to Perry Jane Carroll, who served as my personal assistant for 12 years. They didn't seem as long to me as they must have to her. She managed to keep our lives in order with admirable patience, poise, grace, and seeming ease, when we all know full well we're virtually unmanageable. She is missed, but has earned every moment of a peaceful retirement.